Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 551: Backstreet Boys. As the Westeros system completed the financing transactions of Ygritte and the acquisition of Christie's, the time entered May 1993. The summer season is approaching, and many blockbuster films of this summer have begun the final sprint promotion stage. Theoretically, the main head of Deanery's Entertainment this summer season should be Superman, but according to the original agreement, the distribution of the film is handled by Warner Brothers Pictures. Several other films, Sleepless in Seattle is a cooperation project with Disney, and The Pelican Assassination Order is a cooperation project with Warner Brothers. Only The Sugarcoat Trap starring Keanu Reeves is distributed by Deanery's Pictures. In addition, during the 4-month summer season, the other two labels under Deanery's Entertainment, New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures, will also launch their own movies. On the other hand, after this period of operation, the record business under Deanery's Entertainment was officially reorganized into Deanery's Music Group. In fact, the main change is just a name. Simon does not plan to make too many adjustments to the record business in the short term. In addition, Barry Weiss, the president of Jive Records, who once created teenage pop singers such as the Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears, was invited by Deanery's Entertainment to successfully switch to Deanery's Records Group. Richard Palms, the former president of Universal Music, was adjusted to CEO of Deanery's Records Group after the reorganization of the record business, responsible for managing the overall situation of DMG. After years of development, large record groups are basically composed of many record subsidiaries at this stage. The original Universal Music seemed to be a company, but in fact, there were 7 record subsidiaries that were still active, such as Geffen Records where Guns N' Roses was located, Decca Records where Cher was located, and Futurist Records that focused on death rock, etc. There were countless sub-labels that were once active but fell into silence as their artists terminated their contracts or became outdated. Simon gave Barry Weiss the position of president of Infinity Records, a record subsidiary of DMG. Although the position was equivalent to that of Jive Records under RCA Records, the resources and authority that could be called upon were far greater than Jive Records. Infinity Records plans to focus on creating teenage pop singers, and its parent company DMG will do its utmost to ensure the publicity and promotion of singers signed by this record subsidiary. Simon could actually give Barry Weiss a higher position, but for the huge DMG, too high a position would only make Barry Weiss fall into unnecessary administrative affairs. Handing over the Infinity Records subsidiary to the other party will allow Barry Weiss to focus more on the field of teenage pop. The initial adjustment of the record business was completed, and Barry Weiss joined the company smoothly. The next step is to find a signed singer. Compared with Hollywood, where the actor's status is clearly divided, the music industry is roughly divided into only 2 types of singers. One is already famous, and the other is not famous. This is not to say that there is no difference in status between singers, but the competition in this industry is much more intense than Hollywood. When actors are not famous, they can still wait for opportunities at the bottom. For singers, it is impossible to have many movies and TV series for you to play minor roles. If you are not signed to a record company and are not famous, then you are nothing. However, compared with the actor industry, which still requires talent and skills, singing has a much lower threshold for most people. This also led to the number of young people who dream of becoming singers being no less than the number of unknown actors who are at the bottom of Hollywood. Record companies receive a large number of self-recommended audition tapes submitted by potential singers almost every day. The number of records released by the industry each year has reached tens of thousands, and more than 90% of them will not make any waves. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine how rare phenomenal singers such as Michael Jackson and Madonna are. For the same reason, the larger the record company, the more cautious it will be in signing singers, because once the signed singer fails to succeed after investing a lot of resources in promotion, the person in charge is likely to lose his job. Since the development goal of Infinite Records has been determined, after Barry Weiss joined the company, Simon began to personally participate in the search for suitable teenage pop singers. In fact, he wanted to find some familiar names in his memory. Among the large list of candidate singers, Simon did find a group he wanted: Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Boys is a group recently formed by 5 young people in Orlando, Florida. After learning from the media that DMG was selecting teenage singers, they submitted their audition tapes to Infinite Records and were picked by Simon at first sight. However, there are still some problems. Although the 5 members of the group have good singing skills and talents, 2 of them are still minors, and the youngest, Nick Carter, is only 13 years old. Since Simon has chosen the name Backstreet Boys, the remaining problems will of course be solved by Barry Weiss. It is better to become famous as early as possible, and there is no rule in the music industry that minors are not allowed to enter the industry. However, since we are going to create a boy group mainly for teenagers, a 13-year-old boy who has just reached junior high school age is definitely not suitable, and it will be troublesome to promote and operate minors. The solution is actually very simple. Eliminate the minors in the group and find 2 young people as supplements. When the young people submitted their audition tapes, they didn't have much expectations at all. They were suddenly selected and were naturally overjoyed. They agreed to Infinity Records' request for replacement. Therefore, the 2 parties quickly finalized a 10-year contract. Barry Weiss also obtained the permanent copyright of the name Backstreet Boys through the contract. In the future, whether a member quits or the group disbands, the name Backstreet Boys will belong to Infinity Records. Infinity Records can reselect members to build a group based on this name, and the team members who leave will also be prohibited from using the name of Backstreet Boys for any commercial activities. In fact, Backstreet Boys is more of a practice for Infinity Records for Simon, mainly to summarize a set of operating procedures for rapid batch replication of teenage pop singers. Building a group from scratch is never an easy task, and it is very expensive. In order to show his importance to Infinity Records, Simon not only gave Barry Weiss a year to operate the Backstreet Boys project, and DMG's resources were at his disposal, but also planned to meet with Barry Weiss at least once a week in the future to understand the other party's work progress and give his own suggestions based on the information in his memory. In addition, Infinity Records also began to look for other potential teenage singers. Compared with the Backstreet Boys, which have already taken shape, Simon hopes to sign contracts to cultivate pop singers from the age of 14 or 15, just like South Korea once did in mass cultivation of pop singers. Singers who have received professional training from vocal to physical training will have a much higher chance of becoming famous after being launched than those from the grassroots, and their career life will be longer. There is no doubt about this. After making this decision, Simon's eyes naturally fell on the famous Mickey Mouse Club under Disney. The famous here is actually only for Simon, a latecomer. Mickey Mouse Club is a youth variety show on the Disney Channel, mainly performing singing, dancing and skits. For Disney, the ratings of this show are very average. In Simon's memory, Mickey Mouse Club may have been suspended in the past 2 years due to low ratings. However, among the members of Mickey Mouse Club, famous actors or singers such as Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Christina Aguilera, and Ryan Gosling have emerged in the following years, which can be said to be star-studded. While operating the Backstreet Boys, Barry Weiss, under Simon's instruction, also began to quietly pay attention to the group of teenagers in the Mickey Mouse Club. Britney Spears and others are only 12 or 13 years old, and DMG has no intention of supporting them for 5 or 6 years in vain, so it is not suitable for signing for the time being. Among them, those who are more suitable for age, such as Carrie Russell, who is already 17 years old this year, although her appearance and figure are very good, compared with Britney, Christina and others, the gap in singing skills is very obvious, and the age of 17 also lacks plasticity, so he can only give up. Simon actually considered creating a group of young singers through music talent shows, which can not only provide Deaneries TV with a new hit reality show, but also select excellent singer seeds for record companies. After consideration, he decided to give up for the time being. At this stage, Deaneries TV's reality show is still Simon's original Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and several other shows, which still have good vitality for the time being. The most important point is that before acquiring a public television network belonging to Deaneries Entertainment, Simon does not plan to launch another phenomenal reality show. These will still be left to his own television network. In the busyness, time unknowingly came to May 14th. This is a Friday. The most important summer movie Superman will be released on June 4th. In order to avoid this blockbuster, the summer movie officially opens today. On this day, North American theaters launched a total of 3 movies: Fox's Toy Story 2, Columbia Pictures' My Brilliant Family, and New World Pictures' Bruce Lee Biography. However, this Friday, most North American media are most concerned about Jurassic Park, which was released in the Christmas season last year, and it was officially taken off the North American theaters. After 5 months of screening, the cumulative North American box office of Jurassic Park finally reached $356.71 million. At the same time, the screening of Jurassic Park in overseas markets has basically come to an end. Among them, Japan alone has contributed a box office equivalent to $120 million. Other important overseas box offices such as the United Kingdom, France, and Germany have also reached $40 to $50 million. According to statistics from the following weekend, the overseas box office of Jurassic Park has reached $573.11 million, and it is expected that there will be about $50 million in overseas follow-up revenue. Therefore, as of mid-May, Jurassic Park was taken off the screen in North America, and the global box office of this dinosaur science fiction blockbuster has accumulated $929.82 million. When all overseas markets are taken off the screen, the global total box office of this phenomenal blockbuster is expected to reach about $980 million. Even if it is still difficult to break through the $1 billion mark, the global box office of $980 million is enough to surpass the global record of $960 million of Batman Begins and advance to the position of the world's box office champion in film history. With a global box office of $980 million, Deaneries Entertainment can still make a profit of $200 million from the box office, excluding all production and publicity budgets and the share of Spielberg and other main creators. Moreover, the box office is only a small part of the profit contributed by Jurassic Park. The revenue of this project, Peripheral Products, has accumulated sales of $1.3 billion in recent months, contributing nearly $200 million in profits. It is expected that by the release of Jurassic Park 2, the sales of peripheral products of this dinosaur blockbuster will reach $2 billion. Counting the future videotapes and TV broadcasts, and even the income from the Jurassic Park theme park at Universal Studios, this movie alone will bring Deaneries Entertainment a net profit of no less than $1 billion. With Jurassic Park being taken off the shelves in North America, while overseas countries are discussing the invasion of Hollywood, the North American media has also noticed the slow development progress of the sequel of this series. Spielberg's Schindler's List has been completed and has returned to Hollywood for post-production. However, in recent interviews, Spielberg's answers to the question of the sequel to Jurassic Park were ambiguous, and the responses given by Deaneries Entertainment executives in the interviews were also unclear, which made many people smell a different meaning. According to the original contract between Spielberg and Universal, the veteran movie star happened to owe Deaneries Entertainment a film contract after Schindler's List. However, the two sides obviously had differences on the sequel to Jurassic Park. The biggest possibility is undoubtedly a dispute over interests. Deaneries Entertainment expects to earn more than $1 billion from the Jurassic Park project, but Spielberg's salary, including the base salary and share, is only about $45 million. For Hollywood filmmakers, the figure of $45 million is definitely a sky-high price. Spielberg is obviously not satisfied with the salary figure he received. If according to the previous profit-sharing strategy, such as the 20% net profit share of all channels when cooperating with Columbia on Captain Hawk, the salary that Spielberg can get is at least $200 million. Of course, due to the failure of the project, Captain Hawk did not actually bring much profit to Spielberg. This is also the reason why Spielberg accepted the box office sharing plan of Jurassic Park. Regardless of whether the film is profitable or not, he can directly take 10% of the North American box office, which is very beneficial to him. However, with the great success of Jurassic Park, the profit-sharing plan given by Deaneries Entertainment, which other Hollywood filmmakers can only envy, is even a bit like a trap in Spielberg's view. This state of mind is easy to understand. However, since the contract was signed at the beginning, it is naturally impossible to change it at this time. However, in Spielberg's view, if he wants him to continue to direct the sequel of Jurassic Park, Deaneries Entertainment must give a sincere enough price. In the past, Spielberg took away $250 million for the first Jurassic Park, and the salary for the second one was greatly reduced to $70 million. This time, the first part only received $45 million. Spielberg obviously hopes to get a higher return through the sequel to compensate for his potential losses in the first part. Moreover, based on a certain mentality that has been formed over a long period of time among Hollywood's big-name filmmakers, Spielberg believes that it is unlikely that Deaneries Entertainment will dare to take the risk of replacing him, and the stalemate between the two sides at this time is just a negotiation strategy. Chapter 552 Recruitment. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. It was Monday, May 17th. After finishing the production meeting for Forrest Gump, it was almost noon. After having lunch with Robert Zemeckis, Tom Hanks and others, Simon and Deaneries Pictures president Tom Pollock returned to the administrative office building. The two entered the office building elevator, and Tom Pollock said to Simon, "At a cocktail party in Bel Air on Saturday, Ovitz mentioned the sequel to Jurassic Park to me again." Simon just nodded and asked casually, "What did Ovitz say?" "Last Friday, Jurassic Park was officially withdrawn from North America, and the media once again began to pay attention to the sequel of this super-selling science fiction series that has not been promoted. Deaneries Entertainment has delayed for half a year. Even if he feels that he is unlikely to be replaced, Spielberg probably can't be reserved anymore." Tom Pollock said, "Ovitz hinted to me that someone is lobbying Steven to set up his own big studio. If we can't sign the contract for the sequel to Jurassic Park as soon as possible, Steven may not have enough energy to focus on this project next time." Simon directly said a name, David Geffen. Tom Pollock was stunned for a moment, and nodded. "You heard about it too. David Geffen is the founder of Geffen Records. In the 1980s, Geffen Records was originally affiliated with Warner Records. A few years ago, Geffen and Steve Ross fell out over the Time Warner merger case. Geffen Records switched to Universal Music and further became part of the current Deaneries Music Group, DMG. MCA acquired Geffen Records by exchanging shares. After Deaneries Entertainment acquired MCA, David Geffen, who held about 10% of MCA's shares, cashed out and left. Because of the restrictive agreement, Geffen has been unable to re-enter the record industry in recent years and began to try film investment. Simon had no intention of asking about all kinds of gossip in Hollywood. The information in his memory was enough for him to sort out many clues. However, in the face of Pollock's doubts, Simon nodded slightly and said, "Follow the plan we discussed at the beginning, continue to perfunctory Steven, and then choose the right time to announce the change of director." Tom Pollock paused and said nothing more. Simon also knew Pollock's thoughts. This former Universal Pictures executive with a conservative personality always felt that replacing Spielberg was not safe enough. He had explained his ideas at the beginning. Simon did not intend to waste words to persuade this subordinate. He just needed him to execute. When he came to his office on the top floor, Nancy Brill was already waiting here. Seeing Simon come in, the short female executive who was sitting on the sofa in the reception area and flipping through a document stood up and greeted Simon, and then sat down again. Girl A followed Simon in, put down a few documents, and personally served coffee to the two of them, and quietly left the office. Nancy followed the girl A to the direction of the closed door, then retracted her gaze, looked at Simon dimly, and said, "Men are always fickle." Simon took a sip of coffee, leaned on the sofa and flipped through the box office report from last weekend, saying, "This one is already very old, and I'm planning to change it to a new one recently. Are you interested?" Nancy rolled her eyes at Simon. "Do you think it's appropriate for me, the president of a group, to demote you to be my assistant?" Simon shook his head. "You're wrong. The president of the group is still yours. I just want you to warm my bed." Nancy said, "I think I should bring a recorder when I talk to you in the future, so that I can record a lot of evidence of sexual harassment." Simon decisively changed the subject. "Okay, let's talk business." Nancy couldn't help but roll her eyes again, saying, "I've recently found several executives for Blockbuster Entertainment." Simon was puzzled. "Any questions?" Nancy said, "This requires your consent." The short female executive said, and handed over a document that Simon was flipping through when he entered the door. Simon took it and flipped it open, and the name on the first page made him stunned. Robert Shea, founder of New Line Cinema. After thinking for a while, Simon did not rush to say anything. He continued to flip through the folder and saw the names of a pair of brothers, Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein. Without reading the contents of the three resumes carefully, Simon closed the folder and looked at Nancy opposite him. "What do you think?" Nancy said, "New Line will start an asset auction in the near future. After the liquidation is completed, Robert Shea will definitely continue to mix in this circle. And the Weinstein brothers, last time you asked me to take pictures of Miramax's film library, I investigated this pair of brothers. Although I don't understand the connection, I think that not only the New Line this time, but also the previous Miramax bankruptcy should be the result of your manipulation." Simon did not comment, but he had to admire the sharp intuition of this little woman. The bankruptcy of New Line Cinema this time was clearly targeted by Deanery's Entertainment. However, as for Miramax, Simon originally only asked James Raybould to privately give a heads-up to Chase Manhattan Bank, Miramax's creditor. Few people knew about this. Unexpectedly, Nancy contacted himself just based on the fact that Simon asked her to buy the Miramax film library. Since it was guessed, Simon did not deny it and said, "In this case, you still dare to recruit these people, and do you think they will agree to join Blockbuster Entertainment?" Nancy did not hear Simon's denial, and slightly raised her eyebrows, and then said, "As long as you agree, the rest is my business." Simon asked, "Why these three people?" Nancy said, "Robert Shea is an excellent film company manager with rich experience. He is very proficient in production and distribution. He is also frugal and meticulous, cautious and never squanders. The Weinstein brothers are the kind of filmmakers who are very adventurous. Although some like to rush around, this kind of character that is not bound by the traditional pattern of Hollywood happens to be what this conservative circle lacks the most." Simon nodded slightly, but then said, "Two people with very different styles, even if you can recruit them, do you think you can make them cooperate with each other?" Nancy said again, "This is my business." Simon looked at the petite woman who was only 1.55 meters tall on the sofa opposite him, and said, "But if you mess up, it will be me, the boss, who'll suffer. A good boss should be able to allow subordinates to fail." "Okay, I agree. It seems that you have a very high opinion of me in private." "Not at all. Don't be like that. It's not good for a woman to say one thing and mean another." Okay, no more jokes." Simon admired the rare depressed expression of the petite female executive, and said with a smile, "You should understand these three people. Although New Line and Miramax are only second and third tier film companies, they have been bosses after all. They are used to being superior to others, and it is not easy to get them to willingly help you manage the company." Nancy retorted, "Peter Guber and John Peterson of Columbia, and Shirley Lansing of MGM, were not the bosses of their own film companies." "That's different." Simon shook his head and said, "They were used to working with big studios, but Robert Shea and others have always been outside the studio system." Nancy smiled, "In my opinion, it's just that they don't have the opportunity to work with big studios." Simon paused, thinking about some information in his memory. What Nancy said made sense. In the original time and space, at the peak, Miramax and New Line were actually subsidiaries of large media groups such as Disney and Time Warner. Strictly speaking, neither the Weinstein brothers nor Robert Shea could be considered the bosses of their own film companies, but more like professional managers. However, New Line and Miramax once had strong autonomy, so in the impression of many people, the three of them still seemed to be the bosses of their own companies. After thinking for a moment, Simon shrugged and said, "Well, actually I just want to say that the three of them should all have very strong personalities, and it is not easy to control them." Nancy tilted her head slightly and said, "Do you think it's easy to control me?" Simon was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I can control you with just one finger." Simon was just joking to imply that he was very strong, but he didn't expect that Nancy's face suddenly turned red, and she glared at a guy and said, "Boss, if you do this again, I will really sue you for sexual harassment." Looking at the shy and angry look of the little woman, Simon immediately understood, raised his hand slightly in surrender, and couldn't help saying, "So, you should find a girlfriend quickly, single women are so pitiful." This time it was Nancy who was stunned. "Girlfriend?" Simon shrugged, "I never advise women to find boyfriends. If I have to find one, I'll find you, right?" "Yes." Arrogant guy. Nancy felt that she no longer had the energy to roll her eyes, so she simply stood up from the sofa, stepped on her high heels that she habitually loosened every time she went to a place, and said, "Since you agree, I will go to work." Simon stood up and handed Nancy the information of Robert Shea and the other two. Nancy walked towards Simon, and just as she came close, Before she had time to reach out to take the information, her body suddenly tilted, probably because her high heels were not worn firmly, and she fell to the sofa next to her with a slight cry. Simon watched the little woman fall on the sofa, still holding the document in her hand. He paused, gestured on his chest, and said, "So, you don't need to wear such high heels. It doesn't increase your height much, and sometimes it's quite dangerous." Nancy sat on the sofa in a somewhat embarrassed manner, took a deep breath, and stared at the man in front of her, saying, "Why didn't you help me just now?" "I didn't react. Well, actually, I saw that you were not in any danger. The quality of my sofa is very good." Simon was about to say something, but the little woman on the sofa had already stood up, and then bullied Simon, stretched out her arms around the man's waist, and a delicate face with a slight blush came over. Feeling the woman's fragrance coming from his nose, Simon threw away the documents in his hand, and just put his hands on Nancy's waist, considering whether to hold the person in his arms. The woman's red lips had already come close, followed by a mouthful of pearly white teeth, and then a sudden pain came from his chin. "Ah!" Amid the man's cries of pain, Nancy easily broke free from someone's arms, picked up the document Simon had dropped on the sofa, and hurried to the office door. After opening the door, she turned around and said, "Boss, this is just a warning. Next time, I will bite out a bloody mark that won't fade for a month." Then she walked away. After joining the company, Girl A occupied an outer position directly connected to Simon's office, so she heard the man's cries of pain and Nancy's subsequent words at the door. She watched a small female executive leave barefoot after saying some harsh words and seemed to leave in a hurry. After hesitating for a moment, Allison got up and walked to the door and knocked on it. Simon had returned to his desk and was looking at the teeth marks on his chin in front of the computer screen as a mirror. He noticed the figure of Girl A, thought for a moment, and said, "Help me find a band-aid, a larger one." Allison looked at the two obvious teeth marks on her boss's chin, suppressed some smiles and inexplicable envy in her heart, and said, "Boss, it seems that there is no bleeding, no need for a band-aid." "I know there is no bleeding, but I have to cover it up for the meeting with Barry Weiss later." Allison couldn't help but curl her lips. After entering the office and closing the door, Allison glanced at a pair of very conspicuous 5-inch black high heels that fell on the sofa in the reception area, retracted her gaze, and went to the locker in the corner of the office as if nothing had happened to find the daily emergency medicine box, opened it and flipped through it, took out a box of band-aids and came to the man. Simon leaned back in the leather chair and said, "Please help me put it on. Put it on carefully so it looks better." Girl A hummed, holding the band-aid in her hand, looking at the handsome face of the man who was resting for a short time with his eyes slightly closed on the leather chair. Although it was not the first time she was so close to him, she realized that this was her first chance to take the initiative. The man opened his eyes and looked at her. Allison reacted and hurriedly stepped forward. Her slender and slightly cool fingertips gently touched the tooth marks on the man's chin. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Boss, there should be no need to put a band-aid on it. It will probably go away quickly if you rub it." The only response she got was a soft hum. So she put down the band-aid in her hand, moved closer, and pressed a few slender fingers on the man's chin and rubbed it gently. Feeling the breath of the man at such a close distance, Allison couldn't help but feel a little hot. Since being chosen by Janet to come to Simon, over the past few years, the strength, handsomeness, wealth, power, etc. of this man have always been influencing several girls. Because of Janet's hints and training, they have been waiting or expecting this man to possess them. When some things never happen, some emotions become more profound. However, at this moment, the opportunity is in front of her. Girl A's hands move mechanically, and she looks at the man close at hand for a moment in a trance, and finally suppresses a certain idea. After so much time, she has already understood some of his rules that he never expresses. If something happens today, her boss probably won't refuse, but then she can only leave. Compared with some desires that she has always longed for in her heart, Girl A still hopes to stay with this man for a long time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Summer Vacation begins. Before Ygritte's first public financing, Simon had quietly started the site selection plan for Ygritte's headquarters. In fact, there was no need to choose too much. According to the information in his memory, Simon directly chose the campus plot of Google in Mountain View, which was located in the south of Palo Alto. The site selection of large-scale enterprise parks will almost inevitably lead to the phenomenon of rising surrounding land prices. Simon does not mind paying more money, but he does not want to see the appearance of nail households on the plots he has selected. It is still very difficult to remove the nail households in the United States. Therefore, a few months in advance, Simon began to acquire land in the relevant areas of Mountain View through an agency. Although Silicon Valley is now very developed, the main area is still limited to the area around Stanford University in Palo Alto. Mountain View, Sunnyvale and Cupertino in the south are still relatively backward. There are no large companies in the future. Many places are even large farms and wastelands. The plot of land where the Google campus in Simon's memory is located is currently composed of farms and wastelands, with few residents. After several months of quiet operation, Simon's agency has unknowingly taken over about 60 hectares of land in this undeveloped area of more than 10,000 hectares located east of Palo Alto and north of Mountain View near the bay, mainly for farm use, with the purpose of removing the nail households in this area in advance. The large piece of wasteland near the bay, next, only needs to discuss the acquisition with the Mountain View city government. Speaking of it, even if it is only the existing 60 hectares of land, if it is not scattered, it is actually more than enough to build the Ygritte Company campus. However, due to some deep-rooted personal preferences, Simon is happy to buy land. With the completion of Ygritte's huge financing of $1.5 billion, the news that this increasingly dazzling new technology company is about to build a headquarters park quickly spread. In memory, why Amazon's choice of a second headquarters attracted the competition of countless major American cities. In addition to increasing employment, another key reason is that the settlement of large enterprises will inevitably mean a huge source of tax revenue. Amazon is good at tax avoidance, and can even operate its own corporate tax rate to a negative number, but tens of thousands of Amazon employees cannot avoid personal income tax. The more developed a country is, the greater the proportion of personal income tax in the country's tax revenue. Compared with most developing countries, where personal income tax accounts for only single digits, personal income tax in the United States accounts for about 50% of the total federal tax revenue. Employees of high-tech companies happen to be the highest quality high-income group among individual taxpayers. Therefore, when the news of the site selection of Ygritte's headquarters spread, the entire Bay Area took action. Whether it was Redwood, Menlo Park in the north or Palo Alto, the birthplace of Silicon Valley, or Mountain View, Sunnyvale or Cupertino in the south, administrative officials from various cities chased after several executives of Ygritte almost every day. Even if they thought it was unlikely that Ygritte would be introduced to their own area, they did not easily let go of the opportunity to try. Tim Berners-Lee and his friends had long known the boss's choice of location for the company's park. Although they all wanted to set up the company's headquarters in Palo Alto, it was not difficult for Palo Alto to set aside dozens of acres of land at this stage. However, the plot of land near the bay in the north of Mountain View is not too bad, and the straight-line distance to Stanford University is only about 7 kilometers. After more than a month of low-key negotiations with several major cities in the South Bay, they finally selected the tax incentive plan given by Mountain View, and quickly marked out 300 hectares of land on the barren land near the sea in the north of Mountain View. 300 hectares, equivalent to more than 700 acres. Although it is far less than the 8,000 acres of land donated by the Stanford couple to Stanford University, 300 hectares of land is also a bit shocking for a company headquarters. In fact, if the Mountain View city government did not dare to approve too much, Simon would have hoped to get at least 500 hectares of land. Even so, when the news was officially announced in mid-May, it immediately aroused doubts from the San Francisco Bay Area media. You know, even HP, a veteran company in Silicon Valley, only has an office park covering only 12 hectares in Palo Alto. Ygritte took 300 hectares of land at one time. Is it planning to build an office villa for every employee? After several years of downturn, the U.S. real estate market has shown signs of recovery. Therefore, many media have publicly accused Ygritte of having impure motives for acquiring a large amount of land, with obvious suspicion of real estate speculation. As more news was disclosed, the media discovered that the main company that purchased the land was Westeros. Ygritte only took over 20 hectares of land from Westeros at the same price, planning to use it to build an office park, so the media became even more noisy. Westeros is definitely going to get involved in the real estate industry. However, after the detailed news was disclosed, the accusations from various media became a bit at a loss. Ygritte actually only got 30 hectares of land, which is much larger than HP's 12 hectares, but it is not excessive. As for Westeros's land enclosure behavior, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. The seaside plot on the north of Mountain View is a barren area waiting to be developed. If there are companies willing to take over the development, it will actually be beneficial to the city. Moreover, no one has stipulated that Westeros cannot get involved in the real estate field. Not only that, as long as Simon Westeros is not too slow, he should understand that the industries and regions he is interested in are worth betting on. Therefore, the noise in the media has not ended yet, and a large number of capitals have turned their attention to the tens of thousands of hectares of land in the north of Mountain View, and have asked the Mountain View city government or farmers who are still in the area to buy land. This also led to the fact that in the following short week, it is said that some companies' bids for buying land were 30% higher than the purchase price of Westeros. With Palo Alto as the boundary, the development of several cities in the southern part of the South Bay has always lagged behind cities such as Redwood and Menlo Park in the north. Mountain View has suddenly become popular, and the regional administrator is simply ecstatic. In most countries and regions in the world, the standards for measuring the performance of officials in power are nothing more than a few things. If the current momentum continues, the growth rate of tax revenue and employment in Mountain View in the next few years will definitely far exceed that of other cities in the Bay Area. Simon rushed to San Francisco on May 20th and spent a whole day participating in the planning of the Ygritte headquarters campus. He also walked around the plot on the north of Mountain View. The 300-hectare land is adjacent to the 101 highway that runs through California on the southern border, and the Stevens River that runs straight down from the southern mountains and across Mountain View on the east side. The plot is generally rectangular, about 1.2 kilometers wide from east to west and about 2.5 kilometers long from north to south. It can be said to be the best plot on the northern area of Mountain View. The planned Ygritte campus is located in the central area of this high-quality plot, away from the noisy 101 highway. As for the remaining land, Simon considered some plans and gave up all of them for the time being. To put it bluntly, there is no plan. Therefore, if someone knows the inside story, they will definitely think that Simon's purchase of 300 hectares of land for $230 million this time is definitely a failure among failures based on the young man's previous investment performance. Simon doesn't care. Just like the Tasmania island that Australia has been continuously buying, he now has such willful capital. It doesn't matter if you plant trees or grass or just leave it alone, as long as the land is yours. It feels solid to walk on it. After a day in San Francisco, I returned to Los Angeles at night and flew to New York early the next morning. It is the TV series promotion season in New York recently. As the TV business is the focus of Deanery's Entertainment's expansion in the next few years, Simon took time to fly to the East Coast to follow up on some things. At the same time, May 21st was another Friday. After the warm-up of several films such as The Condor Heroes 2, The Bruce Lee Story and My Brilliant Family last week, the 1993 summer season officially ushered in the first super blockbuster, the action blockbuster Clarks starring Sylvester Stallone produced by TriStar under Columbia Pictures. The production budget of Clarks was as high as $70 million, and the number of screens in the first week was 2,333. In addition, the comedy American Made starring Whoopi Goldberg was also released at the same time, with 2,048 screens. Sylvester Stallone's Cliffhanger and Schwarzenegger's The Phantom, which is scheduled to be released on June 18, are the two blockbusters that Columbia Pictures will focus on releasing this summer. The production cost of the latter is as high as $85 million. Columbia Pictures also tried to cooperate with Deanery's Entertainment to develop The Phantom last year, but was rejected by Simon. Compared with Columbia's high ambitions, Simon knows very well that these two movies are two super pitfalls for Columbia's parent company Sony. It was the failure of these two projects that caused Sony to completely lose patience with Columbia's head Peter Guber, and even wanted to sell the big studio again. After boarding the plane to the East Coast, Gurley handed Simon the box office data for last week that had just been released. Sitting in the front cabin office of the Boeing 767, Simon opened last week's box office report and first found the new week's box office data for the Easter season of The Phantom. From April 9th to now, The Phantom has been released for 6 weeks. The opening week opened at $43.67 million, and the second week fell by 39%. In the following weeks, relying on the popularity of the series and the lack of competitors in the same period, the box office curve of Toy Story 2 was relatively stable. From May 14th to May 20th, compared with the fifth week, the single-week decline of Toy Story 2 in its sixth week of release reached 23%, and it continued to earn $8.96 million. In 6 weeks, the cumulative box office of Toy Story 2 also reached $124.55 million. Based on the second-week box office, Deaneries Entertainment predicts that the total North American box office of Toy Story 2 will be between $130 million and $150 million. Now, 6 weeks after the release, based on the box office curve statistics for 1.5 months after the opening, the publicity and distribution team further predicts that the final North American box office of the film should be around $145 million, with an error of no more than $2 million. The total budget for the production and promotion of Toy Story 2 is $45 million. Based on the domestic box office of $145 million, Deaneries Entertainment can probably get a net profit of $35 million. Compared with the domestic market, Toy Story 2 still failed to break through the cultural limitations of the overseas market. According to the data feedback from overseas ticket warehouses such as the United Kingdom, Spain, and Australia, the film can only recover about $70 million in the overseas market. Of course, for a comedy movie, a global box office of more than $200 million is a big hit in any case. Relying on the box office revenue of more than $120 million in 6 weeks, Toy Story 2 not only temporarily became the first film in 1993 to break the $100 million domestic box office, but also temporarily ranked first in the North American box office list in 1993. Looking back at the past few months in the first half of 1993, there were not many hit projects. In addition to Toy Story 2, only Columbia Pictures' Groundhog Day starring Bill Murray was a big hit. Groundhog Day opened in February during the Valentine's Day period. As of last week, the cumulative box office was $66.32 million, and the total box office is expected to reach $70 million before it is closed. Simon actually paid attention to Groundhog Day at first, but he did not forcefully grab the script because he thought that Deaneries Entertainment could not occupy all the popular projects. The temporary third place in the annual list is the American Civil War historical film Someone Like Me starring Pierce Brosnan and Jodie Foster. The film was produced by Warner Bros. Pictures and released on February 5th. It has been closed, and the cumulative box office is $50.08 million. Simon has seen this movie before. The original version starred Richard Gere and Jodie Foster. This time, because of Simon's Big Butterfly, Richard Gere's role in Pretty Woman fell to Pierce Brosnan, and the role in Someone Like Me was replaced by Brosnan. It's not a coincidence. Pierce Brosnan and Jodie Foster are both artists under ICM and have the same agent. The 3 major agencies are now promoting the project packaging mechanism. After Pierce Brosnan rose to fame with Pretty Woman, ICM naturally tended to pair him with Jodie Foster, rather than Richard Gere, who missed Pretty Woman and was completely out of fashion. In addition to Go-Go Squid, the 3 labels under Deaneries Entertainment have released a total of 15 movies as of mid-May, but apart from Go-Go Squid, there have been no other box office bombs. Among them, the one with a relatively outstanding box office is Chocolate, a Mexican literary drama film launched by Highgate Pictures on February 19. This is an award-winning film at the Tokyo International Film Festival last year. Highgate Pictures bought out the North American distribution rights for $2 million. After its release, the cumulative box office was $21.66 million, which is considered a small dark horse. Wide Sargasso Sea, which was released on April 16 during the Easter period, grossed $4.67 million in its first week. 5 weeks after its release, the cumulative box office has reached $15.39 million, and it is expected to break the $20 million mark before it is released. The Wedding Banquet, which won the Golden Bear Award at the Berlin Film Festival, was released in early March while the Golden Bear Award was popular. After 2 months of screening, the cumulative box office was $12.07 million, and the revenue was also considerable. In addition to these 4 relatively popular films, the remaining 11 films, 6 of which were produced by Highgate Pictures and 5 by New World Pictures, had box office revenues of less than $10 million, and they were basically non-self-produced agent-distributed films. Simon did not find any potential hits at the beginning, and Chocolate in Mexico was already a pleasant surprise. Deaneries Entertainment's key films, especially the most direct Deaneries Pictures films, Superman, The Trap, The Lion King, Mission Impossible, etc., are all released in the second half of the year. Moreover, in the first half of the year, Deaneries Entertainment was able to produce Son of the Dark Knight, which temporarily topped the annual box office list, as well as other profitable projects such as Chocolate, White Sargasso Sea, and The Wedding Banquet. According to Gaiman Pictures and New World Pictures' positioning of Small for Big, the results are already very impressive. Chapter 554, Bad Taste. Because of the time difference, when Simon arrived in New York, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast. However, not only was the weekend schedule full, but Simon had to start a series of work as soon as he landed, and he had to attend a party organized by James Rebold's family in the evening. It was mainly to keep in touch with a series of partners of Westeros Company. Simon didn't like to attend these business social events, but he had to attend. The low-keyness of many super-rich people is actually just a low-keyness in front of the public. If you are too low-key among all groups, it is impossible to achieve a career. Simon rarely appears in the media now, but the social network around him has been continuously expanding. In the apartment on Fifth Avenue. After talking with the construction manager of Westeros building for an hour about the progress of the project, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening when the other party left. Girl A chose a suit from the cloakroom and came to the living room on the first floor of the apartment. She showed it to Simon. After confirming that the man had no objection, she and Girl B took the clothes out of the dust bag and helped Simon put them on directly in the living room. Finally, standing in front of her boss and tying her tie, Girl A lowered her eyes and asked softly, "Boss, do you want to eat something first?" "No." Simon shook his head and said, "Also, call Jerry Hall and ask her if she is free to come over tonight." "Okay." Girl A nodded gently, hesitated and asked again, "What if Ms. Hall is not free? Isn't Victoria's Secret holding auditions recently? Help me pick 2. The first Victoria's Secret fashion show was held in Los Angeles, mainly to facilitate Simon to follow up personally. This year's second fashion show will be held in New York. The fashion atmosphere on the East Coast is stronger than Los Angeles, and it is more convenient to spread influence to the other side of the Atlantic. Girl A agreed again. After seeing off her boss, Girl B suddenly said with a little self-pity, "Don't we have any appeal at all?" Girl A just rolled her eyes at Girl B, went to the living room to organize Simon's changed clothes, and then went to a small office on the first floor dedicated to them, opened her laptop, checked the address book, picked up the phone on the desk and dialed. After the call was connected, they chatted politely but formally for a while, agreed on a time, and then hung up. Girl B, who had changed into a black long skirt, came in and saw Allison finished her work and asked, "Hey, do you want to change clothes?" Girl A shook her head and said, "No." Allison didn't plan to go out for dinner. The 2 girls left the apartment together. The car was waiting downstairs. It was the driver of Simon's personal team. As the closest maids to Simon and his wife, they not only received high salaries, but also received amazing treatment on weekdays. In addition to the special car driver, the girls could also use other private planes in the Westeros system except the Boeing 767. Alia Makiji, an Indian girl who first came to Westeros as Janet's yoga teacher, originally had a sense of superiority in front of Allison and the others. After gradually discovering that the girls were treated like princesses, she took the initiative to ask Janet to become a member of the May team and stayed for a long time. The driver drove from the Fifth Avenue apartment, went south around 59th Street, and came to Jean George Restaurant in the southwest corner of Central Park. This is a famous restaurant in Manhattan where many superstars and celebrities often dine. If ordinary people want to dine here, they usually have to make reservations a few days in advance. If they come directly, they may not be able to find a seat even after waiting for several hours. However, the 2 girls just made a phone call before coming. It is also a benefit for Westeros's personal maids. In Jean George Restaurant, the 2 girls, led by the usher, passed through a large group of men and women in the front hall who were eagerly waiting for their meals, and came directly to a superior window seat overlooking Central Park. Seeing the seats where the two girls were sitting, some diners who had originally seen the two beautiful girls with more than 80 points could not help but restrain their expressions. Manhattan is very small, but it is full of very strict class hierarchy. The seats of some famous restaurants in this area are precisely the details that best reflect this class hierarchy. Some people at the top of the pyramid can get the best seats in any restaurant with just one phone call. Following closely, if you have a certain amount of wealth, fame and connections, it is also very easy to book a seat. Of course, the best seat depends on luck, and it doesn't work every time. There will be times when seats are too tight or time is too tight, and there will be times when you will run into obstacles. The rest of the people just follow the rules. In such a circle, ordinary white-collar workers can only be regarded as the bottom of the pyramid. Therefore, the identities of the two beautiful girls who can occupy the best window seats during the busiest dining time at Jean George Restaurant are inevitably associated with people. In crowded Manhattan, especially in this circle on both sides of Central Park, the ratio of men to women reaches 1 to 2. In a small area of several square kilometers, the world's top group of vases are gathered, waiting for some opportunities to dig for gold. However, even in the eyes of many guests who are experienced in the entertainment industry, the two girls sitting by the window of Jean George Restaurant at this time are more likely to be the daughters of some old money families in the Upper East Side, and it is absolutely impossible to associate them with just the waitresses around the guy. Some other beautiful girls who were cautiously accompanying the men looked at the two women with unconcealed envy and even jealousy. This was not because the people around them had misjudged them. In order to keep a bunch of vases pleasing to the eye, Janet invested $200,000 in clothing and maintenance for each girl every year. Such an investment to maintain a personal image is difficult for even many rich wives in the Upper East Side who live a life of luxury to afford. After ordering the meal and waiting for the waiter with an unusually respectful attitude to leave, Girl B turned her head and glanced around indifferently, and naturally received a few proactive and kind smiles. Retracting her gaze, Girl B exhaled a little and said to Allison, "Many times I feel that it would be nice if this kind of life could continue forever." Allison took a sip of the red wine and said, "That's fine. Madam doesn't mind if we stay here for 5 years. But I hope to be like C." Girl B said, "I heard that the latest generation of icon is even more popular. Her current net worth is over $200 million US. I also hope to have a lot of money, and, you know." Allison was silent. In this world, there is no gain without paying. Of course, the girls need to pay enough to enjoy such treatment. In this position, although there is no shortage of holidays and private time, in essence, they basically have no private life of their own, and there is no way to talk about love and family. Once something happens, they can only leave. At the end of last year, one of the girls brought out by the housekeeper met a man in a bar and couldn't help but have a one-night stand. The next day, she was even fired in the hotel room, and no one saw the girl again. This is not the first one. There were also girls who were bribed by some people with ulterior motives to spy on the privacy of the Westeros couple. The two sides had just agreed on the price, but they were soon discovered. Then they disappeared completely. Gradually, the more perceptive girls realized that there must be eyes watching them. The Simons never treated the people around them as harshly as other employers. However, the girls all understood. Their boss was never a kind and credulous man. Their boss's wife was not an easy woman to get along with. Therefore, there were actually many red lines around them. Within the red line, for them, it was the castle of the princess in the fairy tale. However, once the red line was crossed, there was no chance to regret, and those who crossed the line would be immediately eliminated. The Westeros family quickly accumulated a huge wealth of hundreds of billions of dollars in just a few years. If they were not sufficiently vigilant against the people around them, they would have been devoured by the covetous people who came one after another. However, for the girls, this fairy tale castle surrounded by evil dragons made people unable to stop. Staying in the castle, they lost a lot, but actually gained more. But this kind of life of superiority is probably the ultimate pursuit of countless gold diggers in Manhattan. On the contrary, if they leave this castle, they will lose everything in front of them, but they may not be able to get more. Although the housekeeper and girl C have both reached a higher level after crossing the threshold of transnationalization, the girls are not lacking in self-knowledge. Both girls are obviously supported by Simon himself. Although they have the same opportunities, they may not be able to turn opportunities into success. Unless the man is willing to help them like he supported the housekeeper in Girl C. But is it possible? Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? The risk of gambling is very high. The man who makes them look up to forever is like the king in ancient times, powerful and fickle. The $10 million vase fund, the longer they stay in the Westeros family, the more insignificant it is to them. You know, just the life they are living now, ordinary rich people with a family background of $10 million can't afford it at all. After a while, the waiter brought dinner, and the two girls picked up the tableware and changed the topic. What do you think of the material I showed you last time? Although they were struggling to decide whether to leave, the girls had never given up trying to start a business using the vase fund given by Simon. Girl B had been planning a plan during this period. Using the rapidly emerging internet media, she would create a high-end financial information and trading platform similar to Bloomberg. Girl B studied finance in college and followed Simon. Because she had plenty of free time on weekdays, she also obtained a master's degree in economics from Stanford through part-time postgraduate study in recent years. After hearing what Miss B said, Allison shook her head and said, "If we start from scratch, this is simply impossible." Miss B said, "Michael Bloomberg started from scratch, and coincidentally, his startup capital at the time was also $10 million US. Allison said, "But before founding Bloomberg, Bloomberg worked on Wall Street for a long time. He not only accumulated enough experience and knew very well what kind of information Wall Street clients needed, but he also had a deep network of contacts, which was the basis for him to start Bloomberg's business. What about you? What do you have?" Becky Hope personally drafted her own business plan, so she naturally knew that what Allison said was the truth, but she was still not convinced and said, "We have a boss." Miss A curled her lips and said, "The boss is not familiar with Wall Street, but the boss's wife can help you." Miss B's face fell immediately. "That's hopeless." Allison smiled and took a sip of the red wine, then picked up the cutlery again and continued, "Actually, your idea is great, but the key is that you don't have enough experience. Whether it's industry experience or personal connections, you can't compare with Michael Bloomberg back then. Moreover, Bloomberg already has a great advantage in this regard. Financial information requires strong authority. If you have to choose between the old Bloomberg and a brand new information company, I think 9 out of 10 people will choose Bloomberg." Becky nodded, but then said, "Isn't there another one?" "Yes," Allison shrugged, "there are always opportunities, but it should be very costly to develop such a client. You know, if this field is so easy to enter, the old companies such as Reuters or Dow Jones would have entered the market long ago, and it wouldn't be your turn at all. I think Bloomberg just seized the opportunity of technological change and used computer networks to replace the outdated stock quotation terminals. Now that the internet is rapidly popularizing, this is another technological change, and it should also be an opportunity for us. That's for you, don't bring me along." "So, you plan to stay with your boss forever?" Girl A did not hide her thoughts and nodded honestly. Becky smiled and said, "That's even more so for us. You can give me your $10 million vase fund share and I'll give you shares." Allison said, "You should replan your plan. It's definitely not okay to copy Bloomberg's model directly." Becky poked her head out, "Tell me a little about your ideas." Allison thought for a while and said, "Unlike Bloomberg, which focuses on high-end, the biggest advantage of the World Wide Web is that it faces a more general public. Since you plan to use the World Wide Web to build a financial information platform, you must consider where your potential customer base is. If you face the public, it will become an ordinary financial information website. There are similar websites on the internet platform, and it's difficult to find a suitable profit model." Girl A said, "You can also join the trading system. If my judgment is correct, the federal stock market will experience a long-term bull market in the next few years, which may promote a nationwide stock speculation craze. This should be your opportunity." Girl B heard this and whispered, "How did you judge it?" Allison rolled her eyes at her and did not answer. If she couldn't see this when she was with Simon, her IQ might be problematic. Moreover, Allison believed that Becky must have seen this, which was why she came up with the idea of creating a financial information and trading platform that tried to grab food from Bloomberg. Chapter 555 Bad Habits. After dinner, they returned to the apartment on Fifth Avenue. During the meal, B had some ideas about her financial platform plan, and went directly to their office to write them down as soon as possible. Allison was not free either. She went to the master bedroom upstairs and unpacked a box of things and put it in the bedside table where the mail owner was convenient. She entered the bathroom and prepared an extra set of brand new toiletries. Finally, she opened the locker on the washstand and checked a bottle of medicine inside. After doing all this, she went downstairs and ordered a set of clothes according to the figure of the woman tonight. My boss always has a bad habit of tearing clothes. And he is very strong. No matter how strong the fabric is, it will be like paper in the hands of that man. Without reminding her to prepare a gift, A did not prepare one. Men are also very fickle in this matter, or they do whatever they want. Sometimes they will give a gift worth millions of dollars, and sometimes they will give nothing. I still remember that I gave a woman 100 sets of clothes once, and A was in charge of it. At that time, I was secretly envious. It was not because of the value of the clothes themselves, but because she thought it was very romantic. If a man gave her 100 sets of clothes at once to please her, she would probably agree to marry him immediately. Of course, it was very expensive to do so, and most men probably couldn't afford such romance. After finishing these arrangements, Girl A went downstairs to make herself a pot of coffee, and went to the living room downstairs, which also belonged to them, to turn on the TV and take a short rest. Girl B found that Allison had finished her work, and came over with her laptop. She sat cross-legged on the sofa next to her and continued to discuss her plan with her, occasionally typing on the laptop keyboard on her knees. At 9:30, Jerry Hall arrived. Girl B went to rest early, leaving Girl A to entertain the other party. In fact, he also knew why his boss chose this woman tonight. On the plane from Los Angeles to New York, the man spent a lot of time reading various materials about the spring season of Deanery's entertainment TV business department. Fashion TV, which was launched at the beginning of the year, is a very important part of it. Fashion TV has been broadcasting in North America for more than 3 months since February 8th. The development momentum of this professional fashion TV station is not particularly outstanding, but it is also very stable. Among them, Fashion Workshop, produced and hosted by Jerry Hall, has become one of the TV programs with the best ratings on fashion TV. After the first season of the spring season ended, the second season has been prepared. The personal career of this early supermodel, who was originally a little out of date, has been revitalized. Jerry Hall did not show any displeasure when he was called like a call girl, and Girl A did not look down on him either. His boss is actually a very picky man. He would definitely not do it like some very tasteless rich people who flirt with a bunch of Playboy girls or even adult actresses, or directly spend money to use real call girls. Although he is 37 years old, Jerry Hall has maintained himself well. He is tall and beautiful with a mature temperament accumulated over the years. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain his modeling career until now in the fierce competition in the fashion circle. As for the other party being married, Girl A did not feel anything wrong. It was a matter of mutual consent, and his boss did not force him. Moreover, the other party's husband, Mick Jagger, the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, is not a quiet man. He has been openly involved in scandals with some models and actresses every other day, and he doesn't seem to care about his wife's feelings. This is the clover brooch they gave me when I interviewed the Cartier workshop. It is so beautiful, so I asked for a few more and brought 2 for you and Becky. By the way, Becky should come to New York with you, right? Of course, thank you. Allison did not refuse Jerry Hall's small gift. After accepting it, she asked, tea or coffee? How about red wine? Of course, wait a moment. After a while, she opened a bottle of Latour and returned to the living room. She did not leave the other party, but continued to accompany her. This is a woman with high emotional intelligence. She treats people just right. Even if there is no intention to make friends, Allison is willing to get along with the other party. The 2 women sat down on the sofa with a glass of red wine each. Jerry Hall took the initiative to find a topic. I recently saw that Simon just bought a piece of land in San Francisco. Well, it's used to build the Egret headquarters campus. 300 hectares, it seems very large according to the media reports. Allison nodded and said, yes, the entire Upper East Side is less than 500 hectares. Jerry Hall originally had little idea of the area of 300 hectares of land. After hearing Allison's analogy, he couldn't help but exclaimed a little, wow, that's really big. The Upper East Side, which is less than 500 hectares in area, Has 7 main roads including 5th Avenue and Lexington Avenue and 50 blocks from 59th Street to 109th Street, with a permanent population of 120,000. Although the land Simon bought in Mountain View in the Bay Area is only 300 hectares, which is only equivalent to 60% of the area of the Upper East Side, the analogy is enough to imagine how big this piece of land is. Then, she was a little curious. How much would it cost to buy such a piece of land that was larger than half of the Upper East Side? So she asked tentatively. Girl A did not hide it. Because of the media's attention, the Mountain View city government took the initiative to disclose some transaction details to avoid being accused of selling the land at a low price. Of course, she did not give a very specific price, but only said that the transaction price was about $200 million. Jerry Hall could not help but marvel again. $200 million. It is certainly wishful thinking to want to buy half of the Upper East Side, but buying a large piece of undeveloped wasteland on the outskirts of the city, the price is definitely not cheap in this era. After chatting for a few more sentences, Allison took the initiative to change the topic and asked, "How is the preparation for the second season of Fashion Workshop going? I am looking forward to it." Speaking of this, Jerry Hall showed some helplessness and said, "Although the ratings are good, there are actually not many workshops in the circle. Fashion TV is a fashion channel, and I can't extend to other workshop fields. It will probably end in 2 more seasons." The first season of Fashion Workshop was very short, with only 13 episodes scheduled. The second season was extended to 26 episodes, and 2 more seasons, 52 episodes, are indeed enough to cover most of the well-known workshops in the fashion circle. It is a very good brand. Now that what needs to be done has been done, the management of Fashion TV, as long as they are not stupid, should understand the principle of stopping when they are ahead. Forcing some inferior workshops to make up the numbers will only damage the brand. Allison comforted, "This is a very classic series. Even if it is finished, it will be frequently replayed by Fashion TV. It seems that many TV stations are seeking the broadcasting rights of this program. According to the basic agreement of the film and television industry, as a producer and host, Jerry Hall can continue to receive a share from this program as long as the program continues to be replayed. If it is an ordinary screenwriter or producer, this long-term income is still very considerable. For Jerry Hall, it is somewhat dispensable. In comparison, she even values the long-term popularity that the continued replay of this program can bring her. As long as there is popularity, personal career can continue. Although married to Mick Jagger, Jerry Hall is very clear about how unreliable that man is. In fact, marrying the other party is more for her own career considerations. As long as she is with the other party, she can continue to get media exposure and she can also keep getting jobs. Now, although she is with another man, it is destined to have no results, and it is even impossible to be public, but the other party only needs to allocate some resources to her, which is enough for her to benefit endlessly. Even if she divorces her current husband immediately, she doesn't think it's a big deal. After all, no woman likes to be asked by gossip reporters what she thinks about her husband and other women. What else can she think except wanting to say dirty words? Therefore, she is actually very envious of Westeros's wife. Few of the strong men she has met are really quiet. The little man who makes countless women fall in love with him should have been able to be outspoken, but in fact he has always been very low-key and never embarrassed his wife. At 10 o'clock, Simon returned to the apartment. Girl A helped her boss hang his coat on the hanger and then disappeared on her own initiative. The man smelled of alcohol, but his mind was very clear. Simon never needs to get drunk or pretend to be drunk to be brave with women. He sat down on the sofa, looked at the woman who brought a glass of red wine, took the goblet, and pulled the woman over. Jerry Hall originally wanted to sit down next to Simon, but was gently pushed to the carpet by the man. Even in front of her husband, Jerry Hall is not lacking in her own persistence. She is a strong woman. However, it is difficult for her to have too many thoughts of resistance when getting along with the man in front of her. Being in this circle, she has felt the power of wealth and power, so she can better understand how powerful the man in front of her has. In comparison, she is like a small grass next to a giant tree. Therefore, if the man wants to obey, she will behave obediently. Girl A secretly hid at the stairs and peeked for a while last night, and then soaked in the bathroom for a long time before going to bed. She still got up on time at 6 o'clock in the morning. When they came to the living room, they saw the pieces of fabric that had completely lost their shape again. They suppressed the strange hate in their hearts, and cleaned up the messy living room with B. They prepared coffee for the male host in the morning. Then B went to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Allison began to check her boss's schedule for the weekend. She also took the time to call the Gucci store to confirm that the clothes ordered last night were delivered on time. Simon had a dinner appointment with Anna Coleman, the president of Fashion TV, in the morning, so they didn't need to prepare breakfast. At nearly 7 o'clock, Simon got up and sat on the rooftop terrace of the apartment, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper, and breathing fresh air. Allison delivered the clothes to the bedroom and then went to the rooftop terrace. The man flipped through today's Wall Street Journal and casually ordered, "Jerry, come with me to have breakfast later. There's no need to arrange a car." Allison nodded, confirming that the man had no other instructions, and flipped through the memo in her hand to briefly introduce today's schedule. After Anna Coleman's dinner, he had to go to Deanery's TV in the morning to listen to the performance report of the senior executives of the TV department on the spring season. At noon, he had lunch with several senior executives of Cersei Capital. In the afternoon, he discussed some key projects of the TV department in the second half of the year. In the evening, he was invited to a cocktail party at the home of Rupert Murdoch, chairman of News Corporation. When Simon heard the name of Rupert Murdoch, he thought of Jerry Hall, who was still in his bedroom, and suddenly had some strange ideas. In his memory, Jerry Hall was Rupert Murdoch's fourth wife. It should be the last one. The third one was a strange woman from the other side of the ocean. Both of them were not simple women. Although it was not clear how Jerry Hall hooked up with Murdoch, it was actually quite extraordinary to be able to get Mick Jagger, the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, in a large group of women. Perhaps, this time, Jerry Hall could get ahead of the others. I wonder if there will be excitement in the future. Having this rather evil idea, Simon mentioned it casually on the way to a breakfast restaurant in Manhattan. Jerry Hall was very satisfied to be able to have breakfast with the president of Fashion TV with Simon. This was equivalent to public endorsement, which would make her cooperation with Fashion TV smoother and give her more opportunities in the future. Unexpectedly, this man would go a step further and allow her to touch his social circle. Although she had a certain fame and was the wife of Mick Jagger, Jerry Hall's social circle was actually limited to the music and fashion industries. The only people who could touch the higher-end level were often the bosses behind the fashion giants. It was a complete accident to hook up with Simon Westeros. If this little man hadn't been interested in her, the two would have just passed each other by. Now, she could even go one level higher. Of course, she had no reason to refuse. Her heart was even stronger to hold on to this man. Even though she knew that the other party would lose interest in her sooner or later, it would only be good for her to maintain this relationship for one more day. So, when the breakfast with Fashion TV president Anna Coleman was over, Jerry Hall, who had been thinking about something during the meal, asked Simon tentatively, "Simon, do you think I should divorce him?" Simon didn't understand for a moment, and subconsciously asked back, "Divorce for what?" Then he reacted. This woman probably had some inappropriate thoughts because of today's breakfast and the evening cocktail party. Without waiting for her answer, Simon shook his head and said, "Jerry, you have to understand that I won't make any promises here." "I don't mean to ask for any promises from you," Jerry Hall also hurriedly explained. She really didn't have any other thoughts such as competing with Janet Westeros for a certain position. If the man had such a misunderstanding and alienated her, it would be counterproductive. So she continued to add, "I just think that this marriage is no longer necessary." Simon listened to the woman's eager explanation, shrugged, and said, "This is your business." The man didn't say anything else, but Jerry Hall made a decision secretly. Since her career no longer needs that man to support her, of course she has no intention of continuing to accommodate him. Why should she force herself to do so? Chapter 556 Seagram. From 1988 to now, the main revenue of Deanery's TV business has always come from a series of reality shows such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? In 5 years, these reality shows have shown a significant decline in popularity. Deanery's TV has accumulated enough experience in the field of reality shows, and with many classic ideas in Simon's mind, it stands to reason that the TV department can continue to innovate. But Simon did not do so. It was mainly to wait for Deanery's Entertainment to obtain its own public television network. Moreover, even if the stamina is insufficient, the revenue of these reality shows is still very rich, so there is no need to rush to eliminate themselves. On the other hand, Daenerys TV has also achieved very good results in TV series in recent years. Just one Seinfeld is enough for the TV department to eat for many years. This sitcom, which has become more and more popular in the past 2 years, once had a status in the history of North American TV that was no less than Friends. Even if the first round of broadcasting is completed, relying on the syndication rights of this TV series, Daenerys TV can continue to obtain very considerable revenue. Just like the Friends in memory, in the original time and space, Netflix even had to pay a huge copyright fee of $100 million a year to retain the broadcasting rights of Friends. After the merger with MCA, Daenerys TV's operating focus began to lean towards cable TV networks. Relying on the two trump cards of the Housewife reality show series and Desperate Housewives, the USA TV network, jointly held by Daenerys Entertainment and Paramount Communications, has become one of the most watched basic cable networks in North America, and has firmly occupied the position of professional women's channels. Fashion TV, which was launched at the beginning of the year, although it did not have the momentum of Daenerys' rapid rise based on several phenomenal reality shows, nor the scale of the USA TV network, has been developing very steadily since its launch, and has basically established a foothold in the field of basic cable TV in North America. After the rise of the cable TV industry, many cable TV stations are born in North America every year, and at the same time, a large number of cable TV stations have also died. Fashion TV can gain a foothold nationwide, which is definitely not as easy as it seems. After carefully sorting out Daenerys Entertainment's TV business over the weekend, Simon flew back to the West Coast on Sunday afternoon, but his destination was San Francisco. AOL plans to officially launch its own portal website www.aol.com on Monday. The reason for delaying it until now is mainly to improve its own email system, which is a powerful tool for portal websites to attract fixed customer groups. The reason why Microsoft, which has obtained the commercial operation license for email technology, has not yet launched the MSN portal it is planning is also to improve its layout in email and other technologies. As a competitor in this field, although Ygritte has granted technical licenses to the two companies, it will not provide more support. Moreover, compared with Microsoft, AOL has a big advantage. The company itself has a huge user base of tens of millions, which can be directly converted into email accounts. The AOL team even directly saves the activation step and automatically opens AOL mailboxes by default. Of course, the two companies that are about to launch portal website businesses also need to face another very important problem: how to win customers from Ygritte, which controls the IE browser software, an important internet portal. In this regard, AOL also has certain advantages. After revising its own network login software, this software not only logs into the World Wide Web, but also expands into a mini portal interface, which is used to open the IE browser and jump to the AOL portal by clicking on the information content on the interface. Obviously, this mini portal interface has obvious suspicion of being a browser software. In fact, this is true. If Ygritte and AOL were not controlled by the same parent company, this portal interface alone could have triggered a lawsuit for infringement. Simon personally came forward to coordinate this matter. After repeated negotiations, the two company teams finally reached an agreement. AOL can continue to promote this interface, but this interface cannot directly display content with browser power, and the link must jump to the IE browser software. At the same time, 50% of the recommended information on the mini interface must come from the Ygritte portal. Finally, for the relevant patents involved, AOL must also pay Ygritte expensive patent fees regularly. Using a dual-class share structure, Simon firmly controls the absolute control of both AOL and Ygritte. The negotiation results of the two teams are actually the embodiment of Simon's personal will to a large extent. AOL will never develop into an internet media company in the original time and space, but will firmly lock in the positioning of an internet service provider and develop towards a broader comprehensive telecommunications operator goal. This is the tone Simon set for the company a long time ago. Now, the reason why this company is allowed to carry out portal website business is mainly to take advantage of the new technology wave. In the increasingly turbulent internet bubble, the portal website business is enough to greatly increase the stock price of AOL. Not only that, AOL's portal website business can also share the potential monopoly pressure of Ygritte portal. Therefore, AOL will open most of the content-related businesses involved in Ygritte portal in succession. AOL will not develop core online payment systems, search engine systems, social network systems and other tools independently, but plans to directly adopt Tigrit's on-site products and embed them into its own site, which is also the most important clause in the cooperation agreement reached by the two parties. Therefore, for Simon, a latecomer, AOL's portal website is basically an empty shell without its own core products. Of course, the capital market does not see it that way. In the eyes of many investors in the new technology field, from paper media to television media to online media, this is already a potential development trend in the media industry. Therefore, the concept of internet media is more sought after by the capital market than the concept of technology. AOL was able to break the monopoly of Tigrit in content in a different way, which was a rare thing even though the two companies had the same boss behind the scenes. So, on Monday, with the release of the AOL portal, AOL's stock price rose rapidly. As of the afternoon close of the East Coast, the single-day increase reached 2.9%, and the market value also hit a new high of $37.1 billion, with a market value increase of $1.056 billion throughout the day. According to Westeros' 66.1% stake in AOL, after the close of the day, an analyst from Goldman Sachs posted AOL's stock price chart on his Facebook page, and attached a sentence: "A day in Westeros, oh, another $698 million. It was originally an inconspicuous one among many similar sentiments on the internet platform. However, under the intentional or unintentional operation of the Facebook operation team, this news was directly labeled as a hot topic. Subsequently, Sandra Bullock's forwarding and comment triggered more widespread discussion. This actress, who is known to everyone as Simon's personal friend, forwarded the message and attached an emoji of a woman covering her face with tears and laughing. "I calculated, it will take me 175 years to make this much?" Immediately, a series of cues were triggered. Both celebrity-certified users and ordinary users joined the discussion. "I calculated, it will take me 3,826 years to make this much?" "I calculated, it will take me 861 years to make this much?" "I calculated, it will take me 99 years to make this much?" "I calculated, it will take me 12,663 years to make this much?" "I calculated, it will take me 26,453 years to make this much?" "I calculated." In the following days, this discussion quickly spread from the internet platform to traditional media. Whether it was a serious financial newspaper or a humorous and relaxed talk show, they were all discussing how long it would take to make $698 million. The result was that everyone felt a little sad. A sense of powerlessness. This was almost everyone's most real feeling. If it were someone else, it might have triggered a wide-ranging controversy about the gap between the rich and the poor. However, in the eyes of many people, Simon is already a complete anomaly, and it is impossible to speculate with common sense. If the wealth of a group has skyrocketed, such as Wall Street bankers or Silicon Valley upstarts, perhaps it can be robbed from the rich and help the poor through tax adjustments. Now, this is just one person. The federal government cannot directly introduce any restrictions on one person. After all these years of accumulation, not only personal wealth, Simon Westeros also has considerable influence in federal politics, which can be seen from the itinerary of the new president's visit to Silicon Valley last time. Therefore, this young man is definitely not someone who can be manipulated by others. Therefore, some media can only call on a guy to put more money into charity and give back to the society. The Simon and Janet Westeros Foundation has been promoting charity with great efforts in recent years. Compared with many wealthy people who have been spotted by the media and have hurriedly started charity plans to maintain their reputation, the Westeros couple is absolutely generous, and there is really nothing to criticize in this regard. This small public opinion storm, the final result is still just to make more capital pay attention to the new technology field. Hollywood. Another week of the summer season has passed quickly. From May 21st to May 27th, Sylvester Stallone's new film Clerks of the Mountain disappointed the producer Columbia Pictures in the first week box office. Compared with the first week box office expectation of $35 million to $40 million, in fact, it only earned $25.02 million in the first 7 days. Considering Superman on June 4th, even if the decline in the second week can be maintained within a relatively good range, the total North American box office of Clerks of the Mountain is likely to only reach between $70 million and $80 million. However, the production cost of this blockbuster alone reached $70 million. Columbia was relatively stingy in publicity and promotion, but it also invested $20 million. The total production and distribution cost of $90 million requires $250 million to $300 million worldwide to recover the initial investment through box office. With only $70 to $80 million expected to be box office revenue in North America, it is unlikely that the global box office of Clarks can reach $250 million. You know, in the past, Sylvester Stallone might still have a strong box office appeal in the overseas market, but now, especially in this summer season, the competitiveness of Superman is even stronger. Not only in North America, this superhero blockbuster will inevitably squeeze the survival space of Clarks overseas. Although it is not difficult to make a profit through omni-channel operations, for Columbia, this project is basically a waste of time. Relatively speaking, Sylvester Stallone comfortably took away a huge salary of $15 million, and he can be called the biggest winner of this project. Of course, whether it is this time and space or in Simon's memory, after Clarks, Stallone's popularity has been greatly reduced, and there has been no heavyweight movie since then. It was not until many years later that a group of old men gathered to create the Expendables series that some vitality was restored. After Cliffhanger, the comedy American Made, starring Whoopi Goldberg, took second place in this week's box office chart, with a box office of $14.1 million in the first 7 days. American Made is far from being comparable to last year's sister act in terms of both word of mouth and box office, and the total box office in North America is expected to be between $40 million and $50 million. In addition to the two new films, Simon is more concerned about Bruce Lee, which will be released by New World Pictures on May 14th. This biographical film, which cost $14 million to produce, earned $12.96 million in its first week. In the second week starting on May 21st, the box office fell by 37%, earning another $8.12 million. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $21.08 million, and the total box office was expected to be around $35 million. The cost can be roughly recovered just by the North American distribution. Moreover, this movie was actually developed together with a fighting game of the same name. The two series of works also started promotion at the same time. At the same time as the release on May 14th, the Nintendo platform's fighting game of the same name Bruce Lee's Story was officially launched in North America and Asia at the same time. Relying on Bruce Lee's widespread popularity in North America and Asia, the game cartridges sold 260,000 copies in the first week, and the total sales are expected to reach 1.5 million, with sales of about $90 million. Obviously, the profit that Deaneries Entertainment made from the game of the same name is much more lucrative than the film project. On May 28th, a new week, two heavyweight films opened in North American theaters again, namely Super Mario Bros., which was produced by Disney and adapted from Nintendo's phenomenal video game, and Fairy Tale Ending, another film developed by Filmation Studio, an independent animation production company. There is no need to say much about the story of Super Mario Bros. However, the high production cost of $48 million is a super pit in Simon's view, because he doesn't remember much information about this movie. Another Fairy Tale Ending is actually very interesting. This is an animated film about the sequel of Snow White, and the plot is about the story of the prince and princess living together. Fairy Tale Ending was actually developed in 1990. It was originally intended to be called Snow White, Fairy Tale Ending, but Disney disagreed, believing that it could be misunderstood as a sequel to Disney's classic animation Snow White. Therefore, they fought a lawsuit with Filmation for more than 2 years. The final result was that the film was renamed Fairy Tale Ending and was not released until now. The two films that were almost destined to fail did not attract much attention from Simon. This weekend, what attracted Simon's attention was that Canada's Seagram Group quietly started to explore the acquisition of Paramount Communications. Chapter 557 Test. Strictly speaking, compared with Miramax, which has not yet risen, Orion Pictures is a greater threat to Guillaume Pictures in the field of art films. In the 1980s, this company produced many outstanding art films that won Oscars, such as Amadeus and Platoon. If Simon, the Big Butterfly, had not appeared, projects such as Dances with Wolves and The Silence of the Lambs would also be launched by Orion. The main reason why Simon did not target Orion is that although this company is gradually declining, it has very strong backstage support. In the 1980s, Sam Redstone of Viacom and media tycoon John Kruger also launched a shareholding war for Orion. In the past few years, the two media tycoons who still hold shares in this company realized that Orion was already on the decline, and found the Seagram Group of Canada an equally powerful takeover. Deaneries Entertainment can easily kill New Line and Miramax, but it is impossible to destroy Orion Pictures, which has Viacom, John Kruger and Seagram Group as shareholders. However, the small Orion could not satisfy the appetite of the Bronfman family, who had always intended to enter the entertainment industry behind the Seagram Group. After the merger with Time Warner, the Seagram Group tried to acquire Time Warner shares in 1991 when the group was heavily in debt and the stock price was low. However, before it could make a further acquisition offer, it was firmly rejected by the strong Steve Ross. During the merger of Deaneries Entertainment and MCA, the Seagram Group also expressed its willingness to participate in the competition. However, after considering the strength of both parties, the Seagram Group took the initiative to give up again. Among the current 7 Hollywood companies, Time Warner's business conditions continue to recover, MCA has become a possession of Deaneries Entertainment, Columbia is controlled by Sony, 20th Century Fox belongs to News Corporation, MGM is also controlled by Australian Capital, and Disney is in good business condition and its stock price is too high to be acquired. Therefore, the acquisition target left for the Seagram Group in Hollywood is actually only Paramount. In other words, unless a hostile takeover of Disney is launched at a very high price, the most suitable acquisition target for all other capital forces coveting Hollywood's major studios is Paramount. Paramount was just one of the subsidiaries of Gulf Western Industries in the early days. In the 1980s, under the background of the overall recovery of the entertainment industry, Paramount relied on the excellent management of Barry Diller, Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg to grow rapidly. From the late 1970s to the early 1980s, it produced Grace, An Officer and a Gentleman and Indiana Jones and other annual box office champion-level super hits. Gulf Western Industries also gradually sold its energy, food and other businesses, and tilted more and more resources into the media field. The turning point occurred in 1983, when Charles Bruden, the former chairman of Gulf Western, died of a heart attack, and Martin Davis took over as the new chairman. Compared with Charles Bruden's decentralization attitude, Martin Davis could not tolerate the fact that Barry Diller and other 3 people in charge of Paramount were more famous than himself, and he squeezed them out of the company one after another, thus laying the seeds for Paramount's decline. In recent years, Gulf Western has long been reorganized into Paramount Communications Group, and the company has been involved in many fields such as film, television, music, theaters, and publishing. However, compared with the glory of the early 1980s, Paramount's leading film business has gradually declined after the 3rd installment of Steven Spielberg's Indiana Jones series. In the most recent fiscal year, Paramount Communications revenue was $4.3 billion and the group's net profit was only $260 million. As a listed company, Paramount Communications, with a total share capital of $120 million, has recently maintained a share price of around $39, a market value of $4.7 billion, and a price-earnings ratio of only 18 times. With the U.S. stock market generally recovering, a price-earnings ratio of 18 times is obviously the most suitable acquisition target. Compared with the depressed market value, Paramount's net assets are more than $7 billion. Even if it is split and sold after the purchase, it can still make a profit. In fact, Wall Street corporate snipers Carl Icahn and Ron Perlman tried to do this a few years ago. If it weren't for the large-scale federal government investigation into insider trading triggered by the fall of Michael Milken, the two would have almost succeeded. As for Seagram, this company started in the Prohibition era in the United States. At that time, Americans wanted to drink alcohol, so they could only do it through smuggling. Canada did not prohibit alcohol at that time, so it made a lot of profits from the alcohol smuggling industry chain. The real rise of Seagram began in 1981, when the Seagram Group invested heavily in ConocoPhillips in the United States. Subsequently, ConocoPhillips was acquired by DuPont. Through the form of stock swaps, the Seagram Group became the largest shareholder of DuPont with a 24.3% stake. DuPont has grown rapidly in recent years, and the shares held by Seagram have become more and more valuable. However, the two sides basically have an attitude of disgust. Edgar Bronfman Jr., who took over the Seagram Group from his father, wanted to get involved in the entertainment industry and had no interest in DuPont. DuPont also did not want to have such a major shareholder to hinder its development. Over the years, the two sides have been discussing the transaction of this batch of shares. Now, as long as the Seagram Group launches an acquisition of Hollywood media, it is basically the time to sell this batch of shares. The media's valuation of the 24.3% of DuPont's shares of the Seagram Group is generally between $8 billion and $9 billion. Such a huge amount of money is more than enough to swallow up Paramount Communications, which has a recent market value of only $3.9 billion, even if a considerable premium is paid. Since Hollywood only has this last best acquisition target left, other capital will certainly not remain indifferent except for the Seagram Group. Barry Diller, who assisted Murdoch in creating the Fox TV network and integrating 20th Century Fox Film, resigned from News Corporation last year and founded QVC Media, which is supported by two cable TV giants, Comcast and Telecom. Although there is no news for the time being, Simon knows very well that if possible, Barry Diller will not give up the idea of acquiring Paramount Communications and returning to Hollywood. In the past, Barry Diller lost to Sam Redstone. This time, facing Seagram, which has equally strong financial strength, Barry Diller's chances of winning are also slim, because Comcast and Telecommunications, two cable TV operators, are unlikely to withdraw large sums of money to support Diller's bid. As for Viacom, Sam Redstone will probably be interested in Paramount this time. Unfortunately, Viacom Group is also powerless. In the original Time and Space, Sam Redstone's family capital once participated in the investment in Blockbuster. Therefore, in the process of merging Paramount Communications, Viacom first swallowed up Blockbuster, which had abundant cash flow, through equity mergers and acquisitions, and then used Blockbuster's cash plus stock swap method to finally complete the acquisition of Paramount. Now, Blockbuster is one of the important subsidiaries of Deaneries Entertainment, and it is impossible for it to provide funds for Redstone. Viacom Group is not as glorious as in the original Time and Space. In 1992, Viacom Group's revenue was only $1.9 billion, with a net profit of $56 million. Its current market value is $2.9 billion. Because the market is optimistic about the development prospects of Viacom's cable TV channels, such as MTV and Showtime, the market value of $2.9 billion already means a price-earnings ratio of 51 times. In Simon's memory, the merger of America Online, which has a price-earnings ratio of hundreds of times, with Time Warner was a complete miracle. Now, Viacom, which has a high valuation but a low market value, wants to swallow Paramount Communications, which has rich net assets in a low stock price. It is certainly not impossible to exchange stocks, but if someone proposes a cash acquisition, shareholders who are not too stupid will know how to choose. However, without Blockbuster, Viacom simply cannot come up with too much cash. The potential opponent is the Seagram Group, which can cash out more than $8 billion in cash at any time. The outcome is self-evident. Although the Seagram Group only tentatively approached Paramount Communications, Simon got the news at the first time. He has always been very concerned about this matter and is inclined to believe that Paramount can be acquired by the Seagram Group. At this stage, the restrictions on foreign investors holding American TV stations in the U.S. media industry have not been lifted. In order to develop the Fox TV network in the United States, Rupert Murdoch had to change his nationality. As a Canadian company, once Seagram acquired Paramount Communications, it had to divest its own TV station assets. In fact, MCA and Paramount once jointly held the USA TV network, which currently belongs to Deaneries Entertainment and Paramount Communications. Moreover, judging from the results of Seagram taking over MCA in the past, Edgar Bronfman Jr. obviously did not have much talent in the operation of the media group. Paramount's strength has been declining over the years. Simon is very happy that Bronfman will continue to toss for a few years and continue to consume the vitality of this large studio, so as to achieve the effect of one gain and the other loss that Simon has been secretly promoting. In fact, it is enough for Hollywood to have 2 or 3 large media groups. More than 20 years later, Hollywood has actually tended to Simon's ideal state. Disney, Time Warner and NBC Universal, which is backed by Comcast, are in a 3-way competition. Especially after Disney acquired Fox, the 3-way competition has become more obvious. Hollywood said that there are only 5 major companies left, and the declining Paramount and the depressed Sony have basically no sense of existence. This time, Simon hopes to basically complete the preparation of this situation in the 1990s, and even go a step further. The three-way competition on the surface should actually be dominated by Deaneries Entertainment. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. The time is Wednesday, June 2nd. The previous weekend, the two new films Super Mario Bros. And Fairy Tale Ending released last Friday had dismal opening results. Super Mario Bros., which cost $48 million, only had a box office of $8.53 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. As one of Disney's blockbuster this summer, this opening dud directly caused Disney's stock price to fall by 3.6% on Monday. Fairy Tale Ending, which tells the sequel of Snow White, has been tossed around by Disney through copyright lawsuits for more than 2 years. After its release, it did not make any waves. It only earned $1.75 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. Obviously, there will be no follow-up. It will basically leave North American theaters completely in 2 weeks. The dismal performance of the two new films undoubtedly freed up more potential market space for Superman to be released on June 4th. On the upcoming June 4th, Superman will dominate the market. Only this movie will be released this Friday. Warner Bros. Pictures, which is responsible for the distribution of the movie, will hold a grand premiere for this superhero movie at the Hollywood Chinese Theater tonight. Simon had lunch with Nancy Brill, Robert Shea, who had just confirmed to join Blockbuster Entertainment, and the Weinstein brothers at noon. Originally, lunchtime was reserved for the female assistant. She was 4 months pregnant and her pregnancy was already showing. Recently, she quietly moved to a mountain villa in Woodside, San Francisco. Jennifer's mother, Carol Raybould, even turned down her job and rushed to the West Coast to take care of her in person. Simon's recent schedule of flying to San Francisco has also increased, at least 2 or 3 times a week. After the auction was completed at the end of May, New Line was officially dissolved. Blockbuster eventually bought the most important film library assets of New Line for $68 million, and quietly took over part of the team, including New Line chairman and CEO Robert Shea. Although he encountered Deaneries Entertainment's targeting during the release of A Nightmare on Elm Street, Robert Shea finally decided to join Blockbuster under the lobbying of Nancy Brill. The filmmaker is only 54 years old this year, far from retirement age. New Line went bankrupt, and Shea actually didn't have much capital to retire early, so he could only continue to work in this circle. The survival of second- and third-tier Hollywood film companies is becoming increasingly difficult. Even if Shea is used to being a boss, it is difficult for him to start from scratch. Joining Blockbuster, which has a strong background, is actually the best choice. The Weinstein brothers are even more so. Speaking of which, the three were quite surprised by Blockbuster's recruitment. After all, this videotape chain company, which is strong in itself and backed by the giant Deaneries Entertainment, actually has more and better choices. The three of them can only be regarded as losers in Hollywood. Therefore, in front of Simon, even Robert Shea, who had some grudges between the two sides, behaved very respectfully, and the Weinstein brothers did not have any of the rudeness and strength that Simon remembered, so the lunch was a great success for both the host and the guests. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the lunch ended and the three of them left temporarily. Nancy Brill continued to sit with Simon in the small restaurant dedicated to high-level executives and asked, "What do you think of them?" Simon shrugged, "I only look at the results." Simon actually knew how the three of them were, especially the Weinstein brothers. Simon was already considering adding some restrictions to the brothers to avoid a re-emergence of the Hollywood sex scandal. In fact, as long as the two brothers can continue to work in Deaneries Entertainment, the possibility of the incident happening again is very low. As for private matters, there are too many people like Weinstein in Hollywood, and no one can control them. Simon has no moral cleanliness, not to mention that he is a hunter at the top of the Hollywood pyramid. As long as there is no trouble, many things don't matter. Chapter 558. All the same. Nancy sat opposite Simon. When she heard what he said, she unconsciously leaned forward across the dining table towards Simon, but she didn't show any sense of oppression. "Aren't you worried that Blockbuster Entertainment will threaten Deaneries Entertainment's film business in the future?" Simon smiled and said, "If you have 2 children, would you worry that the second child will be better than the first child?" Nancy felt the smile of someone opposite her, and her body that had just leaned forward subconsciously shrank back a little. saying, "This is obviously different." Simon shrugged, "It's the same to me." Although Deaneries Entertainment only holds 35% of Blockbuster's shares, as long as Simon doesn't give up voluntarily, the control of this company will be firmly in his hands for a long time in the future. Simon's attitude towards the operation of the company has not changed. No company can prosper forever. Instead of being replaced by others, it is better to replace yourself. Deaneries Entertainment has reached a peak in the film business, and the next step is to try to maintain its position. However, if it cannot be maintained, or it inevitably declines in the future, Simon also hopes that a company that replaces Deaneries Entertainment will still be the Westeros System Company. Of course, this is just an attitude. Simon was not pessimistic about the development prospects of Deaneries Entertainment. Relying on the large number of IP copyrights in hand, the 3 direct brands of Deaneries Entertainment will continue to prosper for 20 years. Blockbuster Entertainment actually wants to devour the living space of several other Hollywood studios. Nancy also quickly sorted out Simon's thoughts. The key is that the two are in different positions. The man in front of him has already stood at the top of the Hollywood pyramid. Not only Deaneries Entertainment, but also MGM, Blockbuster, and even Time Warner and Paramount have a very close interest relationship with the Westeros system. Although Deaneries Entertainment is already very powerful, Simon still values the control and influence of the Westeros system on the entire Hollywood. This is just like the recently launched AOL portal. If they can choose, the Agra team will definitely do everything possible to prevent AOL from launching the portal business, and if the guy on the other side wants to stop it, it will be easy. However, not only did he not do so, but he took the initiative to open the door for AOL to launch the portal. The reason is also easy to understand. Just like several children in a big family, no matter how they compete, they are all family. Of course, the opinions of the eldest, second or third child are not so important to the head of the family who wants the family to prosper, or the head of the family will take the initiative to provoke competition among the children to prevent them from enjoying their advantages and falling into a state of complacency. Thinking of this, Nancy looked at Simon and said, "In this case, can you give some of the copyrights you have collected over the years to Blockbuster Entertainment?" Simon smiled and said, "Which one do you like?" Nancy blinked, "Tolkien series." "Don't make a fuss." "How stingy," Nancy condemned, and her arms unconsciously rested on the dining table again. She leaned forward, as if she subconsciously wanted to give the guy opposite her some pressure. "Then you can help us pick a few." In fact, Nancy has personally looked at the copyright list stored by Deaneries Entertainment these days. With the accumulation of these years, Deaneries Entertainment currently has more than 600 types of copyrights such as scripts and novels to be developed. It is impossible to tell which of them are personally selected by Simon and which are purchased by the copyright departments of various labels. The Tolkien series is of course just a joke. The reason why Blockbuster Entertainment hired Robert Shea and the Weinstein brothers is because of their experience in operating low-cost independent films. In the short term, Blockbuster Entertainment will only be involved in low-cost projects with a budget cost of less than $30 million. Simon thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not yet. Let them choose for themselves first, and then send them to me for help." Nancy said dissatisfiedly, "You just said that you treat everyone equally." "Yet, Danny and Ella all do this. I can earn $700 million a day now. Do you think it's appropriate for me, your boss, to do everything?" Nancy couldn't help correcting, $698 million. "Okay, I can earn $698 million a day now. Do you think it's appropriate for me, your boss, to do everything?" Simon smiled and looked at Nancy's depressed expression. He looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time. The high heels you wore last time are still in my office. Come on, come with me and take them away yourself." Nancy remembered that she bit his chin last time. Her face flushed, and she stared and said, "Is this how you cheat on women?" "Okay, let's go through the procedure." Simon suddenly leaned forward and said, "What perfume did you use today? It's very nice." "I won't tell you." "Actually, I know, Dior sweetheart, right? It seems that your mentality has changed significantly recently. You used to use Chanel, and Chanel number 19, which can give men the most oppressive feeling. I suddenly remembered that there's indeed a good script. Why don't we go to my office to talk about it?" Nancy wanted to cover her hot face, just because someone actually discovered a change in the smell of her perfume recently. Moreover, She herself didn't even realize it. Since the last incident, she has been very cold in front of him these days, but the perfume. God, it must have been discovered a long time ago. Bastard. Nancy forced herself to make a vicious expression and threatened, "This time I will really bite you until you bleed." It doesn't matter. A man will always be bitten by a woman a few times in his life, otherwise he will be a failure. Your expression is really evil, you must not have thought of anything good. Simon immediately turned serious. Speaking of which, Egg came to my office yesterday and said that the artwork I recently selected is really creative and cute. Nancy was stunned. What artwork? A pair of black high heels, size 4, a very small and cute size, but I guess it should be a little big, because the girl who wears this pair of shoes always likes to take off her shoes everywhere. My shoes, artwork. Yet, I put it on my desk. Pervert. Foot fetish. I admit it. Asshole. Be more ladylike and don't swear. Give me back my shoes. Go to my office to get them. No. Then I'll keep putting them there and wait for Cinderella to claim them. I'll tell Jenny. This sentence sounds a little familiar. Jenny often threatens me like this. Okay, the procedure is over. Do you want to take your shoes? No. Simon looked at Nancy's petite face that had turned red. He didn't dare to continue teasing and surrendered. Okay, the procedure failed. I'll ask Aid to send the shoes back to you later. The man took the initiative to surrender, and Nancy immediately gained some momentum. With a little sarcasm, she said, "You seem to be very hungry recently." Men can't use this word. It's the same anyway. Seeing that the sarcasm was effective, Nancy continued and said, "Because Jenny is pregnant. I have to correct you on this. Names cannot be plural. It seems that you need to practice English more." Look, it's already 1:15. Go back to work. It's very bad to slack off in front of the boss. What does he mean? I don't know. I seem to have seen Jenny use it, so I tried it. You are Nancy. You must maintain your own personality. Don't learn from Jenny. It doesn't look like a little pig at all this time. It looks like a pig. You are the pig. Forget it, I'm going back to the office first. You just hummed so vividly. You can order another lunch. I'll treat you. Ugh. Tisk, you are so unladylike. Simon stood up with disgust, buttoned his suit, and left the restaurant. The man disappeared, and Nancy lay on the dining table with her face buried in her arms. Oh my God. I must be crazy. Why would I want to change my perfume? When did I change my perfume? I was discovered. Moreover, that bastard can actually tell the difference between these perfumes. I don't care too much. Yet. That's right. Damn playboy. Asshole. He even put his shoes on the desk. Thinking of this, a pair of small feet under the table subconsciously stepped on the pair of high heels that were only size 4 but still looked big, as if worried that someone would suddenly jump out and snatch them away. Horizontal ellipsis. As the premiere of the most important blockbuster this summer, a large number of fans have gathered outside the Hollywood Chinese Theater since the morning, and the entire street is covered with large and small posters of the Superman series. After the consecutive Batman Begins, Batman, The Dark Knight, The Flash and Wonder Woman, as the 5th movie in the DC movie universe, Superman is no less popular than Batman among the 3 DC superheroes. Both Hollywood peers and North American media have paid enough attention to it. The fan group is looking forward to this new reboot of Superman. From some of the shots released in the early stage, fans have already experienced the quality leap of the new Superman series in special effects compared to the 1970s version. Many fans were originally very dissatisfied with Deanery's Entertainment for not using Christopher Reeve, the old version of Superman. As the film is getting closer to release, most people are more looking forward to it. This is actually a problem that Simon encounters every time Batman or Superman changes roles. Before the movie was released, there were all kinds of nitpicking, dissatisfaction and protests. After the movie was released, there were only 2 words left: it was really good. In the final analysis, what everyone is watching is the comic image of the superhero itself. The specific actor is just a carrier. As long as this carrier is not too terrible in terms of acting and image, it is easy to gain recognition from the audience. After all, in the original time and space, even Michael Keaton, the Batman who has no superhero temperament at all, can be recognized. What else is impossible? In comparison, the main creators of the new version of Superman selected by Simon, Whether Brad Pitt, who plays Clark Kent, or Courteney Cox, who plays Lois Lane, are good enough in both image and acting skills for the needs of superhero roles. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the red carpet ceremony of the premiere of Superman officially began. All the confirmed actors in the DC Movie Universe series, from Batman to Cyborg, which will be released at the end of the year, were present. Counting the large number of Hollywood stars who came to show their support, the screams of the audience on both sides of the red carpet ceremony almost never stopped. Even before the red carpet ceremony was over, Ygritte's Facebook social network was already filled with photos of the red carpet stars at the premiere of Superman, and quickly became a hot topic. At 7 o'clock, the red carpet ceremony ended. In the Chinese Grand Theater, when all the guests were seated and the host gave a brief speech, the screening of Superman officially began. On the big screen that lit up, the first thing was the logo of Warner Brothers Pictures, followed by the picture of the Phoenix reborn from the ashes of Deaneries Entertainment, and finally the title of DC Films. Deaneries Entertainment did not argue about this ranking of logos. It is customary for the logo of the film distributor to be ranked first. Moreover, as a project wholly invested by Deaneries Entertainment, Warner Brothers can only take a 12.5% distribution commission, and most of the profits will belong to Deaneries Entertainment. Everyone is a top player in this circle, and it is unlikely that Warner will play some tricks such as Hollywood accounts, unless they want to tear their faces and go their separate ways. The movie opens with a magnificent all-CG Krypton Civil War scene. Compared to the Krypton scenes in the 1970s and 1980s, which looked very low quality with physical sets, the opening credits of the Krypton Civil War can almost be described as shocking. In recent years, most of Deaneries' special effects energy has been devoted to developing special effects technology related to the DC movie universe. In order to achieve the most realistic fake real effect, while continuously optimizing its own special effects software, Deaneries Entertainment has also established a second large-scale rendering farm in Melbourne, Australia. For more than half a year, the main work of the Australian rendering farm has been to serve the two films Superman and Cyborg. Simon has always attached great importance to cost control in the DC Movie Universe series. However, in order to achieve the best effect, this first Superman also became the first movie in the DC Movie Universe series with a production cost of $100 million. For this first part of Superman, Simon referred to the plot setting of Zack Snyder's Superman, Man of Steel. Although the special effects still cannot reach the technical level of 2013 in the original time and space, they are comparable to the special effects level of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings series around 2000. In the 5-minute opening prologue, Krypton was destroyed in the Civil War, Clark Kent was sent to Earth by his parents, and General Zod and his party were also exiled to space. After the official movie opening, it directly entered Clark Kent's adulthood. With childhood flashbacks and Clark Kent's adventures, Superman's growth experience and various peculiarities are shown one by one. Later, in the adventure of the Antarctic Research Station, Superman found his origin, the hero and heroine officially met, and the launch of the Kryptonian spacecraft also summoned the villain General Zod and his party to Earth, and the plot officially unfolded from then on. Chapter 559 Reconciliation. Compared with Man of Steel, although the setting refers to the background of General Zod's invasion of the Earth, this version of Superman is basically two completely different stories. Clark Kent learned his identity in the Kryptonian spacecraft in the Antarctic ice and obtained the official Superman suit. In the early publicity, Simon's Superman suit designed with reference to the style in Man of Steel also caused some controversy. As the release date of the film approaches, the powerful new Superman suit has also gained more and more recognition. Many Superman fans even think that this is what Superman should really look like. Putting on the suit and realizing the power he possesses, Superman's first flying over the glacier, crossing the sea, crossing the desert, passing through the grassland and finally rushing to the vast starry sky overlooking the Earth once again brought the audience a visual feast full of impact. For Hollywood filmmakers attending the premiere, the advanced special effects technology contained in this set of less than 1 minute of shots even makes people feel a strong sense of powerlessness. The mainstream of Hollywood is still pursuing those big stars and directors with increasingly low cost effectiveness. Deaneries Entertainment has left everyone far behind through its unremitting investment in technology. When Superman awakens, Lois Lane, a reporter for the Daily Planet who was accidentally rescued by him in the Antarctic ice, begins to inquire about the details of this alien visitor. Following Clark Kent's previous adventures, she gradually approaches the truth. In the distant space, General Zod leads his subordinates to Earth after receiving the signal from the Kryptonian spacecraft. In Man of Steel, General Zod arrives on Earth and directly broadcasts globally to demand the surrender of the Kryptonians hidden among humans, which triggers a global public opinion storm. Zack Snyder's original intention was to use this plot to question human nature, increase the connotation of the film, and at the same time contrast Superman's nearly perfect divinity. Even if he is betrayed by humans, he still chooses to stand on the side of humans, and then leads the story to Superman's tragic ending in Batman v Superman. Simon never considered playing deep and dark in the process of planning the DC movie universe from the beginning. If he had to abandon something, he would not hesitate to choose to make the DC movie universe into a pure popcorn series. The same is true for the Superman. Therefore, General Zod and his party who arrived on Earth did not open the global broadcast again, but directly ignored the fragile ants living on this planet, investigated the Kryptonian spacecraft that sent the signal on their own, and confirmed that Kent was likely to be a descendant of Jor-El through the clues left by Clark Kent. The most critical point is that Jor-El's descendants may have the mother box that contains enough power to rebuild Krypton. General Zod has always wanted to rebuild Krypton. Finding the mother box will realize the long-cherished wish of wandering in space for hundreds of years. The resource-rich native planet under their feet can also be used as raw materials for rebuilding Krypton. By collecting and identifying information about the human world, General Zod and his party quickly confirmed Clark Kent's identity and went straight to Kent's hometown, Kansas, the small town of Smallville where Clark Kent grew up. Lois Lane finally met the alien visitor in front of the tombstone of Superman's adoptive father Jonathan Kent. Clark no longer concealed his identity, but told Lois about his adoptive father's death in an accident that could have been saved by him, in order to show his attitude towards the world. Then, the Kryptonian spaceship fell from the sky. In the hasty encounter, the entire town of Smallville was almost destroyed. In order to protect his mother, Lois Lane and the residents of the town, Clark Kent could only let General Zod take the mother box. The spaceship appeared, the powerful aliens confronted, and the town encountered the ruins of the ravaged walls, and the news spread quickly. The federal government habitually blocked the entire town to strictly control the leakage of information on the grounds of avoiding panic, and began to pursue the whereabouts of the Kryptonian spaceship. Clark Kent quietly left with Lois Lane in advance. In the communication with the information left by his biological father in the Kryptonian spaceship in the Antarctic ice layer, Clark Kent knew that the mother box contained powerful energy, and Jor-El also repeatedly told Clark Kent to protect the mother box. Superman had not originally thought of using the power of the mother box, so he did not know what General Zod and his team were going to do with the mother box. However, both Kent and Ryan felt a strong threat and instinctively thought that the mother box should be taken back. The storyline continued to advance. The federal government quickly found the whereabouts of the Kryptonian spacecraft, and was attacked during the test contact process. Superman arrived in time at a critical moment. The second climax scene. The federal army retreated under the cover of Superman. During the confrontation between Superman and General Zod, Superman learned the other party's purpose. In order to rebuild the overall situation of Krypton, General Zod also tried to recruit Superman, but was rejected. After another fierce battle, Superman realized that he had to cooperate with the federal government, so he took the initiative to contact the military to try to stop General Zod's conspiracy. During this process, the mother box was activated. The Kryptonian spacecraft appeared over the city of Metropolis, using the energy provided by the mother box to begin to transform the Earth, and Metropolis suffered great damage. After the opening Kryptonian battle scene, Deanery's special effects once again contributed an extremely shocking scene of the city being destroyed. Moreover, unlike the imaginary Krypton, the city destroyed this time is completely real, so it inevitably triggers a strong sense of substitution for the audience. The final battle. In order to save the world, Superman and the military work together to destroy the Kryptonian spaceship, and kill General Zod in a duel between Superman and Superman. Although the current CG special effects cannot fully show the earth-shattering special effects scenes of Superman, Man of Steel in Simon's memory, under the condition of making the most of the current technical resources, the final battle is still thrilling for the audience in the early 1990s, and the shock is no less than the Tyrannosaurus Rex is crushing on the big screen at the end of last year. At the end of the story, the whole world is caught up in the discussion of the war between humans and aliens in Metropolis, and Superman's image also appears frequently in the media. Some people admire, some are afraid, some loudly accuse, and some worship. Clark Kent disappeared into the crowd again and joined the temporary headquarters of the Daily Planet as a reporter. Under the assignment of the irritable editor-in-chief, he took a break from his busy schedule and stood with Lois Lane in front of the wall-mounted TV that was reporting on the news of Superman. In the noisy and chaotic picture, a child wearing a replica of Superman's uniform said that he was a hero. The two looked at each other and quietly clasped their hands together. The picture darkened. The grand background music sounded. In the Chinese theater, all the audience had a sense of satisfaction after having just watched an excellent film, but there was no commotion in the screening room as the subtitles rose. As usual, DC Movie Universe films have the Easter eggs that people look forward to. Finally, after the 10-minute end credits, the picture lit up again. In the overhead shot, in the center of the ruins of Metropolis, people in chemical protective suits were busy like ants in the wreckage of the Kryptonian spacecraft. Soon, someone shouted in surprise, "Found it!" Then, the mother box, which had dimmed again, was lifted up by someone, and others quickly gathered forward. The Easter egg did not end so simply. The camera zoomed out again, and a silhouette wearing a cape appeared in the camera on the top floor of a building near the ruins. It flashed away. The big screen went dark. Batman. As the warm applause rang out, the audience in the theater hall exclaimed, "Superman and Batman have met too many times in comics." However, this is the first time on the big screen. Even if there is no head-on confrontation for the time being, and it only appears in a movie in the form of an Easter egg, it is enough to make comic fans excited. The DC Movie Universe has been laying the groundwork for the gathering of heroes, but so far there has been no scene of several superheroes fighting side by side. Now, with Batman and Superman appearing in the same movie, everyone has realized that this day will not be far away. Early the next morning, all kinds of media were almost all focused on the grand premiere of Superman, and the reputation of the film was directly lifted. Daenerys uses her unparalleled special effects technology to perfectly interpret the image of a powerful superhero on the big screen. The Hollywood Reporter, the perfect fifth film, Simon Westeros has already mastered the rhythm of the DC film universe, and the plot of the film is as smooth and compact as ever. Compared with Batman and Wonder Woman, the powerful Kryptonian brings a completely different shocking visual experience to the audience. Los Angeles Times newcomer star Brad Pitt successfully took over from Christopher Reeve, and Courteney Cox successfully got rid of Scream and started a new screen image. Entertainment Weekly: although Simon Westeros personally supervised it, Roland Emmerich's performance was still beyond expectations. There is no doubt that Hollywood has once again gained an excellent director who is capable of controlling a super blockbuster. Variety. Amid the heated media discussion, after preliminary statistics, the comprehensive media score of Superman reached 8.7 points, easily surpassing all the films that opened in the previous 2 weeks of the summer season. Moreover, with a phenomenal popularity, a small amount of criticism could not stop the audience from entering the theater. After a day of word-of-mouth fermentation on Thursday, Superman officially opened in North America on a large scale with 3,329 screens on June 4th. With a popularity comparable to Batman, the popularity of 4 consecutive successful films in the DC movie universe, and more shocking special effects scenes, it is absolutely an excellent media reputation. It dominates the first week of the high-quality schedule. There is almost no suspense. After the release, Superman has been unstoppable at the box office. Including the midnight show, the cumulative box office on the first day of the film reached $23.69 million. Subsequently, after 2 days of screening on Saturday and Sunday, the box office of Superman in the first weekend quickly rushed to $69.15 million in the first 3 days of the opening, surpassing the first weekend 3-day opening record of $68.38 million created by Batman: The Dark Knight. Entering the weekday, because there are no other strong competitors in the same period, Superman continues to harvest a box office strongly. Finally, from June 4th to June 10th, in the first 7 days of the week, the cumulative box office of Superman reached $112.61 million, becoming the second Hollywood blockbuster after Batman: The Dark Knight to achieve a box office of over $100 million in the first week. In just 1 week, Superman achieved the goal of breaking the 100 million yuan in the local box office that many Hollywood movies have been tirelessly pursuing. The conclusion that there are 2 kinds of Hollywood movies, DC Movie Universe movies and other movies has been confirmed again. Under the strong impact of Superman, a series of movies released in the previous few weeks have seen a very obvious decline in box office this week. Clerks of the Valley, which cost Columbia Pictures $70 million, fell by 53% in its third week of release, with a single-week box office of only $7.96 million. The cumulative box office in 3 weeks is only $49.96 million. It is expected that the total box office in North America will barely break $70 million. Disney's Super Mario Bros. Had a disappointing start. Under the crush of Superman, the box office fell by 51% in the second week, earning only $4.69 million, and the cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $14.36 million. After completing the 2-week screening contract, many theaters began to quickly withdraw the screening of Super Mario Bros. The screening scale of 2,081 screens in the first week was rapidly reduced to 1,276 in the third week, and it is expected to be basically off the shelves in 4 weeks. Cliffhanger is still expected to recover its costs through omni-channel operations in the next few years. The production cost of Super Mario Bros. Alone is as high as $48 million, and the domestic box office is expected to be less than $20 million. Considering the subsequent other channel revenues that are destined to be equally bleak, Disney's losses are inevitable. Other films such as Bruce Lee, My Brilliant Family, American Made, and Fairy Tale Ending also failed to escape the fate of a sharp decline in box office. On June 11th, 4 new films emerged in North American theaters at once. Paramount Pictures' sequel to The Addams Family, Addams Family Values, opened on 2,577 screens. The first part of The Addams Family 2 years ago was a big hit at the box office. This sequel can be regarded as the most important movie of Paramount's summer season this year. The production budget has also increased from $30 million of the first part to $47 million. Paramount also carefully considered the choice to face the second week of Superman. According to the box office rules of several previous DC Movie Universe films, except for the first part Batman Begins, which reversed the decline in the second week, the box office of other films will be very obvious in the second week after the market potential of the first week is greatly released, so the market space is quickly vacated. Moreover, Addams Family Values is a comedy, and there is not much conflict with Superman. Speaking of which, the 4 new films that opened this week are basically based on the same considerations. The other 3 are The Jungle Book by Fox Films, which is an animated film that tells the adventure story of several small animals in the forest. The number of screens opened is 1,496. MGM also released an action movie starring Jean-Claude Van Damme this week, Target, with a budget of $15 million and 1,672 screens. MGM does not have the same confidence as Paramount in Addams Family Values, and chose this time slot with some intention of picking up leaks. June 11th is, after all, the most golden time slot in the summer season. The last one is Orlando, released by Highgate Pictures, which was nominated for the Golden Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival last year. The producers include European capitals such as the United Kingdom and Italy, starring Tilda Swinton. The film is adapted from the British fantasy novel of the same name, telling the story of Orlando, a noble boy blessed by Queen Elizabeth, who wakes up again as a woman after sleeping for 40 years, then gains immortality and experiences hundreds of years of time changes. The film has enough selling points, so it was bought out by Highgate Pictures and screened on 367 screens this summer. Hollywood was watching the second week of Superman and the opening performance of 4 new films. Simon flew to San Francisco on June 11th and planned to spend the weekend there. The main business was the copyright dispute between Ygritte and Hearst Group. In March of the beginning of the year, Hearst Group suddenly filed a lawsuit in the San Francisco District Court on the grounds that Ygritte Portal reproduced and used the copyright of a large number of articles, pictures and other content of Hearst's newspapers and magazines without authorization, and started with a huge claim of $100 million. Ygritte Company argued with reason. After months of wrangling, the two sides finally decided to reach a settlement privately. To be more precise, Hearst Group was basically forced to reach a settlement with Ygritte Company. Not only because federal policies and media public opinion environment were not conducive to Hearst Group's demands, but also, privately, Ygritte Company also caught Hearst Group's handle, and many of the so-called infringing content were uploaded by Hearst Group's own employees. So, this is very interesting. It is okay to say that the employees acted on their own, and it is also very appropriate to say that Hearst Group did this deliberately to try to blackmail, and the latter statement is obviously more in line with the public's taste. However, the means by which Egrett Company obtained these evidences were not very glorious. In addition to calling the official data information of the website, it also used the intelligence system that the Westeros family had been cultivating to conduct investigations. Therefore, once the matter is exposed, it is inevitable that users will think that their privacy rights have been violated, so it cannot be submitted to the court as evidence. Hearst Group is obviously more guilty. If the dispute continues, Egrett Company will be forced to produce its own evidence, and Hearst Group will definitely not get any benefits. Moreover, the entire federal environment is very unfavorable to Hearst Group. Once this lawsuit becomes a precedent, it will almost affect the development of the entire internet industry. Whether it is the federal government that is vigorously promoting the Information Superhighway Act or the increasing number of capitals from all walks of life that are rushing into the internet industry, they will not allow Hearst Group to win this lawsuit. The solution can only be a private settlement. Of course, with heavy chips in hand, the so-called settlement is actually just a formality. Egrett Company will not pay a penny. The two sides reached a settlement on the surface, but the tit-for-tat in private became even more intense. Simon only asked about the matter on Friday, and spent the next 2 days of the weekend accompanying his female assistant in the villa in the mountains of Woodside. There was another reason for staying in San Francisco for 3 consecutive days. With the release of Superman, the third part of the planned Batman trilogy Batman, The Dark Knight Rises has officially started shooting in Australia recently. Simon will rush to Melbourne next week as usual to follow up on this project in person for a while, and Janet will also go with him. The two will probably stay in Melbourne for at least a week. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Prenatal Education. The problem is that Fernanda doesn't seem like a woman from this world. She grew up in a gloomy city 1,000 kilometers from the sea. In the dark night when ghosts roam, you can hear the governor's carriage rumbling through the cobblestone streets. Every evening at 6 o'clock, the 32 bell towers in the city will ring sad bells. In the manor sits a house made of tombstone-like slabs, and the sun never shines into it. The cypress trees in the courtyard, the dripping tuberose vaults in the garden, and the faded curtains in the bedroom all exude a dead atmosphere. San Francisco, Woodside's mountain mansion. The female assistant has been a little sleepy recently and always rests for a few hours in the afternoon. When Simon came here, he took on another task, which was to do prenatal education for the little guy in the female assistant's belly. The female assistant's prenatal education method is very special. She selects various world classics to read to the little guy in her belly. Simon is reading 100 Years of Solitude, and it is the Spanish original version of Marquez. Yesterday, he also read a passage from the Russian original version of War and Peace. The female assistant thinks that Simon's stuttering Russian may teach children bad things, so she changed to today's book. There is a large recliner under the eaves of the backyard of the manor villa. As the man reads, the female assistant leans against Simon, resting her head on the man's chest, squinting her eyes and looking very enjoyable. In front of the two is the garden that the female assistant has recently taken care of herself. There are some very common flowers, but they are pleasing to the eye. The air is also filled with refreshing floral fragrance. A little further away, the fence wall is covered with wisteria in full bloom. Outside the courtyard is a green tree barrier formed by tall redwoods and low heather. The mountain mansion is isolated, deep and quiet. The gentle and slow reading sound lasted for more than 2 hours. The sun began to set in the west, and was divided more finely by the shadows of the surrounding trees. The female assistant had no intention of waking up, still squinting like a cat, and Simon continued to read softly. Unconsciously, he was immersed in the bizarre world described in 100 Years of Solitude. The footsteps were deliberately light, and a girl in a white shirt and black slim trousers came over, greeted carefully, and replaced a pot of new tea on the low table next to Simon. Simon glanced at the girl named Doris Fetcher, frowned slightly without leaving a trace, and still ordered, "Send a blanket over." The girl responded, poured a cup of tea for Simon, raised her eyes and paused for a moment, and saw that the man had no other instructions, turned around and left. The female assistant in his arms moved dissatisfiedly, and Simon quickly continued to read. Until the sunlight was completely blocked by the ridge on the west side, the female assistant said, "You cook something for us tonight." Simon smiled and nodded, "Okay." After staying in the man's arms for a while, the female assistant finally sat up, still leaning beside the man, and touched her bulging belly. "I think the baby kicked me." More than 4 months of pregnancy, fetal movement has begun to appear. Simon reached out and placed his big hand on the assistant's small hand, feeling them for a moment, and said, "Maybe you don't like today's story. Let's change it tomorrow." Jennifer nodded and agreed, "Yes." After talking for a while, Simon helped the assistant get up, and the two entered the villa and began to prepare dinner together. In addition to Simon and Jennifer, there were 2 other people in the villa. Doris Fetcher, who had appeared in front of Simon not long ago, was a member of the housekeeper's team and was transferred to take care of the assistant's daily life. There was also a female bodyguard in her 30s named Sarah Hunterson. Simon directly recruited her from the Federal Secret Service. When she was in the Secret Service, she was responsible for the security of the White House women. It is more accurate to say that she is a bodyguard, because Sarah Hunterson is also responsible for an 8-person security team surrounding the assistant. Jennifer's mother, Carol Rebold, is also in San Francisco. After Simon came over, she did not disturb the 2 of them again. The Rebolds were both very ambitious people. Carol Rebold could not always stay by Jennifer's side on weekdays, so Simon arranged for her to work as a legal advisor at Egret. While preparing dinner, Simon gave Doris Fitch, who always appeared beside them intentionally or unintentionally, a day off and told her to come back tomorrow morning. The maids in the Westeros family were treated very well, and there was another residence outside this villa. The female assistant let Simon arrange the trivial matters around her. She was a little puzzled that the man only sent Doris away, but she did not ask much. After a simple dinner, the 2 of them snuggled together in the home theater to watch the movie Superman that was being shown. Because of her pregnancy, the female assistant basically did not go out during this period. This continued until more than 10 o'clock in the evening. After carefully making out and taking a shower, the woman next to him had already fallen asleep. Simon heard a slight knock on the door and got up quietly. Outside the bedroom door was Sarah Hunson, who was obviously still in work wearing a woman's suit. After Simon closed the door, Sarah said, "Mr. Bennett just called and said Doris was at a park in Emerald Villa at around 9:30 and..." Sarah Hunson wanted to give more details, but Simon stopped her and said, "Just stay here." Hunson nodded and said no more. When they arrived at the front yard, there was already a black car waiting. Simon got in the car. Without any instructions, the driver in the front seat started the car. They followed the road in the Woodside Mountains and meandered north to the Emerald Villa area bordering the Woodside district, and finally drove into a quiet park at the foot of the mountain. There were no street lights around, and the car turned off the lights after entering the park. The light from the city was enough for Simon to see the surroundings clearly. After a while, the car stopped. In front of the field of vision, beside a road leading to the western mountains, a conspicuous white car was parked there, and there were 5 or 6 figures guarding nearby. Simon got out of the car and walked over. Neil Bennett came to meet him, and the others took the initiative to disperse. Coming to the white car, Simon looked inside through the open window. There was a man and a woman sitting in the front driver's seat. The passenger seat was his maid Doris Fetcher. Simon also knew in advance that the middle-aged white man next to him, who looked to be about 40 years old, was named Rod McKenna. He was a paparazzi and had worked for the Los Angeles Herald in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Herald was a newspaper under the Hearst Group, but it went bankrupt last year due to poor management. Although it has the name Herald, the Los Angeles Herald is actually a gossip tabloid. There was still some anesthetic smell in the car, and Simon didn't look at it for long, and quickly retracted his gaze. Neil Bennett waited for Simon to retract his gaze from the car and pointed to some things placed on the hood. Simon walked over and saw an open suitcase first, which was filled with stacks of banknotes. Neil Bennett whispered, $1 million US. Simon just hummed and turned to the expected pile of photography and eavesdropping equipment next to the suitcase, including a stack of developed photos. Seeing Simon fiddling with it with interest, Neil Bennett took the initiative to explain, "It's all here, including the 2 backups Doris hid. Make sure there are no other omissions." Simon finally nodded. $1 million US is indeed a big sum of money. No wonder the maid who already has a generous salary would be tempted. Although Simon thinks it is too stupid to do so, people are probably always greedy. Maybe she thinks she is lucky enough and will not be discovered. Without thinking too much about the mental journey of his maid, Simon glanced at the two unconscious people in the carriage and ordered Neil Bennett, "Let Martin Dinham and his two teams go to New York. I will give them a week. If they can't find enough information, they don't have to come back." "Okay." Neil Bennett agreed concisely without any nonsense. As for what to check, of course, it is to give them what they want. In this world, the higher the pyramid, the more privacy there is that is not known to outsiders. Simon picked up a stack of money from the box and fiddled with it. After thinking for a while, he added, "Let Frank Blaze's team go there too. Send the things they found directly to the Hearst family's mansion." Neil Bennett paused this time, then nodded in agreement. Frank Blaze and others were KGB abandoned children recruited by the Westeros family 2 years ago. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, they carefully confirmed that this team of overseas operations had completely become rootless duckweed, and they also had corresponding means of containment, so they were recruited. Even so, such a team of people should not be used lightly in the eyes of Simon and his wife. Neil Bennett also understood the involvement. A team of former KGB agents, once discovered, things would be very troublesome. Since his boss had used this team, it meant that he was definitely not as calm as he seemed on the surface. You know, this team actually had to do the dirty work at a critical moment. The kind that would take people's lives. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Neil Bennett gestured to the two people in the car and asked softly, "Where are they?" Simon glanced at them indifferently and remembered 100 Years of Solitude he had read in the afternoon. The female assistant also said that she wanted to visit Latin America in the future and said, "The southernmost tip of Latin America should be Tierra del Fuego, right?" Neil Bennett thought about it and said uncertainly, "It seems so." Simon said, "Throw them to Tierra del Fuego." Neil Bennett nodded again, "Okay." Simon looked at the white Toyota sedan in front of him, reached out and patted the hood, and said, "Throw this car over as well." Neil Bennett was stunned and said, "In this case, it needs to be shipped by sea, and it may take a week." "A week is just right, and it will take a week in Dinham as well." Simon glanced at the two people in the car again. "Let them sleep for a week and wake up when they get there. Also, remember to leave Hearst's phone number and ask them to pick them up. Throwing people directly to Tierra del Fuego thousands of miles away is just a warning. Simon has no intention of taking anyone's life because of this. It's not worth it." After giving a simple order, Simon walked towards the car they came from. Neil Bennett followed and helped Simon open the car door himself. Before stepping into the car, Simon looked at Neil Bennett again, his eyes finally becoming a little colder and sharper. "If anyone dares to spy on this place again, I will throw their whole family to Tierra del Fuego." After watching his boss leave in the car, the scattered people gathered again. Neil Bennett began to arrange what Simon had just ordered. If they were to send the two directly to Tierra del Fuego, the southernmost island in Latin America, it would actually be very simple. It could be done within 24 hours using a private plane, but adding a Toyota sedan would make things a little more complicated. Of course, as long as the money was enough, all the troubles would not be a problem. Thinking about the two unlucky guys in the car waking up and appearing in the southernmost tip of Latin America tens of thousands of kilometers away, and still sitting in the car where they were unconscious, Neil Bennett felt that the creepy feeling would probably not be much worse than being put into a sack and thrown into the sea. However, Neil Bennett had no objection to his boss's absoluteness. Even if Simon asked him to throw the man into the sea, it would be nothing. Born in the Johnston family, Neil Bennett personally participated in many disputes between wealthy families that were 10 times darker than this one. Behind wealth, there has always been power and strength, either obvious or hidden. Without these, even if it is obtained briefly, huge wealth will be lost quickly. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. There is no living environment where a child holding a gold nugget and having no ability to protect himself can roam freely. Before Simon left San Francisco the next day, he called D-girl Deborah Lippman to replace Doris Fitch. A, B, C, and D can be said to be the four most reliable maids in the Westeros family. It's a pity that Claire has left. Allison has become Simon's assistant, and a business plan that Becky recently submitted to the Vase Fund team also made Janet very interested. In the end, only Deborah was left, and she probably wouldn't stay in this position for too long. In the past 2 years, the girls who had problems were the ones with the housekeeper Alice. Compared with ABCD, the selection and training of this group of people are indeed not strict. It seems that it is time to train a new batch of waitresses. This time, we should also need some more professional vases, and we can't just let them go casually. After leaving San Francisco, Simon met up with Janet in Los Angeles, and the couple flew to Melbourne, Australia. In North America, another box office week from June 11th to June 17th passed in a flash. After setting a new box office record in the first week, the box office of Superman in the second week of its release finally fell by 46%, and continued to earn $60.82 million. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of this superhero blockbuster reached $173.43 million, leaving behind Toy Story 2 in the Easter schedule, and easily topped the annual box office champion position. It is expected that the box office will exceed $200 million next week. The 46% drop, in the media's view, is more the result of Superman overstimulating the film's box office potential in the first week. Because the box office performance of the 4 new films that opened on June 11th was not outstanding. Paramount Pictures had high hopes for Addams Family Values, which opened on 2,577 screens and only grossed $19.58 million in its first week, far below Paramount's first-week box office expectation of $35 million. The average box office of more than $7,600 is also far from the $10,000 standard. With a failed first week and unsatisfactory word of mouth, the total North American box office of Addams Family Values is likely to be only $40 million to $50 million. However, the production cost of this sequel to the Addams Family series is as high as $37 million. Although it will not lose money after overseas distribution and subsequent channel operations, compared with Paramount's expectations, this project can only be described as a failure. The box office of Addams Family Values is actually not the worst. The Fox animation The Jungle Book, which ranks second in screen size last week, opened on 1,487 screens and only grossed a pitiful $3.52 million in its first week. It is expected to be withdrawn from theaters next week, and the total box office is unlikely to exceed $5 million. MGM's The Target grossed $13.49 million in the first 7 days of its release. It did not show any dark horse trend, nor did it disappoint MGM. It was just average. The first week grossed $13.49 million, and the total North American box office is expected to be around $30 million. The production budget of The Target was $15 million, and the expected domestic box office was $30 million. The North American revenue alone was enough to recover the production budget. With a little overseas operation, the project would be able to enter the profit stage. Moreover, the biggest role of The Target was probably to attract the attention of Hollywood to John Woo, an Asian director. At Simon's instruction, MGM had already begun to negotiate with Wu Beige about continuing cooperation as soon as the box office of The Target in the first 3 days of its release, and the other party's response was also very positive. Yeoman Films' art film, Orlando grossed $5.53 million in the first 7 days of its release on 367 screens, which was $3 million higher than The Jungle Book. Considering the distribution level of the two films, Orlando, which reached $15,000 per theater, is more successful. According to the long-term trend of art films, the film's first week grossed $5.53 million, and the total North American box office is expected to hit the $20 million mark. As a film that bought out all North American channel copyrights for $3 million, compared with a total investment of $5 million after publicity and distribution, the domestic box office of only $20 million will double the income for Highgate Pictures, and subsequent video channels and TV broadcasting platforms will contribute more profits. Chapter 561 What Do You Want to Do? June 18th is a new box office week. After the 4 new films last week, 3 more films will be released in North American theaters this week, including Columbia Pictures' second blockbuster of the summer, Sleepless in Seattle, a collaboration between Deaneries Entertainment and Disney, and New World Pictures' crime thriller, The Greatest Show. Arnold Schwarzenegger's $85 million Sleepless in Seattle, the most-watched movie of the week, opened on 2,306 screens, 1,000 fewer than Superman. It's not hard to see from this that Columbia Pictures doesn't have much confidence in the film. Sleepless in Seattle, starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, opened on 2,369 screens. As a romantic film that relies on word of mouth for a long-term strategy, Sleepless in Seattle certainly can't open on more than 3,000 screens. The intentional opening of Sleepless in Seattle is slightly higher than that of Sleepless in Seattle, which is also the intention of the distribution teams of the two companies. New World Pictures. The thriller stars Don Johnson and Rebecca De Mornay. This is Rebecca De Mornay's second femme fatale movie after the great success of The Hand That Rocks the Cradle in 1990. Simon and his wife arrived in Melbourne on June 15. After Janet returned home, she continued her leisurely pregnancy life. Simon followed up the filming of The Dark Knight Rises while also taking into account an expansion plan recently launched by the Johnston family. With the Japanese economy in a downturn after the bursting of the real estate and stock market bubbles, Australia, which relies heavily on Japanese imports, has also fallen into trough in recent years. The mining resources sector where the Johnston family is located has undoubtedly been hit the hardest. Simon knows that Australia's economic downturn will continue until around 2000. It was not until the rise of China after the new millennium that Australia took off again with China's strong demand for imported resources. The industry's trough period is actually the best time for expansion and integration. Without Simon, the big butterfly, the Johnston family, which is only considered to be of medium strength, would find it difficult to expand in such a low period due to factors such as lack of funds, and it is even more likely to become the target of mergers in the process of large industry integration. This time, the Johnston family not only accumulated a large amount of funds in several financial capital operations with Simon, but also had the entire Westeros system as a backing, and could fully achieve the expansion of the small fish eating the big fish in this inevitable wave of industry integration. When Simon arrived in Melbourne, Johnston Holdings was quietly preparing to acquire BHP Billiton, the third largest mining group in Australia at this stage. In the original time and space, the name BHP Billiton is familiar to anyone who pays a little attention to the mineral resources industry. It is still 1993. And many industries around the world are in the early stages of separation and integration. Not only Hollywood media companies, but also Australia's mining industry is flourishing, far from the level of the three mining giants BHP Billiton in Australia, Rio Tinto in the UK and Vale in Brazil after 2000, which almost monopolized the world's iron ore industry. There are currently three large mining giants in Australia, namely BHP, Billiton and Northern Mining. It is worth mentioning that the headquarters of the three companies, or most of the mining groups in Australia, are in Melbourne. The market value of the three giants has reached tens of billions of US dollars. Among them, Billiton, which has the lowest market value, currently has a market value of about 13 billion US dollars. This is the first goal of Johnston Holdings Group. By swallowing up Billiton, Johnston Holdings Group can completely transform from an investment holding group that only focuses on mining to the ranks of mining giants. Even if the Australian economy is at a low point, if you want to acquire Billiton, which has a market value of 13 billion US dollars, you must pay a premium of 25% to 30%. Therefore, the final transaction volume of this business is expected to be between 16 billion and 17 billion US dollars. Equivalent to 23 billion to 25 billion Australian dollars. Such a huge amount of funds, no company can easily take it out. Therefore, no matter what industry, the evolution from ordinary enterprises to industry oligarchs is equivalent to transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change. Of course, Johnston Holdings Group cannot acquire Bigelow with an all-cash plan. A complete stock-for-stock acquisition is of course the lowest cost. However, if this is done, it is uncertain who will be swallowed up, because the shares held by Johnston Holdings Group in the new company will inevitably be very low. Therefore, the cash plus stock method will be adopted. In the preliminary plan, Johnston Holdings Group will divest and integrate its own mining business to establish a subsidiary, and then use this subsidiary with an asset value of about 3 billion US dollars as the main body to acquire Bigelow in cash plus stock. The merger method is half equity and half cash, of which the cash part will require about 8 billion US dollars. Johnston Holdings Group will also bear half of the 8 billion US dollars in cash. Counting the subsidiary with 3 billion US dollars in assets, it is expected to achieve a 35% stake in the new company after the merger, and the remaining 4 billion US dollars will be temporarily funded by other related capital. For a mining giant that is already a publicly held company, completing a 35% stake is basically equivalent to firmly controlling the company. Moreover, A one-third stake is actually the limit that the Australian government can tolerate. As a pillar industry of a country, it is difficult for the Australian government to allow a single capital oligarchy to completely control a mining giant, because it is difficult to explain to the public. The Johnston family does not intend to do so. If they account for too much, the target will be more obvious. Once there is industry turmoil in the future, the risks they need to bear will also increase significantly. Holding 35% of the shares can not only guarantee almost absolute control, but also integrate with capital from all walks of life to form a bundled state of common advancement and retreat. Of the $4 billion that Johnston Holdings Group needs to bear on its own, the Johnston family can only take out $1.5 billion, and other shareholders of Johnston Holdings Group will bear $1 billion. The remaining $1.5 billion naturally falls on Simon. Moreover, the other $4 billion in cash also requires the Westeros system to help matchmaking and introduce capital from Wall Street and other parties to participate. I have been in Melbourne for a week without realizing it. These days, Simon can basically only spend 2 or 3 hours a day on the set of Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. The rest of the time is all taken by Raymond Johnston or Anthony Johnston to attend various meetings or social events. Raymond Johnston has gradually transferred the control of the company to Anthony Johnston. However, this expansion is a big deal for the Johnston family, and many things require the old man to do it himself. After crossing this threshold, the Johnston family will be able to move from a remote local tycoon limited to a corner of Australia to a world-class tycoon family. This does not mean that the wealth of the Johnston family will increase too much in a short period of time. The main reason is that the family's influence and the right to speak in the energy and mineral industries have increased significantly. Speaking of which, this is also a process close to quantitative change to qualitative change. Moreover, this is actually just the first step in the plan. Next, the Johnston Holdings Group will at least merge BHP, which ranks first among the 3 major mining giants in Australia, and once again form the BHP Billiton giant that was once worth hundreds of billions. Even if it can go a step further, Simon does not mind continuing to swallow Northern Mining Company and further monopolizing the mining industry in Australia. Northern Mining Company was acquired by Rio Tinto of the United Kingdom in the original time and space, and Rio Tinto became one of the 3 major iron ore giants in the world. Of course, these things cannot be achieved overnight. Even for this expansion, if everything goes well, it will take at least a year. After the acquisition, it will take 1 to 2 years to adjust and integrate the new company. Therefore, the earliest for the next expansion is 3 years later. If the merger with the BHP Group can be successfully completed in 3 years, the merger and integration will take another 3 years, and it will be almost the new millennium by then. It takes less than 10 years to build a world mining giant worth hundreds of billions of dollars. This cycle is not long at all. In the northern suburbs of Melbourne, in the Johnston family mansion on the Yarra River, it was already Tuesday, June 22nd. It was lunchtime, and the whole family gathered in the restaurant, with more than 20 people, big and small, and it was very lively. Not only Janet, but David Johnston's wife Leslie, who got married at the end of last year, has just confirmed that she has been pregnant for a month, so the women's topics are basically focused on pregnancy care and baby care. A little kid was held in the old man's arms, and the two seemed to have a good understanding. Melbourne, who already had some signs of being a little dandy, was rarely naughty, and would even personally grab food and feed it to his grandfather. Simon sat between Anthony Johnston and Norman Johnston, and the 3 brothers continued to discuss some trivial matters about the merger with BHP in the midst of the noise. My family has a ranch in Queensland. If you are interested, you can take it all this time. Simon, there is no need to continue buying land in Tasmania. The land you own now is large enough, and there is nothing produced there. It is a complete waste to continue doing it. You know, Norman, I just want to have an island. Anthony smiled and continued, Tasmania is so big, and there are so many cities and towns. After all, you can't make this island your own. Everything depends on human efforts. There are only more than 300,000 people there. If necessary, I can support them completely. Norman shook his head helplessly. I can see that Simon is probably from the southern United States and a descendant of a slave owner. Norman Johnston did not lower his voice. Everyone laughed, but Veronica, who was sitting opposite the long dining table, looked up and glanced, then looked away as if nothing had happened. Simon shrugged and smiled, maybe. After the lively lunch, It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The brothers left the restaurant and planned to go to the study to discuss some more formal matters. Ken Dixon walked in, nodded to Anthony and his brother, hesitated for a moment and did not approach, and said directly to Simon, "Hearst I has called 3 times in New York." Anthony looked at Ken Dixon's expression, looked at Simon and said, "Hearst family, is there any problem?" "Just some small things." Simon shook his head and said, "I'll leave for a while." Although they noticed something strange in Ken Dixon's expression, Anthony and Norman did not ask more questions. Ken Dixon and Neil Bennett used to be the most loyal bodyguards of the Johnston family. Before Simon and Janet got married, the Johnston family would directly inquire about some things through the two. After Simon and Janet got married, the two were completely transferred. Even the old man no longer asked about the privacy of Simon and his wife, and the Anthony brothers were naturally the same. Coming to a small living room in the mansion, Simon did not use a satellite phone, but directly picked up the landline microphone in the corner of the living room and dialed a number under the prompting of Ken Dixon. The call was connected, and just as he opened his mouth, an obviously exasperated voice came from the other end of the microphone. "Westeros, what are you going to do?" Simon moved the microphone away a little, sat down on the sofa next to him, and said casually, "William, I should be the one asking you this question. You actually let someone break into my bedroom. What a pity, but you must have made a mistake about this. A civilized person like me will not do such a disgraceful thing. If you don't believe it, I suggest you call the police. By the way, didn't someone put a horse head on your bed? This is too Hollywood, haha." The tone of the other end seemed even more angry. "You little bastard, you are breaking the rules." Simon was too lazy to laugh with the other party, and said in a cold voice, "Rules? William, if I want to break the rules, some things should appear in the newspaper." "Huh? So you admit it?" "I don't admit it." "You, son of..." "Shut up, or I will really give you a horse head." "Are you threatening me?" "I just said that I am a civilized person, and I hope everyone is civilized." Simon said coldly, "However, if someone wants to do something uncivilized, I think you should also know what I look like when I am barbaric." Simon said, no longer talking nonsense with the other party, and hung up the phone directly. It was late at night in New York on the other side of the earth. The lights in the Hearst family mansion in Greenwich were still brightly lit, and a large number of security guards were conducting a detailed inspection inside and outside the mansion. Half an hour ago, William Hearst III and his wife, who had gradually gained control of the Hearst family, were about to take a rest. When they entered the bedroom, they found that the bedroom, which had just been tidied in the afternoon, was filled with many things, all of which were secretly photographed or secretly recorded Hearst family privacy. There were also some indescribable videos playing on the bedroom TV. Obviously, the Hearst family encountered an intruder. Discovering the situation in the bedroom, watching the video on the TV, and thinking of the kidnapping of the family's sister-in-law Patty Hearst, Hearst II's wife fainted directly. William Hearst III was also so angry that he was shaking all over, but he quickly figured out the whole story. After a lot of trouble, he called Australia to question a young man, but he was rejected. It's not over yet. After making a fuss until late at night, it was finally time to rest. The phone in the bedroom rang again. Hearst II answered the phone irritably, and a weak cry for help came from the other end. The two unlucky guys woke up after being in a coma for 7 days and found themselves in Tierra del Fuego, Argentina, more than 10,000 kilometers away, with only a string of phone numbers at hand. Chapter 562 Iron Lump. Simon believed that as long as the Hearst family did not lose their minds, the matter would end here. A family with a history of 100 years may be deeply rooted, but it is inevitable that it will lose its edge. It is difficult for the current Hearst group to make a creative act such as provoking the Spanish-American War at all costs. When encountering an opponent who does not play by the rules and is strong enough, it is inevitable that they will be timid and afraid of being compared with tiles. What's more, the opponent this time is not a tile, but more like an iron lump. In the following days, news came from North America that William Hearst III fired most of the servants in his family. Not only was the matter reported in the newspapers, but someone also tried to initiate a lawsuit. Obviously, the Hearst family also reacted. Of course, it cost $1 million for Hearst to bribe Simon's people, and the price was much cheaper for Simon to bribe the other party's people to deliver gifts to the Hearst family. There are also some newspapers that focus on anecdotes and interesting stories that reported that a man and a woman in San Francisco were abducted by aliens while dating. After waking up, they appeared in a remote port town in Tierra del Fuego, Argentina, thousands of miles away, and they were still sitting in their original car. It was winter in the southern hemisphere, and Tierra del Fuego was already in the Antarctic Circle. It was rumored that the two people who had been sleeping for a week were extremely weak after waking up, and they were almost frozen to death. Many people in the harbor town testified that they had seen the white Toyota sedan with a photo of San Francisco and the two people in the car in a very embarrassed state. However, the news did not spread widely and disappeared quickly. It seemed that a big hand was preventing the matter from expanding further. Even the photos taken by the residents of the harbor town of Tierra del Fuego were bought by someone, and the identities of the man and woman were never exposed. Obviously, the evil government is monopolizing the news of alien abductions again. Traditional media could not obtain more information, but many mysterious incidents forums on the internet discussed them in an orderly manner, and some people called on the federal government to disclose the truth. Naturally, there was no response. Simon and his wife arrived in Melbourne on June 15 and set off for return on June 25. At the same time, another box office week from June 18 to June 24 passed. Superman, which is in its third week of release, has narrowed its decline to 32% this week, continuing to earn $41.33 million, easily winning the single-week box office championship for the third week. The cumulative box office in 3 weeks has officially exceeded $200 million, reaching $214.76 million. The second place on the list is not the most popular Phantom hero, but the romantic film Sleepless in Seattle starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, which has been gaining popularity. This romantic film, which opened on 2,369 screens, relied on its excellent reputation and popularity to earn $33.81 million in the first 7 days of the week, with an average of $14,000 per theater. What made other Hollywood studios feel most complicated was probably the cost of Sleepless in Seattle. As a romantic film, although Tom Hanks' salary reached the first-tier level of $8 million, the final cost of the film was only $25 million. The box office in the first week alone has exceeded the production cost of the film. Considering the long-term nature of topical romance films, the film opened with $33.81 million. It is not difficult for the total domestic box office to exceed $100 million. Deaneries Entertainment and Disney can make a lot of money just through the domestic box office. The Phantom Hero, which ranks third in this week's ranking, is in stark contrast to Sleepless in Seattle. With a production cost of $85 million and a publicity and distribution budget of $30 million, the box office in the first 7 days was only $21.93 million, and the average opening theater did not even reach $10,000. In contrast to the sluggish box office, the film's reputation is also bleak. The media generally predicts that the box office of The Phantom Hero will drop by more than 40% in the second week, and the final North American box office is likely to be only around $50 million. With a total investment of $115 million and a North American box office expectation of $50 million, it is obvious that the huge losses of the project are inevitable. Even if Schwarzenegger's overseas box office appeal can double the overseas box office to $100 million, Columbia Pictures can only recover more than $60 million. At least in the next year, Columbia will bear a huge loss of at least $50 million. With a huge loss of The Phantom Hero, Sony can no longer ignore this film company that it acquired with huge investment, and took the initiative to send a working group to Los Angeles. Hollywood media predicts that Peter Guber, who is in charge of Columbia Pictures, is not far from stepping down. The last new film The Greatest Show opened last week, and the box office in the first week of opening was $11.69 million. Compared with the opening scale of 1,517 screens, the average box office of the theaters was $7,705. The box office performance is not too bad, but it is far less than The Hand That Rocks the Cradle 3 years ago. Based on the opening box office and word of mouth of the film, it is initially predicted that the total box office of the film in North America will be around $30 million. The production budget of The Furious was $12 million, and the North American box office was $30 million. In such a popular summer season, it obviously did not meet the expectations of New World Pictures, but the project's profitability was a foregone conclusion. On June 25, the day Simon returned to North America, 3 new films were released again in the summer season, namely Super Dad starring Michael J. Fox produced by Disney, Body Heat starring Nick Kidman produced by MGM, and What's Love Got to Do With It, a music biopic about rock star Tina Turner produced by Highgate Pictures. Super Dad and Body Heat are both typical commercial films in the summer season, but Simon is more concerned about What's Love Got to Do With It, a Tina Turner biopic produced by Highgate Pictures. Tina Turner, a rock singer who is now in her 50s, is a typical late bloomer. As a mixed-race descendant of blacks and Indians, Tina Turner debuted at the age of 16, but did not taste the taste of fame until the early 1980s, when the singer was already over 40. Then she became popular throughout the 1980s, and also starred in Mad Max 3 starring Mel Gibson. The film, What's Love Got to Do With It, does not tell the story of Tina Turner's experience after she became famous, but her 16-year rough marriage. The singer married her mentor and mentor Ike Turner at the age of 16. The marriage lasted for 16 years, during which Ike Turner abused Tina Turner for a long time. After the last conflict, the actress finally decided to leave, and did not even get a penny of the property during their marriage. Later, when many people thought that without Ike Turner's resources and channels, Tina Turner would never recover, after a few years of silence, Tina Turner, who was over 40, became popular again, and she became very popular, which surprised everyone. What's Love Got to Do With It is one of the hit singles of Tina Turner's best-selling albums in the 1980s. Because it fits the theme of the story, it happened to be used as the name of this movie. Music biopics are a very important subject in Hollywood. However, the box office failure of The Doors, a film about the Doors directed by Oliver Stone 2 years ago, is still imminent. When the project What's Love Got to Do With It was launched, the Gay Omen Films team was not sure whether the project would be successful. The budget of the film was $15 million, which was not high in the entire Hollywood level, and it was not low for Gay Omen Films, which mainly produced low-cost art films. In the end, Simon personally approved it. It was a risk. Because there was not much information about this movie in my memory, the film obviously did not reach the level of a big hit. However, with an investment of $15 million, Gay Omen Films could bear the loss even if it failed at the box office. Due to uncertainty about the film's box office prospects, What's Love Got to Do With It opened on only 107 screens, which is a very conservative distribution strategy for this summer season. In the end, What's Love Got to Do With It did not disappoint. The average box office revenue in the first 3 days of the opening weekend exceeded $17,000. From June 25 to July 1, the average box office revenue in the first 7 days of What's Love Got to Do With It reached $33,000. It earned $3.61 million at the box office with only 107 screens. You should know that the Disney comedy Super Dad, released at the same time, opened on 1,366 screens, more than 10 times that of What's Love Got to Do With It, and the box office revenue in the first 7 days was only $4.39 million. The Edge starring Nick Kidman performed the best among the 3 new films released at the same time, with a box office of $16.38 million in the first week, exceeding MGM's expectations. The film's total North American box office is expected to be between $40 million and $50 million. The production budget of Body Heat Edge is $20 million, and the publicity budget is $8 million. The total investment in production and publicity can be basically recovered by relying on the North American box office. For old films, after a sharp drop of more than 30% for 2 consecutive weeks, the box office decline of Superman in the 4th week of its release finally narrowed to 23%, earning $31.83 million this week, and maintaining the single-week box office champion position for the 4th consecutive week. In 4 weeks, the cumulative box office of the film has reached $346.59 million. Because the 3 new films this week are not strong, the box office of Sleepless in Seattle in the 2nd week fell by only 21%, and it earned $26.72 million again. 2 weeks after the opening, the cumulative box office of Sleepless in Seattle reached $60.53 million. The project has begun to make a profit. The total box office of the film in North America is expected to reach $120 million to $130 million, becoming another Hollywood work with a domestic box office of over $100 million in 1993. Moreover, With the success of Sleepless in Seattle, the videotape of the old Hollywood classic love film, The Golden Alliance, frequently mentioned in the film, suddenly became popular. Only 2 weeks after the film was released, 300,000 copies of the videotape The King and the Moon were sold quickly. In this unexpected videotape sales event, Blockbuster responded immediately by relying on the corporate information feedback system that Nancy Brill has been continuously optimizing. In the previous 2 weeks, more than 200,000 of the 300,000 videotapes of The King and the Moon were sold or rented through Blockbuster channels. Of course, the biggest winner is still Fox, which holds the copyright of The King and the Moon. 300,000 videotapes were sold in 2 weeks. With the popularity of Sleepless in Seattle, the total sales of The King and the Moon videotapes are expected to reach 2 million. Fox is completely picking up tens of millions of dollars in profit. The Hollywood Reporter even joked that The King and the Moon may be the most profitable movie of Fox this summer. In Simon's opinion, this is almost true. Fox has a total of 4 new film release plans this summer. The original 3D animated film The Jungle Book has ended in failure, and the other 3 are not the best-selling projects that Simon remembers. On July 2nd, North American theaters entered the most important week of this summer. Although this year's Independence Day holiday fell on Sunday, according to convention, North American audiences' enthusiasm for watching movies will increase significantly this week. The Trap, which was invested and distributed by Deaneries Pictures, was released on this day, opening on 2,393 screens. The other 2 new films are both heavyweights. The Rising Sun, produced by Fox, starring Sean Connery, had a production budget of $35 million and opened on 2,177 screens. The Honeymoon, a comedy produced by TriStar under Columbia Pictures, starring Mike Myers, is also the star's first film outside the Toy Story series. The budget cost is $20 million and the number of screens is 1,731. In addition, after earning an average of $33,000 per theater in its first week, What's Love Got to Do with It, produced by Deaneries Entertainment's Gay-Omen Films, has also seen its screens increase from 107 to 863 this week, and is expected to reach around 1,500 next week. Competition has intensified significantly, and Superman, which has maintained its weekly box office champion for 4 weeks, has finally been squeezed out of the top spot. However, from July 2nd to July 8th, affected by the sharp increase in the number of moviegoers during the Independence Day holiday, Superman's weekly decline narrowed again to 19%, earning another $25.76 million in its 5th week of release, with a cumulative box office of $272.35 million, and is expected to break the $300 million mark in the next 2 weeks. As a result, the Warner Bros. Distribution team has adjusted Superman's North American total box office forecast to the range of $350 million to $370 million. Of the 3 new films that opened on July 2nd, Rising Sun starring Sean Connery and The Honeymooners starring Mike Myers seemed to be the most likely to be big sellers. However, it was Keanu Reeves' The Trap that took in the highest box office and knocked Superman off the top spot in the single-week box office. In its first week, relying on the popularity of the original novel and the $20 million marketing budget directly invested by Deaneries Pictures, The Trap's first 7-day box office reached $36.18 million. As a large-scale commercial film, the average box office reached a very successful $15,000. From the initial slacker boyfriend in Lola Run to the cute teenager in The Adventures of Abyss and Daredevil to the tough guy in Point Cry, this time, Keanu Reeves successfully portrayed the image of a struggling and contradictory lawyer. With the success of Trap, the well-informed Hollywood media inevitably added fuel to the flames or fanned the flames, saying that Keanu Reeves has replaced Tom Cruise's position as the popular young actor in the 1980s. As long as Trap breaks the $100 million in North American box office, this will basically become a fact. With a box office of $36.18 million in the first week, there is basically no suspense that Trap will break the $100 million. In comparison, despite the glory of Top Gun, Tom Cruise's downward trend in recent years has been very obvious, and there is no new film released this summer. Sean Connery's Rising Sun ranked 3rd on the list of the Independence Day holiday week after Trap and Superman. It earned $22.08 million in the first 7 days of the week. The specific box office prospects will depend on the subsequent trend. Mike Myers' The Honeymoon is a complete failure. In the first 7 days of its release, The Honeymooners only earned $5.36 million at the box office, with an average of less than $3,000 per theater, far below the expectations of the producers. It is expected to be released in 2 weeks. Mike Myers was originally looking at the box office performance of The Honeymooners in order to gain more initiative in the salary negotiations for the third Spy Kids. With the failure of The Honeymooners, he was unable to prove his box office appeal outside the Spy Kids series. Not only did the comedy actor fail to gain the initiative he wanted, but he became more passive. Chapter 563 True Lies. The Independence Day holiday is over, and a new box office week will start on July 9th. 3 new films will be released in North American theaters. Paramount's fantasy comedy Pointy Alien is starred by former Ghostbusters actor Dan Aykroyd, and the number of screens opened is 2,117. Columbia Pictures Justin's The Point is an all-black drama film directed by John Singleton, a black director who was nominated for the Oscar for Best Director last year with Boys in the Hood, and starring Michael Jackson's sister Janet Jackson. The story tells the story of Justin's, a hairdresser played by Janet Jackson, who tries to get out of the low opinion and start her life again after her boyfriend is killed by someone seeking revenge. The film opened on 1,365 screens. Fox's The Kid with a Golden Arm is a fantasy baseball-themed family comedy that tells the story of a little boy who accidentally gains supernatural powers and becomes a baseball master. The number of screens opened in the first week was 1,460. So far in the summer season, this year's heavyweight films have basically landed in theaters. Including the 3 new films this week, Simon has no deep impression of other projects in the second half of the summer season, except for the Pelican Assassination Order co-produced by Daenerys and Warner Brothers next week, and the possibility of a box office dark horse is very low. This actually means that without strong new films sniping, the films released before July 9th, as long as the reputation and popularity are good enough, can maintain a very beautiful box office curve in the following days of the summer season. According to statistics, there are only 3 films that have been confirmed or are expected to enter the billion-dollar box office club this summer: Superman, Sleepless in Seattle, and The Sugar-Coated Trap. Next week's The Pelican Assassination Order is also a seed player in the billion-dollar box office club for Simon. Among them, Superman is completely an alternative that other Hollywood studios can only envy, jealous and hate. Compared with Sleepless in Seattle and The Sugar-Coated Trap, they are still normal. Of course, all 3 films that broke the 100 million yuan mark were produced by Daenerys Entertainment. Even if 2 of them are considered cooperative projects, Simon Westeros's accurate vision in investing in movies still makes many people feel complicated. You know, there are actually many movies trying to hit the 100 million yuan box office club this summer. Columbia's Cliffhanger, Warner Brothers' American Made, Disney's Super Mario Bros., Paramount's Addams Family Values, Columbia's Phantom Heroes, Columbia's Honeymoon Dangerous Period, Fox's Rising Sun. 7 movies, either big investment and big production blockbusters, or super game IPs, or sequels to previous hits, or the main creators are comedy stars who achieved high box office in the previous works. It can be said that whether it is project investment, main creative lineup, or publicity and distribution scale, they are all aimed at breaking the 100 million yuan box office in North America. But the results are not satisfactory. Among them, Whoopi Goldberg's American Made and Fox's Rising Sun had good endings. Although they had no hope of breaking 100 million, the relatively impressive box office could bring good profits to the studios. Projects such as Disney's Super Mario Bros. And Columbia Pictures' The Illusionist, due to the huge production and publicity budgets, only brought the film companies nothing. In the final analysis, film investment is still a gamble with great risks. Simon, who has the advantage of foresight, can grab a good hand of cards in advance, and other players can only try their luck. Obviously, the luck of other Hollywood studios is not very good this summer. Moreover, in a market with limited capacity, because of the rise and fall of one player, Daenerys Entertainment's good cards will inevitably suppress other players. If there is no king bomb like Superman, even if the cards in the hands of other studios are a little worse, they may be able to pick a general from a short one. Projects such as Cliffhanger may even achieve a North American box office of over 100 million. The reality is that under the impact of the phenomenal Superman, the box office of some films is much lower than in the past. The most typical example is Clerks. In the original Time and Space, Clerks cost $70 million, and the North American box office exceeded $80 million, and the global revenue was $250 million, which basically recovered the production cost and achieved a small profit. This time, under the sniping of Superman, as of July 8, the cumulative box office of Clark's was only $66.39 million, and the single-week box office volume from July 2 to July 8 was only $1.59 million. It is probably difficult to bury the threshold of $70 million before it is closed. Moreover, this is only in the United States. Superman suppresses other Hollywood films in the overseas market even more obviously. Even under the premise that several important ticket bases such as France and Germany have not yet been released, in the past month, the cumulative box office of Superman in many overseas countries such as the United Kingdom, Japan, Spain, Italy, Australia, etc., which were basically released at the same time, has quickly broken through the $300 million mark. The capacity of the overseas market is also limited. Superman alone has earned more than $300 million. The DC movie universe blockbusters carefully crafted by Deaneries Entertainment have spoiled their appetites. The new films of big names such as Stallone and Schwarzenegger, which were originally very popular in the overseas market, are inevitably neglected. This time, the overseas box office of Cliffhanger, starring Stallone, has accumulated less than $50 million as of early July, and it is expected that it can barely break $100 million after the release is fully rolled out. Therefore, the North American box office of Cliffhanger is about $70 million, and the overseas box office is $100 million, and the global total box office is only $170 million. According to convention, the global box office of a movie must reach about 3 times the production budget to achieve a balance between income and expenditure. The expected global box office of Cliffhanger of $170 million is simply not enough for Columbia Pictures to recover the $70 million production budget and the equally expensive publicity and promotion investment. The producer can only rely on peripheral channels, such as videotapes, to slowly recover the huge investment in the early stage. As for projects such as Super Mario Bros. And Illusion, the ending is even bleaker. In the past 2 years, the tough action blockbusters led by stars such as Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and Bruce Willis have failed continuously, making Hollywood realize that this type of film is gradually being eliminated by the market. In comparison, blockbuster movies dominated by special effects, such as the DC movie universe and the Jurassic Park series, should be the future of Hollywood. Often, the profits brought by just a DC movie universe or Jurassic Park are enough to offset the income of other studios for a whole year. Considering the potential market demand, many software companies have begun to get involved in the development of movie special effects software in recent years, but compared with the Deaneries special effects that were laid out a few years in advance, there is still a big gap for the time being. For a long time in the future, Hollywood studios can only cooperate with Deaneries special effects if they want to make the top special effects blockbusters. Deaneries special effects has maintained an open attitude towards external cooperation in recent years, but other film companies will not be naive enough to think that Simon will really open the door to them completely. Once a project that is enough to threaten Deaneries Entertainment appears, it is almost inevitable that it will be suppressed. Moreover, at this stage, the scale of Deaneries special effects, even including the Australian special effects branch that has quietly developed, is actually only enough to meet the needs of Deaneries Entertainment itself in external cooperation projects. If other studios want to get the full support of Deaneries special effects by producing films independently, they don't even need to deliberately find excuses, because they can't do it at all. For special effects movies, everyone can only catch up little by little. At this stage, we still have to consider the current things. Fox has recently been entangled in Arnold Schwarzenegger's new movie. This is a remake of the French film Complete Woman, called True Lies, which tells the story of a federal agent who has to hide his identity from his family due to professional concerns. Fox signed a contract with Schwarzenegger and James Cameron when The Phantom Hero was still in the post-production stage at the beginning of the year. Arnold received a salary of $15 million, which is equivalent to The Phantom Hero, and James Cameron's salary also reached the level of $8 million for first-line directors. Signing another contract with a studio before a movie is released is actually a strategy used by many stars. With a contract in hand, even if the previous project fails, there will still be a chance to turn things around. At the same time, it can ensure that they can make a fortune at the highest point of their salary. After all, The possibility of Hollywood movies failing is much higher than the chance of box office hits. Mike Myers' Dangerous Honeymoon release during the Independence Day holiday is the most direct example. Myers originally hoped to rely on this new film to prove his box office appeal so as to gain more initiative in the salary negotiations with Deaneries Entertainment's Toy Story 3. As a result, Dangerous Honeymoon, which invested $20 million, only received $5.36 million in the first week box office. Columbia Pictures provided as many as 1,731 screens for this comedy. The average box office of the film in the first week was less than $3,000. It was completely destined to be out of the market for 2 weeks. The total box office of the film in North America is expected to be difficult to exceed $10 million. The total investment of more than $30 million in production and promotion was exchanged for less than $10 million in box office. Columbia management is simply crying without tears. After the success of Squad 2, Mike Myers deliberately delayed signing the third contract in order to get a higher salary. As a result, the failure of Dangerous made the comedy star suffer a heavy blow. Schwarzenegger is much smarter in this regard. Or, it is mainly because Schwarzenegger's salary of up to $15 million does not have much room for sale. It is safe to get the contract for the new project after The Phantom in advance, and it is a pay-or-play contract that requires full salary regardless of whether the movie is launched. However, Fox, as a partner, is extremely uncomfortable. The consecutive box office failures of Clerks of the Mountain and The Phantom in the summer season made Fox regret signing Schwarzenegger for this big-budget movie with an initial budget of up to $70 million. As we all know, James Cameron is famous for overspending. Fox is almost certain that $70 million is not enough for Cameron. Because Fox boss Rupert Murdoch is more focused on the expansion of the TV network, he is not very interested in high-risk, low-return film investments. The Home Alone series, which was a big hit at the box office in the original time and space, was intercepted by Deaneries Entertainment. Fox Films has only been tepid in recent years. Now, if True Lies, which is conservatively estimated to cost $70 million to invest, fails at the box office, Fox Film president Joe Roth can be sure that he will have no choice but to pack up and leave. If the project is cancelled, Fox's direct loss will exceed $20 million, including the investment in the early preparation process and the salaries of several main creators, which is definitely not acceptable. The best way is undoubtedly to find a partner. The projects in the hands of Hollywood's first-line stars have always been the focus of the top executives of major studios. Even without the information in his memory, Simon is not unfamiliar with True Lies, and Deaneries Entertainment initially had the opportunity to sign this movie. However, considering the memory that True Lies was over-budgeted by $115 million, although the box office was also a big hit, the profit margin was actually not high. More importantly, Simon was very sorry for Jamie Lee Curtis, the heroine of the original True Lies. Jamie Lee Curtis was not ugly, but for some reason, Simon always felt that she was a man. So the striptease in True Lies that made many young people blush and excited when they first came into contact with Hollywood blockbusters was really eye-catching in his opinion. So when he first came across the script, Simon chose to pass it without even reading it. It is no secret that Columbia Pictures tried to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment on the Phantom Hero project last year. The tragic failure of Phantom Hero, like the success of projects such as Superman, has become another proof of Simon's excellent vision in film investment. Westeros can not only identify popular projects, but also obviously screen out box office duds. This time, when Fox tried to seek partners to share the risk of True Lies, the news that Simon had previously passed on this project was unknowingly spread again. Westeros rejected Phantom Hero, and the film made Columbia Pictures lose money. Now, Westeros has rejected True Lies again. What kind of movie can this be? Joe Roth, president of Fox Films, contacted a circle, even including overseas investors such as Carlock and Constantine who like to be suckers, but he was repeatedly rejected. He had no choice but to turn to Deaneries Entertainment again. Knowing that the studio was in a dilemma because of True Lies, Rupert Murdoch personally called Simon several times. News Corporation is also a big company, but it can't afford the loss of a large project of $70 million. If it falls like Columbia Pictures did with Phantom Hero, Fox Film will be seriously injured. Simon is not interested in True Lies, but he knows that this project is generally profitable. After a little hesitation, he finally reluctantly agreed to discuss the possibility of cooperation with Joe Roth. True Lies is expected to be released next summer. Deaneries Entertainment's 2 projects next summer, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises and Forrest Gump, are enough to support the company's performance, and there is no need to add another True Lies. However, after Simon forced the 007 series to be shelved, MGM happened to lack some blockbuster bombs. After personally writing some fine-tuning on the script of True Lies, Simon also proposed his own cooperation plan. First, the project is a collaboration between Fox and MGM, and both parties bear 50% of the investment. Secondly, Fox Film is responsible for domestic and overseas distribution, and the distribution commission ratio is only 8%. Thirdly, Schwarzenegger's salary must be reduced, and Simon is only willing to give $10 million. In addition, the project budget is locked at $70 million. Once it is overspent, director James Cameron's fixed salary will be cancelled, and he can only get a subsequent 10% share of the project's net profit, if there is a net profit. Finally, the key point is that Simon personally decides the heroine. In fact, except for the last point, the other few points are just Simon's asking price. If the agreement is too easy to reach, it is hard to say that Fox or other Hollywood studios will not react. Now, Westeros's requirements are so harsh, and only MGM and Fox are cooperating, and it is obvious that they don't have much confidence in this project. As for the agreement that has been reached, if Schwarzenegger finally insists on not giving in, Simon thinks that this is understandable. The spirit of the contract must still be observed. Of course, if the project fails in the future, Schwarzenegger, who has taken $15 million in salary but left huge losses to the producers, will not have an easy time in Hollywood in the future. Taking the initiative to reduce some of the salary is actually giving himself room for maneuver. Chapter 564, Speed of Life and Death. July. Simon traveled frequently between Los Angeles and San Francisco. The controversy caused by the Mountain View city government's one-time sale of 300 hectares of land to Westeros has not completely dissipated. The best way to solve this problem is undoubtedly to come up with a complete regional development plan as soon as possible. Simon's initial thoughts were very simple. When he saw an opportunity, he took action to circle a large piece of land in the Bay Area. Since the land was acquired, the development plan would be taken care of by others. So, after more than a month of discussion, Westeros officially announced the plan for the Westeros Technology Park on July 15. Not only Ygritte, but also Westeros camp companies such as AOL West Coast Headquarters, Nokia North American Research Center, and Tinkover founded by Seagirl will move in, and other startup innovative technology companies invested by the Westeros system will also surround Ygritte. At the same time, Westeros also welcomes the entry of other technology companies. 300 hectares of land, roughly equivalent to a rectangular plot from south to north, will be set aside for a 50-hectare park near Highway 101 to isolate the hustle and bustle of the main traffic route and provide a place for leisure and entertainment for residents in the area. To the north of the park is an office park with an area of 150 hectares that is expected to accommodate more than 50,000 people. The 30-hectare headquarters of Ygritte is included in the park. Further north, the remaining 100 hectares of land will be developed into a high-end community with 1,000 villas, mainly for rent or sale to employees of the technology park. Simon spent $230 million to buy this plot of land. If the technology park wants to be fully developed, the investment level will further reach $1 billion. Therefore, whether it is a technology park, a residential area, or a supporting park, it is a big piece of cake for the construction and real estate industry in the Bay Area. Ygritte has no intention of taking action itself, and the construction of the entire park will be carried out in close cooperation with local developers in the Bay Area. Therefore, with the announcement of the preliminary plan and the conclusion of some cooperation agreements, the criticism caused by Westeros Company's acquisition of a large number of plots at one time has obviously been eliminated. Anyone with a discerning eye can also see the reason for the public opinion controversy some time ago. Real estate development is a highly profitable industry in any country. Unlike the emerging internet field, the real estate industry has been associated with the emergence of cities almost since the beginning, and it has long been a red ocean. Because of the huge profits, the interests involved in the game of extortion will also be very cruel. Without sufficient capital support and personal connections, no one can easily play around. Simon has always been interested in owning more land and properties, but he has no intention of excessively involving himself in the real estate industry that may affect the interests of many old capitals. With the announcement of the Westeros Science Park plan, the area north of Highway 101 in Mountain View has begun to appear in other commercial areas, residential areas, office parks and other plans, and the city government has also promised to invest funds to improve the infrastructure construction in the area. It is not difficult to imagine that in the next few years, this barren area originally located on the edge of the city will quickly prosper. In Hollywood, the 3 new films that opened on July 9th performed mediocrely at the box office as expected. The best-performing Fox film, The Kid with a Golden Arm, only grossed $18.21 million in its first 7 days. On July 16th, the number of new films that opened in North American theaters was reduced to 2, namely, Daenerys' The Pelican, a collaboration with Warner Brothers, and MGM's Tombstone. As the second film of the original novel author John Grimson this summer, The Sugar Trap has attracted more attention from the audience for The Pelican, and the creative team of Denzel Washington and Julia Roberts has ensured the popularity of the project. After the opening, relying on its excellent reputation, The Pelican earned $22.19 million in the first 3 days of its first weekend, reigniting the box office market. From July 16th to July 22nd, in 7 days, The Pelican earned $31.63 million in its first week, successfully topping the single-week box office champion. MGM's Tombstone, starring Kurt Russell and costing $25 million, is much inferior in comparison. In its first week, the film earned $18.76 million in box office revenue on 1,955 screens, which is obviously a breath away from the hot-selling level of over 10,000 theaters per theater. The total North American box office is expected to be comparable to Fox's The Kid with a Golden Arm last week, roughly between $50 million and $60 million. Of course, although it is not a big hit, it can also bring MGM quite a lot of profit. After all, as of late July, all the billion-dollar club films in 1993 were related projects of Daenerys Entertainment. It is good for other studios to have a few projects with a box office of more than $50 million, provided that the budget cost of the project does not reach the level of The Phantom Hero. At the same time, Superman, which was released for the 7th week, continued to earn $15.38 million in the 7 days from July 16th to July 22nd, and the cumulative box office officially exceeded the $300 million mark, reaching $306.79 million. Considering the success of Sleepless in Seattle, The Trap and the latest film, The Pelican, Daenerys Entertainment has been preparing for a celebration party since early July. With the North American box office of Superman officially exceeding $300 million, the celebration party was scheduled for Saturday, July 24th. Although it was the weekend, Simon still worked until lunchtime in the morning, accompanied Janet for a pregnancy checkup in the afternoon, returned to Cape Dumay Manor in the evening, had dinner, and didn't leave until nearly 9 o'clock, coaxing Janet, who had rested early, to sleep, and then rushed to Daenerys Studios. This celebration party was still held at the Employee Activity Center on the 2nd floor of Daenerys Studios. When Simon arrived, the atmosphere of the party, which had already started for 2 hours, was still warm. According to the list prepared by Gurley in advance, he greeted the guests who needed to be greeted at the party one by one. After more than half an hour of socializing, Simon finally had some free time. He was dragged to the dance floor by Sandra Bullock to dance, and then hid in the sofa booth in the corner of the party hall, unwilling to get up. Brought a glass of wine to the man, Sandra sat down next to Simon in a careless manner and glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Hey, it really makes me sad that you look so reluctant." Simon leaned back in his chair, took the champagne and took a sip, and said, "I've been very busy lately, and I'm almost drained." Sandra showed a look of contempt. "Drained by women?" Simon nodded. "Yeah, more than 10 a day. I almost can't get out of bed." Sandra rolled her eyes at him and got down to business. "I've read the script you gave me." Simon didn't want to talk about work now, and smiled. "Why don't we talk about those more than 10 things yesterday?" Sandra glared at Simon. "Okay, you say. Well, this broadcast, EBay, 58 list, IPATs." Simon paused for a moment, and then skillfully reported a series of nouns. Sandra listened to Simon with stars in her eyes. She wanted to roll her eyes but asked subconsciously, "What are they?" The venture capital proposals I saw in San Francisco yesterday. Sandra blinked and understood. She immediately became interested again and put her arm around Simon's arm and said, I have some money in my hand now. The internet concept is so popular. Can you help me pick a few investment projects? Simon shook his head and said, no, you can't afford to be in the limelight. This is really burning money. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. If you want advice, just buy AOL or Cisco stocks directly. I won't buy it. Many newspapers are saying that the stock prices of these companies you have are seriously inflated and may fall sharply at any time. Well, do you believe me or the media? But IBM's recent market value is only $29 billion, and Boeing is $12 billion, and Cisco is $370. Don't you think it's too exaggerated? IBM lost $5 billion last year, which led to a sharp drop in its stock price. Boeing was dragged down by the sluggish global economic environment. Moreover, the stock price reflects the future development potential of a company. IBM and Boeing have long passed the rising period. Sandra thought for a moment and asked, you mean, the stock prices of IBM and Boeing are at their lowest point now? Yes. Then can I buy at the bottom? Look, Sandra said with an expert look, IBM and Boeing are at their lowest point. If I buy now, I may make more than double in the next few years. Cisco and AOL are now valued at more than $30 billion. I think $50 billion should not be higher. This is what the newspaper said, and it may collapse at any time. Simon nodded in approval and waved to Allison, who was not far away. Remember to remind me to buy another $100 million of Boeing stock next Monday. I felt a little puzzled. A few days ago, Simon asked her to pass a memorandum to Lawrence Fink, the head of BlackRock Asset Management, asking him to increase his holdings of Boeing and other companies' stocks. The current absorption ratio is close to the 5% that needs to be reported, and he has begun to contact Boeing to plan for a seat on the board of directors. Suddenly buying another $100 million, what does it mean? Although she didn't understand, Allison didn't ask any more questions. She nodded, took out the memo from her handbag and wrote it down carefully. After confirming that her boss had no other instructions, she walked away. Sandra was even more confused and thought that Simon might be teasing her. After Girl A walked away, she asked, did I say something wrong? Simon shrugged, half right. Okay, I'll buy a little of everything, he said fiercely, but if I lose, you have to compensate me. Can I pay with my body? Yes. Forget it, the price is too high. Humph. After a few jokes, Sandra turned the topic to the movie just now, that Speed. Stallone also saw it, and he asked me to help ask. Speed is a movie that MGM recently approved. It is also a box office hit in the original time and space. The original version of the movie starred Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock. Because it was a new script, the project circulated among several major Hollywood studios before Simon noticed it. Deanery's entertainment schedule for next year is full, so Simon gave the project to MGM. Including True Lies, which is under negotiation, the two films will become MGM's main hits next year. Simon has no intention of changing the main creators this time, not to mention that he has a good relationship with Keanu and Sandra. Hearing this, he smiled and asked, are you dissatisfied with Keanu? Of course not, just helping. Seymour's a good person. Simon understood that Stallone was probably testing whether the two sides had other opportunities for cooperation. As for why Sandra, it was because the girl participated in Stallone's other new film Power Rangers in the first half of the year. Warner Brothers invested with a budget of $57 million. Warner Brothers originally planned to release Power Rangers at the end of the year. Probably because the effect of the finished film was mediocre, coupled with the impact of the box office failure of Clark's in the Mountains, so they changed the schedule to the unpopular schedule in early October, which was considered a semi-abandoned state. Not only that, Simon also knew that another new film that Stallone was preparing, The Expert, was also in a state of being stranded recently. Because the contract was not confirmed in advance, it encountered more embarrassment than True Lies. Warner Brothers, which was originally interested in taking over, proposed a substantial budget cut. Obviously, it is necessary to start with cutting Stallone's salary. Stallone's salary for the two films Clarks of the Mountain and Power Rangers was $15 million. If there are no big selling works that will turn things around in the next few years, this is estimated to be the highest point of Stallone's salary. In Simon's memory, Stallone also entered the 20 million club during the most prosperous period of Hollywood around 2000, but his personal film and television works never had a very eye-catching commercial performance, so that the turnaround work The Expendables was promoted to many companies, but no one took it over. In recent years, Simon has been suppressing the star's salary, either openly or secretly. The early arrival of the special effects era has also suppressed the growth of stars' salary to a large extent. The former 20 million club, at least within the control of Deanery's Entertainment, no star will be able to get it, and at most they can cross this threshold in disguised form through profit sharing. Compared with Schwarzenegger, who has the Terminator series as his foundation, Stallone's luck is really not good. Simon still admires Stallone's inspirational experience very much, and he would not refuse if there is a suitable cooperation opportunity, but he does not have such a project at hand for the time being. Sandra only mentioned it briefly, as a favor. After all, it is an investment of tens of millions of dollars, and she has no intention of participating too much. After chatting for a while, seeing Jonathan Friedman coming over and saying hello to her agent, the girl got up tactfully, but she gave Simon a blank look before leaving, because Jonathan brought a woman over, which seemed to suit a certain guy's taste. "Simon, this is Fella, you should know her. I remember you bought the copyright of Charlie's Angels a long time ago, right?" Of course, Simon said to Jonathan, shook hands with a woman who came with him, and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Fawcett." Fella Fawcett, one of the heroines of the 1970s TV version of Charlie's Angels. WMA was the only one in the 1970s, and the main creators of Charlie's Angels were basically artists under WMA. Although she is over 40 years old, as one of the most famous voice actresses in the 1970s, Fella Fawcett also belongs to the fairy family who successfully resisted the erosion of time. In terms of figure and appearance, she is not inferior to young girls, and she has a bit more mature charm accumulated over the years. The woman's voice is also very nice, a little baby voice, but not at all coquettish. After greeting, Fella Fawcett sat down next to Simon without any hesitation, and her body wrapped in a thin silk dress touched Simon several times intentionally or unintentionally. The three chatted casually for a while, and Farrah Fawcett took the initiative to mention the purpose of asking Friedman for help. She wanted to try the role of the heroine in True Lies. Although the project is still under negotiation and many details have not been finalized, to the outside world, the film is basically under Simon's control. Even if the cooperation is not reached in the end, Simon Westeros asked for a heroine, and neither Fox nor Schwarzenegger would refuse. Chapter 565 Human Relationship. Simon actually hadn't considered the heroine of True Lies. As long as it wasn't Jamie Lee Curtis, it would be fine. He didn't reject Farrah Fawcett's self-recommendation, and Simon just said that he would arrange an audition for her. Farrah Fawcett was a little disappointed. Such a promise obviously carried a bit of rejection. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Simon had already said, "Farrah, can I talk to Joe alone for a while?" The man's tone was still gentle, but Farrah Fawcett didn't dare to entangle after hearing this. She also realized that there was no play tonight, so she came closer and whispered, "You can call me anytime," and then got up and left. Farrah Fawcett disappeared, and Jonathan Friedman smiled and explained, "I know she's not your type, but it's hard to refuse a favor." Simon smiled and nodded to show his understanding. The woman just now had a good figure, appearance and voice, and she didn't have plastic surgery. She was just a little too tanned. This was very inconsistent with Simon's aesthetic inclination. Moreover, thinking of some information in his memory, Simon was even less interested in Farrah Fawcett, and had some other thoughts. Maybe I should be more careful in the future. He never worried too much about getting involved in anything. The wealth and power he has now are enough to offset too many things. He just doesn't want the woman around him to be hurt. After so many years of rebirth, Simon's indifference and alienation to the world remain, but he is also more and more concerned about the people around him. Jonathan explained and talked about another thing. "Simon, what do you think about the Fear Zone that MGM recently launched?" Not only Speed, MGM has also recently confirmed several other projects. Fear Zone, adapted from a best-selling novel, is also one of them. The film tells the story of a virus spread caused by illegal animal smuggling that almost killed the residents of a town. It also involves elements such as biological weapons research. The theme is still the old-fashioned personal heroism, and the male protagonist saves the world. The original Fear Zone starred Dustin Hoffman. Simon has seen this movie. The male protagonist played by Dustin Hoffman does not have the temperament of a savior at all. Instead, he is a CP with a monkey in the movie. In terms of calculation, the male protagonist should be Harrison Ford. In fact, the project was originally tailor-made for Harrison Ford. In the end, it was taken by Dustin Hoffman. It was obviously another packaged project that CAA cobbled together, without considering whether the character image was suitable. Michael Ovitz always lobbying Hollywood studios to let their artists try a variety of acting styles. It's okay for artists to pursue breakthroughs, but it's wrong for you to mess around. Simon will definitely not allow the past to happen again this time. Seeing Jonathan asking, he also understood what the other party meant, and smiled. Do you want Bob to try? Jonathan nodded. Yes, after Heat, Bob happened to have a schedule. The Bob here is Robert De Niro. De Niro was signed from CAA. In recent years, this actor has been Jonathan's trump card. He has cooperated with Deaneries Entertainment in blockbuster projects such as Pulp Fiction, Dead Poets Society and The Sixth Sense. De Niro recently partnered with Al Pacino again to shoot a police film he'd invested by Deaneries Entertainment, which is a movie Simon likes very much. For Fear Zone, Simon first thought of Harrison Ford. It just happened that Ford has signed Paramount's The Pursuit, which is the sequel to last year's Patriot Games and the last part of the original novel writer Tom Clancy's 1980s Cold War anti-terrorism trilogy. The first two films, The Hunt for Red October and Patriot Games, were successful, and the third The Pursuit was a natural choice. Ford did not have a schedule, and Simon also considered two Bobs who had close cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment, Robert Redford and Robert De Niro. The release date of The Fear Zone is probably at the end of next year or the beginning of the year after next, depending on the film's effects and other factors. The release dates of both Bobs are fine, but the roles are not well matched. Redford can play a gentleman, a cowboy, or a villain, and De Niro can be even more versatile. However, both of them lack the main theme temperament that can save the world. Just now, Sandra mentioned Stallone, and Simon also had some thoughts, but he quickly dispelled them. The Fear Zone is a drama film that requires acting skills. It is better for muscle men like Stallone and Schwarzenegger to carry machine guns to save the world, and forget about acting. Simon did not hide anything and spoke frankly about his thoughts. Jonathan was a little disappointed, but he also expressed his understanding. He said, in this case, Ford is indeed the most suitable. What are you going to do now? Simon said, if Ford can play the role, it will be a blockbuster with a budget of $50 million. Now Ford has no schedule. I plan to make a medium-sized film with a budget of $25 million. The initial consideration for the male lead is Sam Neill. Sam Neill was the male lead in last year's Jurassic Park. Although the protagonists of the film are a series of ancient dinosaurs, this male star has also gained global fame, and his salary is only half of Ford, Redford, De Niro and others. The image of a scholar and a war man in Jurassic Park also makes Sam Neill very suitable for the image of a righteous and fearless doctor in Fear Zone. Sam Neill is an artist under WMA. Although he became famous with last year's Jurassic Park, Jonathan originally thought that his development potential was not great. Hollywood is already very saturated with middle-aged male stars. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Harrison Ford, Robert Redford and other first-line celebrities will not give Neill too many opportunities to stand out. Now, Simon plans to give Neill some other projects besides Jurassic Park. Of course, Jonathan will not miss it. With Simon's support, other people in Hollywood can't play tricks. Although it is not a direct male star under his name, if WMA can have another first-line celebrity, and there is no big conflict with Robert De Niro and others under his name, Jonathan will certainly not refuse. In this case, I will arrange a meeting between Shirley and Neill tomorrow. What do you think? Simon felt the urgency in Jonathan's tone and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then, what about the heroine? Although the budget was halved, no one knew the magic of the young man in front of him better than Jonathan. In recent years, he has almost never failed in the projects he has taken a fancy to. Sam Neill can break through Jurassic Park and go to the next level. The heroine is also an opportunity. By the way, the heroine of the original Scary Zone happened to be Renee Russo. Sam Neill and Renee Russo had just worked together in Jurassic Park last year, and signed a long-term contract for 2 sequels. If they appeared in another movie at the same time, It would definitely increase the popularity of the movie. However, according to Hollywood conventions, two stars who have just worked together are not suitable for the next collaboration immediately, unless it is a sequel. In the past, Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan's collaboration Sleepless in Seattle was a great success, and it was not until 6 years later that they appeared together in You've Got Mail. Richard Gere and Julia Roberts' second collaboration Runaway Bride and Pretty Woman were also separated by almost 10 years. Renee Russo is not suitable, but Simon considered another woman with a similar temperament, Cella Ward. Relying on the role of the perfect housewife Brie Van Deeken in Desperate Housewives, Cella Ward has also been quite popular with the audience in the past year. Unfortunately, Cella Ward has no schedule. American TV series are filmed and broadcasted at the same time. The second season of Desperate Housewives will be broadcast from this autumn to next spring. The Fear Zone wants to catch up with the end of 1994 schedule, and at the same time, it needs to ensure the schedule of Sam Neill's Jurassic Park 2. It must start filming at the beginning of next year at the latest. By then, Cella Ward will still be in the Desperate Housewives crew. Thinking of this, Simon shook his head and said, "There is no suitable candidate for this yet. Can you recommend one?" Jonathan smiled and said, "Fella just now. She is too pretty. The heroine is a doctor. We need a woman with temperament like Renee Russell or Cella Ward. Acting skills are also a must. Then I will go back and pick according to your standards." After chatting for a while, Simon left the party early when he saw that the time was almost up. Allison and Simon returned to Cape Dumay Manor together. She was still a little surprised. She originally thought that her boss would not go home tonight, and might even take a woman selected at the party to fly to other cities on a whim. So she called in advance to arrange a private plane. After entering the Shell Villa, Simon took off his suit and handed it to Girl A, who took it subconsciously. Noticing her expression, he teased, "What bad things are you thinking?" "No," Girl A shook her head and said nonchalantly, "Does the boss want to take a shower? You go and rest, don't worry about me." "Oh." Although she agreed, Allison waited for Simon to go upstairs, and then she slightly tidied up the suit in her hand and went to the laundry room on the side of the villa. The Shell Villa seemed very empty late at night. Because of the good sound insulation, the sound of the waves could not be transmitted, so it was also very quiet. A series of high heels made a series of sounds, holding the man's clothes, and inexplicably felt at ease, so she secretly picked it up and smelled it, and then she felt a little embarrassed and felt that she was very perverted. After a little busy work and taking a shower, Girl A lay on the bed and went to bed very late. 6 months pregnant, Janet felt sealed again. Although not as cautious as the first time, as the pregnancy progressed, the woman became cautious again out of maternal instinct. She has stopped working recently and just went through the various schedules of pregnancy every day. It is inevitable that there will be more troubles, especially after she found that she had gained a lot of weight and had more serious stretch marks on her belly than the first time. The woman once again vowed that she would not give birth again. In contrast, the female assistant was very much looking forward to the little guy in her belly. The gender of the two children has been determined. Janet is still a boy this time, and the female assistant is pregnant with a girl. This also made the female assistant very satisfied. She felt that Seattle Westeros was more suitable as a girl's name. The little guy in Janet's belly also had a name. This time it was decided by Raymond Johnston himself. Perhaps he had long been resentful of the name of Melbourne, the eldest son of the Westeros family. When Simon and his wife went to Melbourne last time, the old man said without question that if it was a boy, he would be named Nicholas, and if it was a girl, she would be named Anita, which were the names of Janet's grandparents. It is obviously a tradition for Westerners to use the names of their elders for their children. The old man did not let the child be named Raymond or Tracy. Janet's grandparents were no longer alive, so Simon did not object. Otherwise, it would be a bit strange for him. As for the assistant's pregnancy and Janet's decision to announce that she had given birth to twins, it was no secret to the Johnston family. Simon did not intend to hide it. It was impossible to hide it from his own family. The old man did not say anything, but he did not give Simon a very good face when he went to Melbourne last time. Anthony Johnston was also assigned to talk to Simon, mentioning the issue of inheritance rights and hoping that the assistant's child would not have the surname Westeros. Simon was also frank about this. The assets under his name are now huge enough and will be even more amazing in the future. This asset cannot be left to anyone or several children alone. It is better to exist in the name of the family foundation in the future. Therefore, no child can actually get too much inheritance rights. As for the surname issue, Simon did not give in, and also said that he did not want his children to experience the same experience as he had. If Simon was still the poor boy he was before, the Johnston family would certainly not be easy to talk to. However, Simon is now admired by too many people. Even the Johnston family has become a vassal of the Westeros system in the eyes of many people. Simon insisted on his attitude, and the Johnston family never mentioned the matter of the female assistant's child again. Janet told Simon privately that her family asked her to be strict with her man in the future and not to be too lax. Did she also ask Simon if he was afraid? After the summer celebration party of Deanery's Entertainment, after several negotiations, the True Lies project was finally finalized. Arnold Schwarzenegger took the initiative to reduce his salary from $15 million to $12 million. James Cameron did not make too many concessions. Schwarzenegger, as a friend, invited him to help with this project. He was not interested in such films. If the producer insisted, Cameron said he did not mind withdrawing. The final compromise was to increase the budget to $80 million. However, once the budget was overspent, Cameron's fixed director's salary of $8 million would be halved, but the -$4 million was not unpaid, but converted into a profit-sharing clause. If the project is profitable. Although the production budget of True Lies was as high as $115 million, it was still very profitable. Schwarzenegger and Cameron both made certain concessions, so Simon did not insist too much. MGM and Fox quickly signed a cooperation agreement, in which Fox, which was responsible for the distribution, could get a distribution commission of 10%, which was higher than the 8% initially proposed by Simon, but 2.5 percentage points lower than the 12.5% commission rate of the DC Movie Universe project responsible for Warner Brothers, which was considered a step back for both parties. Simon did not have a suitable candidate for the final heroine. Actors such as Farrah Fawcett, who wanted to get the role through personal connections, were not suitable in his opinion, so he simply threw it to the crew to deal with it. Anyway, as long as it is not Jamie Lee Curtis, it will be fine. Chapter 566 Classified Information Website. July 30th, the summer season began to end, and as many as 7 films were released in North American theaters this week. However, 4 of them opened within 300 screens, and the Italian art film Four Loves, released by Guillaume Films, only had a preview scale of 11 screens. The 3 mainstream commercial films that opened with more than 1,000 screens were Paradise, produced by MGM, Robin Hood, The Adventures of Teddy Bear by Fox Film, and Naked by Columbia Pictures. Paradise is starred by Robert Downey Jr. and tells the story of a car accident that surrounds the male protagonist Tommy with 4 ghosts. It is obviously following the trend of Ghost, and the film opened on 1,263 screens. Robin Hood, The Adventures of Teddy Bear is a spoof movie about the theme of Robin Hood, and it is obviously following the trend of Kevin Costner's hit Robin Hood 2 years ago, and the number of screens opened was 1,275. Naked is a project similar to Basic Instinct that Madonna had promoted to Simon last year. The film uses Madonna's large-scale performance as a selling point, and the number of screens it opened on also exceeded the other 2 commercial films, reaching 2,070. In the box office week from July 30th to August 5th, because the box office of new films released in the past 2 weeks was very average, the top of the list was still The Pelicans, which opened on July 16th. In its 3rd week of release, The Pelicans fell 31% from last week's box office, earning $16.82 million. The cumulative box office of the film in 3 weeks reached $72.83 million. It is expected to exceed $100 million in the next 3 weeks, and the total box office is probably around $100 million. It is unlikely to exceed $110 million. Not only The Pelicans, entering August, the box office trends of a series of related films in Deanery's Entertainment's summer season have been basically determined. Relying on the single-week box office revenue of $10.37 million in the 5th week of its release, Sugarcoat Trap, which opened on July 2nd, officially broke the $100 million mark in North America, reaching a total of $104.93 million. Considering that the box office volume of Sugarcoat Trap in its 5th week of release is still as high as $10.37 million, the film's total North American box office is expected to reach between $140 million and $150 million. Another film related to Deanery's Entertainment, Sleepless in Seattle, earned $6.03 million this week. After 7 weeks of release, this romantic film starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan has accumulated a box office of $116.31 million, and the total North American box office is expected to be around $130 million. Going back further, Superman, which opened on June 4th, officially fell below the $10 million mark in its 9th week of release. It earned $9.39 million in the week from July 30th to August 5th. At the same time, the cumulative box office of Superman also reached $332.11 million, and the total North American box office is expected to reach around $360 million. Because 3 of the 4 major commercial films were distributed by other Hollywood studios, Deanery's Entertainment was only responsible for The Trap, so the 3 summer films of New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures received considerable distribution resources from Deanery's Entertainment. Therefore, the 3 low-cost films Bruce Lee on May 17, Orlando on June 11, and What's Love Got to Do With It on June 25, all achieved relatively good box office results compared to their budgets. Among them, Bruce Lee has been withdrawn from the schedule. The film's production budget is $15 million, $5 million for publicity and distribution, and the total box office in North America has reached $35.11 million. New World Pictures basically recovered most of its production and publicity costs by relying on the North American box office, and the subsequent channel profits will be very considerable. Orlando starring Tilda Swinton has accumulated a box office of $17.36 million as of August 5, and continues to steadily advance towards $20 million with a single-week box office of more than $500,000. The total investment in film purchase and promotion of Orlando was only $6 million, and it has already started to make a profit. Tina Turner's music biopic What's Love Got to Do With It was even more of a surprise. What's Love Got to Do With It had a production and promotion investment comparable to the Bruce Lee story, with a total cost of $20 million. After its release on June 25, the cumulative box office had reached $42.63 million by August 5, and the single-week box office from July 30 to August 5 still reached $3.81 million. It will not be a problem to hit the total box office of $50 million next. Compared with Superman, the revenue of these 3 films is simply not worth mentioning. However, the 3 films, or, including 4 major commercial films, all 7 films of Deanery's Entertainment's summer season have been successful. For other Hollywood studios, this is the terrifying thing about this latest rising star. As a business that is almost like gambling, how can someone always win? Simon doesn't think there's anything special about this. Of the 7 films, 4 of them are the best ones he has chosen based on his foresight. The other 3 films, since they were selected by New World Pictures and Gay Omen Pictures for the summer season, are of good quality, not to mention the strong publicity and promotion support of Deanery's Entertainment Group. Movies are a gambling business, and you can actually count cards on the gambling table. Just like the Disney in Simon's memory. Disney, which has integrated Marvel Entertainment, Lucasfilm, and Pixar Studios, also has a set of best cards with a high chance of winning, which has led to the grand occasion that Disney has half of the top 10 North American box office charts every year. In the past few years, Simon was always worried that Deanery's Entertainment would attract unpredictable troubles if it was too prominent, so he adopted a strategy of external cooperation and sharing profits. Until this summer, 3 of the 4 commercial hits of Deanery's Entertainment were distributed by other studios. With the successful merger of Deanery's Entertainment with MCA and the growing strength of the Westeros system, the previous concerns are no longer a problem. As long as Deanery's Entertainment continues to acquire a national public television network in the next few years and completely completes its layout in the media field, it can fully demonstrate Simon's ambition to dominate Hollywood. On the other hand, the most striking contrast with Deanery's Entertainment this summer is undoubtedly Columbia Pictures, which was acquired by Japan's Sony Group. In order to keep his position as CEO of Columbia Pictures, Peter Guber can almost be said to have made a desperate bet in this summer. Starting from My Brilliant Family, which was released on May 14 and the same time as Bruce Lee's story, Columbia Pictures released a total of 6 movies this summer, including My Brilliant Family, Clarks of the Mountain, The Phantom Hero, The Honeymoon Dangerous Period, Justin's the Poet and Naked. The production budget of these 6 movies alone has reached $230 million. However, as of August 5th, the total box office of the 6 films in the summer season was only $170 million. Columbia Pictures could only recover about $90 million in box office revenue, which could not even offset the publicity and promotion expenses of the 6 films, not to mention the huge production costs of more than $200 million. Among them, Madonna's new film Naked, released on July 30th, with a production budget of $30 million, only had a box office of $8.54 million in the first week. The market has proved with facts that the audience is not very interested in the naked body of the Queen of Madonna. The failure of this project is also a microcosm of a series of failures of Columbia Pictures in the summer season. The failure of Columbia Pictures is also not an accident. When running Cooper Peters' company, Peter Cooper and John Peters, as veteran producers in the circle, did not do anything too outrageous because they cooperated with peers who were familiar with the rules of the industry, and they also achieved good results. After taking over Columbia Pictures from Sony, the two Hollywood veterans completely let themselves go because of the Japanese attitude of decentralization. Management chaos, wanton spending, laziness, nepotism, blind investment, all kinds of ills that can drag a company into the abyss. The two executives have almost committed one after another in recent years. For such a company, losses are inevitable, and profits are accidental. On August 6th, with the disappointing box office results of Naked in the first week, Sony officially announced that Peter Cooper and John Peters were dismissed from all positions. Michael Schulhoff, president of Sony's U.S. branch, temporarily took over all affairs of Columbia Pictures and reported directly to Sony CEO Norio Oga. Not only that, Sony also sent an accounting team to Columbia to conduct a financial audit of the studio. Faced with this sudden personnel earthquake, Sony remained quite silent. However, Peter Cooper, who was dismissed from his position, expressed his dissatisfaction with being dismissed without reason during the contract period in an interview with the media, and revealed that he might file a lawsuit against Sony. The North American media then discussed the turmoil of Columbia Pictures throughout the weekend. Until Monday, August 9th, the front page of the Los Angeles Times was still reporting the latest news about Columbia Pictures. It was rumored that Columbia Pictures' financial situation was worse than everyone expected, and Sony might face an asset write-down of more than $1 billion. In comparison, Sony's recent market value is only about $17 billion. Peter Cooper was fired by Sony 2 years earlier than Simon remembered. In the original Time and Space, it was not until 1995 that Sony finally stopped letting Columbia Pictures go its own way. Simon even remembered the huge asset write-down amount Sony made on Columbia Pictures in the original Time and Space, which was a full $2.7 billion. When Sony bought Columbia Pictures, it offered only $3.4 billion for the equity of this big studio, and assumed $1.6 billion in debt, with a total transaction amount of $5 billion. In recent years, in order to resolve various legal disputes and Columbia Pictures' funding needs, Sony has invested more than $1 billion. The $2.7 billion asset write-down is almost equivalent to Columbia Pictures' assets being emptied by more than half. Because of this failure, Akio Morita completely lost control of Sony and died in depression a few years later. This time, obviously influenced by Simon and Deanery's entertainment, many things have changed. However, Sony's big fall on Columbia Pictures will not change. Just this summer, Columbia Pictures' losses on a series of projects will exceed $200 million. In a few years, this big studio has been seriously injured by Peter Cooper and John Peters. It is expected that the asset impairment figures announced by Sony next will definitely not be much lower than what Simon remembers. This incident actually sounded a wake-up call for Simon. It is definitely not that you can receive corresponding returns by providing some people with enough funds, enough trust, and enough room for development. If you really do this, you may end up with a mess. The scale of the Westeros system is getting bigger and bigger. If you want your business empire to continue to expand, decentralization is necessary. However, decentralization without constraints may result in disastrous results. In the restaurant of Shale Villa, while reading the newspaper in the morning, he talked about his thoughts with Janet beside him. The woman nodded her head exaggeratedly. I understand. Janet is actually Simon's eyes for supervising the Westeros system. Seeing the woman's mischief, Simon smiled and said, "Are there any problems?" "No." Janet shook her head, squinted at the man, and said, Do you want your aunt to come and replace me to help you take care of some things? Don't worry, I won't let you succeed. After wrinkling her little nose and finishing the last bite of the breakfast specially prepared by the nutritionist for pregnant women, Janet wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, leaned over and kissed Simon on the face, and smiled. Have fun in San Francisco today, and don't come back at night. Well, you can tell Jenny that you are coming back, and I will help you cover up the lie. Simon carefully took Janet, who came over, and put her on his legs and hugged her, gently stroking the woman's bulging belly, without continuing the previous words, and said, "Do you want to go to the UK together next week?" After several months of preparation, Nokia will be officially listed on the London Stock Exchange in the UK next Friday. Janet hugged Simon's neck and put her face on Simon's head. "I don't want to go anywhere, I just want to stay at home." Simon thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I won't go either." "Go ahead, it's boring to be with a pregnant woman all day. It's really boring, and it's troublesome." "Well, bite you." Feeling his ear being bitten by 2 rows of small teeth for a moment, Simon said, "After this month, I will try my best to put down work and accompany you on maternity leave." Janet rubbed the shallow tooth marks on Simon's ear and said, "You have no credibility with me, workaholic. This time, I will definitely bring Mel back to take care of him for a while. I can't let the little guy not even recognize his parents." Janet didn't mention Veronica deliberately this time. She hummed lightly, leaned her head on Simon's shoulder and chatted for a while. It was almost 9 o'clock when Simon left home and rushed to the airport to fly to San Francisco. At 10 o'clock, he arrived at the headquarters of IGRIT, where several executives were already waiting for Simon. What we are going to discuss today is a new project that IGRIT is about to launch, a classified information website. This is a key project in IGRIT's recent expansion plan after the last $1.5 billion financing was completed. Simon remembered many classified information websites, such as 58.com, Ganji.com, Bakesing.com, etc. Since there are so many classified information websites, it is evident that this type of website has commercial potential. In the original time and space, unlike the hundreds of schools of thought in China's classified information websites, there was only one Craigslist in North America, which was almost monopolistic. However, unlike many classified information websites in China, Craigslist was almost completely free, and it was this free model that gave it a super high monopoly advantage. Simon did not think that there was no commercial prospect for classified information websites in the United States. The business model was explored bit by bit, and the key was that you had to have enough users first. In addition, the suggestion of classified information websites was actually proposed by someone in IGRIT a long time ago. It was just suppressed by Simon on purpose, and it was not started until now. Some time ago, Simon also applied for the subsidiary brand of 58 List and the corresponding independent website based on his memory. The 58 in the name is naturally a reference to 58.com, which is a little bad taste of Simon. The project has been suppressed until now, mainly because launching this project will touch a large pie worth tens of billions of dollars in the traditional paper media industry. As we all know, the paper media in the United States at this time is very developed. From world-class metropolises such as New York and Los Angeles to some remote fishing ports and small towns, they often have their own newspapers. The American public also has a very wide range of consumption habits of subscribing to newspapers. In the huge paper media industry, most newspapers will have many sections with densely packed classified information advertisements such as recruitment and rental, and this part of the income often accounts for about half of a newspaper's total income. The entire federal paper media industry currently has an annual income of more than $20 billion from classified information advertisements. Now, once the classified information website temporarily positioned as free under the IGRIT portal is launched, users can publish various classified information advertisements on the internet without spending a penny. It can be imagined that once this online business develops, it will have a serious impact on the classified information advertising business of traditional paper media platforms. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Key Issues. As one of the key projects that IGRIT has been quietly incubating, 58 List has been considered very clearly in all aspects before it was launched. Perhaps because it was considered too clearly, the design plan of the first version of the homepage was directly killed by Simon. Because it was too cumbersome. Simon has a deep memory of the classified information website in his memory. At first glance, it is densely packed, and a lot of redundant information rushes into your eyes, making you have no idea what to do. The 58 List team also made a similar mistake at first. It seems that in order to let users experience that their services are thoughtful and complete enough, the initial homepage plan has 3 screens. This is obviously counterproductive. Simon finally gave only one screen design space, and asked for simplicity, simplicity, and simplicity. With the current mainstream dial-up network speed, it must be opened instantly without waiting. This means that the homepage basically exists in full text form. In addition, most non-mainstream classified information services have been cut off, and the focus in the short term is on real estate, work and second-hand projects. In fact, this basically covers more than 80% of the content of classified information advertisements on paper media platforms. The final page, in addition to the website logo and search box, is simply divided into 4 parts, with real estate, work and second-hand as the main services, and also provides a forum for customer communication. As a new technology company that pioneered the internet era, technology is no longer a problem for Egret. The key to 58 List's success is operation. For Simon, a latecomer, he knows better than anyone the various problems that classified directory websites will encounter during operation, such as false information, online fraud, etc. Therefore, during the preparation of 58 List, the establishment of a legal team became the top priority of this subsidiary. Americans often use lawyers to speak. Once they encounter fraud and other problems when seeking services on the 58 List platform, they will definitely point the finger at Egret, which is rich and powerful. Internet classified information services touch the foundation of the traditional paper media platform with an annual revenue of up to $20 billion. It can be imagined that as long as a dispute occurs, the paper media will never be stingy and one-sidedly stir up public opinion to the hottest, and any smallest problem may be magnified to the maximum. Just like every accident of Tesla electric vehicles in memory will attract all-round attention from the media. It is almost a general trend that free internet classified information services will replace paid services of paper media. Simon believes that no one can stop this trend. However, in this game of industry redistribution that will never be peaceful, forming a strong legal team in advance and formulating clear rights and responsibilities can maintain a smooth development of 58 List to the greatest extent. After the last meeting before 58 List went online, everyone had lunch together in the restaurant of Egret headquarters at noon. During this period, Egret used the $1.5 billion funds obtained from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to continuously invest in multiple startups. 58 List is the only wholly owned subsidiary of Egret that has a portal direct interface similar to Facebook, Google and Amazon. Therefore, it can be seen that the senior management attaches great importance to this project. The CEO of 58 List is Michael Novarek, 35 years old, graduated from MIT, and worked at HP for 5 years. After Egret was established, Michael Novarek was recruited to become one of the company's earliest employees. As an energetic technical expert with a doctorate degree, Michael Novarek has participated in the development and operation of projects such as the email and online forum of the Egret portal. Simon, Bezos, Tim Berners-Lee and Michael Novarek sat at a table in the restaurant. Everyone continued to discuss some issues about 58 List's business model. Simon, noticing Michael Novarek's ambitions, asked, "Mike, of the $20 billion traditional paper media classified information advertising market, how much do you think can be converted into revenue for the internet industry in 10 years?" Michael Novarek thought for a while and said, "In 10 years, even if the entire $20 billion output value cannot be converted due to the free nature of the internet, I believe there should still be a revenue scale of around $5 billion. Moreover, the low operating costs will allow us to have a very high profit margin, which is something that traditional paper media cannot match." Simon looked at Bezos and Lee and asked, "How much do you think it should be?" Tim Berners-Lee said, "I think it should be $5 billion. Jeff Bezos probably sensed Simon's intention and said, "We are currently only providing classified information services similar to traditional paper media. With the development of the internet industry, 58list will be able to provide more paid value-added services in the future to further expand the market. $5 billion is not a lot. Simon nodded slightly. 58list does not intend to pursue any profits in the short term, but during this period, the IGRA team has also formulated more than one sustainable potential business model. Craigslist, as a classified information website that monopolizes the North American market, has a huge traffic, but its annual revenue is only a few $100 million because of the founder's free operation concept. Of course, because there are only a few dozen employees after many years of development, the profit margin brought by Craigslist's annual revenue of hundreds of millions of dollars is also terrible, which has led to super internet giants such as Yahoo, Google, and Facebook trying to enter the classified information market one after another. The key to the success of Craigslist lies in free and monopoly. This time, IGRA started to lay out in advance, and it is even easier to rely on its own advantages to form a de facto monopoly in this market. However, it is also very difficult to obtain large revenues from this. Users who are accustomed to free often find it difficult to adapt to the charging model. Once 58list forcibly charges, it is most likely to lead to user loss and the rise of other similar websites. After Simon and the other three had expressed their opinions, they raised two fingers and said, "In my opinion, it's only $200 million. Jeff Bezos was a little surprised, even though he knew that Simon was pouring cold water on Michael Novarek. If 58list can only achieve $200 million in revenue in 10 years, this business is not worth continuing." Without waiting for the three to ask questions, Simon took the initiative to explain. According to the current free operation model, 58list is similar to a public service platform, and it will continue for a long time in the future. Fortunately, our advantage is that the operating cost is very low. If we completely put aside the identity of IGRA's subsidiary, I believe that operating such a full-text public service platform, even if it is based on the user scale covering the entire federation, actually only requires dozens of employees, plus office space, server costs and other expenses. The annual expenditure will not exceed $20 million. Jeff Bezos and the other two all have considerable technical foundations. Simon said this, and the three nodded in agreement. If it is completely a free public service platform and does not pursue commercial operation, 58list does only need dozens of employees and other expenses that are also not much. Moreover, doing so can ensure that 58list has almost no competitors to monopolize the classified information service field. After monopolizing the market, with a huge user scale of the classified information market, it will be very easy to ensure that the free service is properly commercialized and earn $200 million per year. However, the revenue of about $200 million will probably be a limit. With a fixed cost of $20 million in exchange for an annual revenue of $200 million, the platform will have a very comfortable life, but it will not be possible to make any breakthroughs. Seeing that the three people were lost in thought, Simon stopped talking and picked up the cutlery to continue his lunch. After a while, Simon had almost finished his lunch. Michael Novarek smiled bitterly and said, "If we kill a $20 billion industry but only get a new $200 million market, wouldn't that be a failure?" Simon put down his cutlery and said, "From the public's perspective, it's actually equivalent to us saving them $20 billion in expenses every year. Many people will thank us." Jeff Bezos said, "The paper media group will want to kill us." Simon said, "Every technological change means that many industries are eliminated. When the steam loom first appeared, traditional workers rushed into the factory and smashed the machines, but they could never get their jobs back. On the contrary, those who followed the trend and opened mechanized textile factories made a fortune. The steam revolution, the electrical revolution, every time has been like this. Now, we are at the beginning of a brand new information revolution. Those who follow the trend will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. This is an inevitable trend that cannot be changed." Tim Berners-Lee couldn't help but sighed. "It's the beginning of a great era." "Yes," Simon smiled, pointed to himself and the others in the restaurant, and said, "We have personally created a great era." Jeff Bezos and Tim Berners-Lee were both more excited when they heard this. Michael Novarek was also a little excited, but when he thought of what Simon had just said, he said, "I am more concerned about my project." Simon took back the topic he had just changed and said, "In fact, the industry scale of $20 billion is still there. What I just said is just the worst result. How much can be converted depends on your work results. However, Mike, I need to remind you one more thing. 58list can continue to try to explore various business models, but never care about making money. Users should be put first. All services of 58list must follow the principle of user first. If our platform services can make users feel that they are worth the money, they will naturally take out their own wallets. On the contrary, if everyone thinks that this is a bad platform with rampant scammers, rampant false information, no protection of user rights, and only charging fees but failing to provide equivalent services, even if you use your own advantages to monopolize the entire industry, compared with a potential market that could have been larger, what you get in the end will only be a severely shrunken small cake. Michael and the other two nodded in approval. User first has long been one of Ygritte's operating principles. However, everyone understands the truth, but knowing is easier than doing. For classified information services, what Simon can do is to remind the 58list team as much as possible not to go in the wrong direction of development. Moreover, compared with Ygritte's huge layout in other fields, this part of the business is not the core after all. If Michael Navarrete messes up, Simon will decisively adjust this subsidiary to a free public service platform, just as a basic service of Ygritte. The reason why Google is so powerful in memory is that Google Translate, Google Maps and other basic services that are completely free for ordinary users have contributed to the company's market monopoly. It is these free services that strengthen the stickiness of Google users to Google's core revenue products. Because since all the services that should be available can be found on Google, and they are all free, everyone naturally does not need to turn to other platforms, thus blocking the possibility of other internet companies rising in similar fields. After the meeting that day, 58list went online quietly on Wednesday, August 11th. The threat of this service to traditional paper media is too obvious. Therefore, the Ygritte portal did not give any fanfare to the publicity, which actually avoided the direct outbreak of user demand to a large extent and gave the 58list team relatively sufficient space for exploration. However, as a classified information service platform with the same city model as the core, if other startups were to do it, they might only be able to choose one or two cities to conduct business. 58list has the strong technical and platform support of Ygritte. After its launch, it directly covers the capital cities of the 50 states in the United States and some other populous metropolitan areas. Although it has not been promoted extensively, as an online service with a direct interface parallel to Facebook, Google, and Amazon on the homepage of Ygritte portal, and it can also be logged in directly through Ygritte mailbox, and the service is completely free. After its launch, the 58list website quickly attracted a large number of users. In just 3 days, the number of posts on house rental and sale, employee recruitment, second-hand transactions, etc. in various sections exceeded 1 million. The charging standards for classified information advertisements on newspaper platforms vary according to factors such as circulation, ranging from tens to hundreds of dollars. 58list surpassed 1 million posts in just 3 days. If the newspaper platform charges according to its fee standard, it would be equivalent to a potential loss of $50 to $100 million to the paper media industry. In recent years, many people have not believed that the rise of the internet industry will bring too much impact to traditional media. With the launch of 58list, everyone finally felt a real threat. Even though most paper media platforms instinctively avoided the popularity of 58list after its launch, and even the Ygritte portal itself kept a low profile with the mentality of quietly entering the village and not shooting, the launch of this service inevitably attracted the attention of some people. A financial talk show on the CNN channel made a special feature on 58list on the following Monday, detailing the popularity of this online service and its potential threat to traditional paper media. So, the news naturally began to spread. In addition, the interface of 58list is placed on the Ygritte portal homepage, which is a must after the IE browser is opened. It is very convenient to use, and some users who were not interested in it quietly clicked in. More professional real estate or recruitment information may not be useful in a short period of time, so the second-hand market in the same city has become the object of trial for most users. Second-hand transactions in the United States are very developed. Whether it is cars, furniture, or toys and pets, as long as you can think of it, there are people selling and buying. What's more, this platform does not charge fees like newspapers, and you don't have to spend a penny. If you can sell some things that have not been used for a long time at home for dozens of dollars, why not? Many service platforms in Simon's memory are always accustomed to concealing the potential risks of related services from users in order to expand their business. 58 List did not do this. Before users post, the first thing they have to read is the website terms and anti-fraud statement carefully drafted by the website's legal team, reminding users of the potential risks of transactions on the platform, and they can only continue to post after users click the agree button. Even so, fraud incidents still happen soon. Chapter 568 Nokia goes public. The incident happened in San Francisco. It was a very old-fashioned job fraud. The scammers used the 58 List platform to post a series of advertisements for recruiting part-time typists, data entry clerks, etc., and then defrauded cash from job seekers on the grounds of employment deposits, training fees, etc. In just 1 week after the launch of 58 List, 6 people in the Bay Area were deceived in succession, and the cumulative amount of fraud reached $23,000. After the victim called the police, the local police in San Francisco quickly determined that this was a gang fraud case. At the same time, the 58 List team was notified as soon as possible, and the accounts and posts suspected of fraud were banned. It stands to reason that the next step is naturally the investigation and detection of the case. However, traditional paper media platforms have been eyeing the launch of 58 List. After the fraud occurred, the San Francisco Chronicle, a subsidiary of the Hearst Group, quickly got the news and made a special report on the front page of the newspaper on August 18, attacking the 58 List website service for its lack of security. Then, on August 19, the 6 victims of the fraud case jointly filed a class action lawsuit against Egret, demanding a total of up to $3 million in compensation, and demanding that Egret close the 58 List website out of a responsible attitude towards the public. Many lawsuits in the United States are always accompanied by very exaggerated claims. Anyway, they are just asking for a high price. Of course, many people realize this time that the lawsuit required Egret to close the 58 List website is the point. The media just exposed it, and then there was a class action lawsuit, and there was not even any private contact beforehand. If there was no one behind the scenes, no one would believe it. Egret had anticipated this situation when preparing for 58 List. According to the website's service process, users who use 58 List must click to agree to the website's disclaimer in advance, and also receive clear anti-fraud reminders. More importantly, the 58 List website does not charge any fees from the classified information advertisements posted by users, so it naturally does not need to bear the responsibility of ensuring the accuracy of the information. Therefore, even if this case goes to the federal Supreme Court, the possibility of Egret losing the case is almost zero. However, if 58 List really clears itself of all blame, it will inevitably damage the corporate image of the entire Egret company in the minds of users. Simon did not intend to do this from the beginning. The disclaimer and anti-fraud reminder are only to prevent 58 List from getting involved in endless litigation. Now that the incident has happened, Egret must try its best to solve the problem and recover the losses of users. Doing so is actually also to protect its own reputation and interests. When the Westeros family intelligence team was first established, Simon had already determined the role of this team in public, which is to deal with various internet crimes such as hacker attacks and online fraud that Egret may encounter. Unknowingly, the size of the Westeros family's intelligence team has exceeded 200 people. Under the advice of industry intelligence experts, it is distributed throughout North America, Europe and Australia in the form of a very professional spy network. Weapons will rust if they are not used for a long time. This intelligence team has been very active under Janet's arrangement. In addition to the security and prevention work of the Westeros family in the dark, Simon and his wife also intentionally or unintentionally selected various targets or arranged some tasks for the team to investigate or complete. Many of these targets and tasks have no clear purpose. This is just to ensure that the team will not rust. As for the expenses incurred during this period, money is not a problem for Simon. So, in 2 years, the surveillance and investigation files of various targets filled several large cabinets in the basement of Shale Villa. Some time ago, the maid next to the female assistant tried to sell the employer's information. In fact, she was discovered at the beginning. Not to mention the subsequent series of actions, in order to avoid the backlash of the abandoned child, until now, the maid named Doris Fitch has eyes around her all the time. Simon rushed to San Francisco on August 19, the day when the 6 victims filed a class action lawsuit, and personally deployed the investigation of this fraud case. He did not trust the police in the Bay Area. The detectives in American crime dramas are always wise and vigilant, but in fact, the inefficiency of American law enforcement agencies is almost well known. Even for serious cases such as kidnapping, murder, and arson, the average case-solving rate is only 60%, not to mention small things such as fraud. Moreover, some methods cannot be used by regular law enforcement agencies. This is not a problem for the private intelligence team of the Westeros family. When Simon arrived in San Francisco, a group led by Martin Dinham and the intelligence team had been busy for 3 days and basically grasped the direction of the case. Based on the IP information of the post involved in the fraud case, the intelligence team easily located an internet cafe in Richmond, Northern Bay Area with the assistance of the IGRIT technical team. This was a project jointly initiated by IGRIT, AOL and others. It was originally intended to popularize the internet to the public as soon as possible. Now this chain of internet cafes with more than 1,200 stores in North America is owned by IBM and some private equity funds on Wall Street. The monitoring system in the early 1990s was still very backward, but after completing the positioning, the team successfully obtained the public area surveillance video of a bank near the block where the internet cafe was located. At the same time, the official files on this case also fell into the hands of IGRIT. Although a class action lawsuit was launched, 2 of the 6 victims agreed to cooperate with the company's investigation under IGRIT's lobbying. After checking the surveillance video and the victim's personal identification, the suspects were basically confirmed at around 8 o'clock in the evening of August 19th. The whole thing seems simple, but many of the links are wishful thinking if you don't have enough strength, connections and skills. It all comes down to money. The low rate of solving cases by the U.S. police is actually due to this reason. If sufficient budget and manpower are given, there are not many cases in the world that cannot be solved. After confirming the suspect, the next step is to find the person. Although the Bay Area has a population of more than 5 million, it is not difficult to find the target by drawing the exact appearance of the scammer through surveillance videos and victims' descriptions, and locking the approximate activity area of the other party. Therefore, it is not difficult for ordinary people to catch the criminals when they encounter fraud, especially online fraud and telephone fraud that can be traced. However, the operators and the police were unwilling to cause trouble, and the victims were not too desperate, so the case was usually left unsolved. Simon stayed at the IGRIT headquarters until after 9 o'clock in the evening before returning to the villa in the mountains of Woodside. The female assistant had not yet rested, sitting quietly in the living room of the villa reading a book, with a TV on, and only a very small sound coming out. Simon handed his coat to Girl D, came to the sofa and sat down with Jennifer, kissed her on the cheek, and asked, "Is the little one naughty?" "No, he should be asleep." The female assistant put down her book, moved closer to Simon, and asked, "How is it over there?" "It's done, as long as we find the person." "What about the class action lawsuit and the media?" "These are things Jeff and others have to deal with. We're just waiting for the results." Simon said this, leaned over and put his ear on the female assistant's belly to listen for a moment. There was no movement, so he skillfully bent his fingers and wanted to knock a few times, but the female assistant smiled and said, "It's not a watermelon, don't wake the baby up." After a few jokes, Simon looked at the time and said, "Do you want me to hold you and take a bath?" Jennifer opened her arms to Simon. "Okay." Simon got up, picked up the female assistant, and walked towards the bedroom. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, Jennifer lay on her side beside Simon on the big bed in the bedroom. She was obviously a little sleepy, but she still asked, "Do you want to wait for news from London?" It was August 19th in Los Angeles, and London was 8 hours earlier than the west coast of the United States, and it was already August 20th. Nokia will be officially listed on the London Stock Exchange on the morning of August 20th, local time. The opening hours of the London Stock Exchange are from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. According to the 8-hour time difference, in the early morning of Los Angeles, London should start the inquiry before the formal trading. Nokia's stock will open at least at 1 a.m. in Los Angeles. Simon didn't plan to wait like this. He shook his head, turned off the ceiling light in the bedroom, leaving only a pale yellow wall lamp at the head of the bed, picked up a copy of Walden on the bedside and said, "Read to you." "Yes." Simon leaned against the head of the bed, waited for the female assistant to find a comfortable position next to him, turned the page and read softly. On the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, before 7 o'clock in the morning, Nokia CEO Jorma Alala and James Raybould, who came from New York, and others gathered in the lobby of the stock exchange headquarters in the City of London. The difference between the London Stock Exchange and other major exchanges in the world is that it opens at 8 o'clock in the morning, which is at least an hour earlier than the mainstream opening time. After more than half a year of preparation, Nokia's IPO valuation was finally determined to be £1.8 billion. After the pound crisis last year, the exchange rate of the pound has not yet recovered. The recent exchange rate of the US dollar to the pound is about 1 to 1.51. The valuation of £1.8 billion is equivalent to $2.7 billion US dollars, which is about 35% higher than the valuation of $2 billion US dollars at the beginning of the year. This is mainly due to the strong growth of Nokia's performance in the first half of the year. In 1992, Nokia's revenue was converted into US dollars $1.47 billion US dollars, and 3.76 million mobile phones were sold throughout the year. In 1993, due to the rapid development of the European mobile communications industry, the acceleration of digital communications upgrades, and Nokia's re-entry into the North American market, Nokia's turnover in the first 2 quarters alone reached $1.13 billion US dollars, equivalent to 76% of its annual revenue in 1992, and it also achieved a net profit of $129 million US dollars. In addition, the sales volume of Nokia's mobile phone equipment is a highlight of its performance growth. In the first 6 months of 1993, Nokia's mobile phone shipments totaled 3.39 million units, which is close to the 3.76 million units in the whole year of 1992. It is expected that the total shipment of Nokia's mobile phones in 1993 will reach about 7 million units, and the company's annual revenue growth rate will reach an astonishing 80%. Therefore, the valuation of £1.8 billion is still seriously underestimated in the eyes of many analysts. According to Nokia's super high growth rate and the revenue and profit situation in the first half of the year, even a valuation standard of 15 times the price-earnings ratio would be very conservative. However, the valuation of £1.8 billion is actually only equivalent to a price-earnings ratio of 10.5 times. Due to the underestimation of market value and excellent business development prospects, Nokia's stock subscription scale has reached 12 times the issuance scale in the early roadshow stage, which is definitely the most popular new stock on the London Stock Exchange in recent years. Many media believe that making Nokia the most active new stock on the London Stock Exchange is probably the reason why Westeros tolerates a low valuation of 10.5 times the price-earnings ratio. The lower the issue price, the more active the trading will be after listing, which is more conducive to the future growth trend of the company's stock price. Overall, this is a choice that focuses on the future. Nokia's development is very healthy and rapid, and the company's future is indeed more important than the urgent need to raise more funds during the IPO stage. After all, both Nokia itself and the Westeros system, which continues to expand at a high speed, are not short of funds. In terms of equity, Westeros holds a total of 132 million Nokia shares. After the exchange of equity rewards and internal employee subscriptions before listing, the total share capital has expanded to 137 million shares. In this IPO, Nokia issued 28 million new shares. After all calculations, after the completion of the IPO, Westeros's shareholding ratio in Nokia just remained at 80% of the initial plan. According to the valuation of $1.8 billion US dollars and Nokia's initial total share capital of 132 million, the stock issue price was determined to be £13.63, and the scale of funds raised was £381 million, equivalent to 576 million US dollars. At the end of August in London, the weather had turned cold, but the stock exchange hall was hot. At 8 o'clock, after the pre-opening speech and bell-ringing ceremony, the inquiry stage officially began, and everyone in the hall turned their attention to the electronic display board in the trading hall. 15 minutes later, looking at the string of numbers on the electronic display board that jumped directly to 15.25 to 15.55, the last trace of suspense was completely dropped. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after 4 rounds of inquiries, Nokia's stock officially opened on the London Stock Exchange. Compared with the issue price of £13.63, Nokia's stock opened at £18.12, an increase of 33%. If it were other new stocks, the increase of 33% on the first day of opening would actually be very good. For Nokia, The 33% increase at the opening is just the beginning. Faced with continuous buying demand, Nokia's stock price continued to rise in the following hours. In the exchange hall, whether it was the extremely excited Nokia executives or the media reporters from all sides, looking at the continuously rising Nokia stock price on the electronic display board, they all felt like they were witnessing a miracle. Simon got up on time at 7 o'clock local time in San Francisco, and almost immediately received a transatlantic call from London. James Raybould took the initiative to give the microphone to Jorma Alia. The Nokia CEO was almost incoherent on the phone, but Simon also heard a key point clearly, 106%, and there was still an hour and a half before the closing, and the rise had not stopped. Simon was very generous to Nokia's management or Jorma Alia, whom he valued the most. In the 3 years of running Nokia, Jorma Alia took 3 million shares of the total 5 million shares of bonuses and subscriptions for the Nokia team, which was close to 2% of Nokia's total share capital, and it was a full stock reward, not a low-priced internal subscription by many employees. Judging from the situation, Jorma Alia is expected to become a billionaire just today. As usual, I ran in the mountains of Woodside, had breakfast with my female assistant, and listened to Lady A report on today's work arrangements until 8:30 in the morning. At 4:30 in the afternoon in London, the stock exchange officially closed. Jorma Alia called again. Nokia's stock price rose by 121% throughout the day, and the closing price reached £30.12. Nokia's market value reached £4.969 billion, equivalent to $7.5 billion. As Nokia's largest shareholder, Westeros's shares increased in value to $6 billion. In 3 years, a total investment of $500 million was exchanged for $6 billion, and the investment value added reached 1,200%, which once again shocked everyone. With Nokia's listing, not only did Nokia CEO Jorma Alia become a billionaire directly, but also created a series of multimillionaires and millionaires. Although Nokia's PE ratio reached 29 times at the close of the day, due to the market's pursuit of Westeros system concept stocks and Nokia's own optimistic development prospects, major analysis agencies generally predict that Nokia's stock price still has a lot of room for growth, and the final PE ratio is expected to reach about 50 times. If this is true, there is no doubt that after AOL, Cisco and other companies, Westeros System will once again have a technology company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 569 Awkward Reversal. As another high-tech subsidiary of the Westeros System that has risen rapidly from obscurity, Nokia's stock price soared on the first day of listing, once again becoming the focus of hot discussion in mainstream media around the world. After the weekend, a forward-looking article led by Nokia in Forbes became the hottest topic at the end of August. After commenting on Nokia's rise and development prospects in detail, Forbes magazine also stated in the article that it would officially announce the 1993 US 400 Rich list on September 6, and the Global Rich list would also be launched in November. If it were a few years ago, the position of the richest man in the United States and the world might still be suspenseful. Japanese real estate tycoons, the Walton family, etc. are all very strong competitors. Now there is obviously no second choice for the top spot on the rich list. The only thing everyone is curious about is probably how much Simon Westeros's wealth has increased this year. The lawsuits and media uproar caused by the 58 List website fraud case have not been alleviated by Nokia's listing and the upcoming Forbes Rich list, but have become more and more rampant. After the San Francisco Chronicle raised the topic, other print media responded one after another, and various parts of the United States successively raised various questions about 58 List. On August 23, a Chicago City Council member publicly accused the grid of condoning irresponsible citizens to sell pit bulls that are strictly prohibited in the Chicago area on the 58 List website and the local Chicago Sun-Times. The Houston Chronicle in Texas published screenshot evidence claiming that illegal prostitution information was found on the 58 List website. A young couple in Miami wanted to sell their 3-month-old daughter on the 58 List website. A user in Washington found his stolen car on the New York City section. And so on. At the same time, other cases similar to the San Francisco job scam also appeared in the newspapers. After the initial silence and wait and see, taking advantage of this scam, traditional print media almost unanimously made a sudden effort, obviously intending to nip the 58 List website, which had been launched for less than a month, in the bud. The public opinion continued until later, when a Republican senator in the U.S. Congress said in an interview with the Washington Post that he would ask Congress to hold a hearing on whether the 58-list website under IGRT was suspected of condoning criminal behavior and endangering public safety, so as to decide whether to initiate further investigation and lawsuit. The backlash of traditional paper media was completely expected. According to the user data released by major internet service providers in July and August, as of June 30th, in the first half of 1993, the number of users accessing the World Wide Web in the United States alone had reached 37.69 million, covering more than 60 million Internet users. It is estimated that in 1993, the number of users accessing the World Wide Web in the United States will reach about 46 million, covering nearly 75 million Internet users. 75 million Internet users are close to 30% of the total population of 260 million in the United States. Although there is still a big gap from household electrical appliances, such as televisions and telephones with a coverage rate of more than 90%, one thing that cannot be ignored is that these 30% of covered users are definitely the group of people with the strongest consumption power in the United States. Similarly, this group of people are also the best customers of the American paper media industry. Even though many people are still reluctant to admit it, with the rapid popularization of the Internet, the decline of the traditional paper media industry is becoming more and more obvious. Users only need to spend tens of dollars a month, which is equivalent to subscribing to a newspaper, to enjoy more timely and rich news information, email, social networks, online games and other services. There is almost no suspense about how consumers will choose. In the original time and space, in June 1993, the New York Times Group acquired another large newspaper on the East Coast, the Boston Post, for a huge sum of $1.1 billion. Perhaps it was because of the decline of the paper media industry. Although this transaction has also occurred, the transaction amount is only $800 million, and the price has dropped by almost 30%. This change is largely affected by the rise of Internet media. Therefore, the traditional paper media industry has probably been waiting for some opportunities. The launch of the 58-list website and the occurrence of the San Francisco fraud finally gave the traditional paper media an excuse to attack IGRT. After all, in just over half a month since its launch, the millions of classified information advertisements on the 58-list website have already brought hundreds of millions of potential losses to traditional paper media. If free classified information websites on the Internet platform become popular from now on, the annual advertising revenue of traditional paper media of $20 billion will be wiped out. If the huge loss of $20 billion is not very scattered and distributed among more than 2,000 newspapers in the United States, involving such a huge amount of industry income, it would be enough to start a war, not to mention killing and arson. It's not like the newspaper giants in the United States have never provoked wars. Simon took this public opinion crisis very seriously and personally participated in the establishment of a crisis management team for this incident. However, he didn't feel too much like he was facing a great enemy. Such a historical trend of industrial revolution level is not something that can be resisted by one or two public opinion offensives. Even if the 58-list website was really closed under pressure in the end, IGRT company actually did not suffer much loss. The fire has been ignited. Even if 58-list is shut down, there will inevitably be more classified information websites. Without the strong strength and foundation of IGRT company, those classified information websites of varying quality can only bring more potential threats to users, and private investigation teams should not be used to protect the rights and interests of users. The team led by Martin Dinham took only 3 days to identify the suspects, but problems arose during the search phase. Perhaps because they felt that the matter had become serious. By the time the team found the residences of some suspects, the targets had already fled in advance. Fortunately, through more subsequent clues, the investigation team further confirmed the identity of the suspects. Originally, it was only necessary to ask the victims to confirm and then issue a wanted order through official channels. However, these days, perhaps someone did not want this fraud case to be solved. The San Francisco police, who should have performed well after the case received widespread media attention, were obviously very slack. Even the two victims who had agreed to cooperate with the IGRT team in the investigation suddenly stopped contacting IGRT, and each time only the official words of the lawyer were left. It can be imagined that once the wanted order is issued, the suspect will only flee to a more hidden place. With the attitude shown by the San Francisco police, it will be even more difficult to catch the person. Simon decided to establish his authority through this incident and warn potential criminals who want to commit crimes on the Egret platform. Realizing the officials' passive resistance, Simon directly mobilized half of his intelligence team to gather in San Francisco, and quietly issued a $100,000 reward for each of the 3 suspects whose identities had been confirmed in the western states and even in the underground world of the border area between Mexico and the United States. For the gangs throughout North America, which are much more informed than the official, $100,000 per head is definitely not a small amount. It doesn't necessarily cost so much money to hire a professional killer. So, within a week of the bounty spreading, the news soon came that someone asked Martin Dinham, who was in charge of this matter, to take cash to the Mexican city of Tijuana, which borders Southern California, to pick up the person. He actually escaped to Mexico. If the official wanted order is issued, it would be wishful thinking to catch the person unless those people return to the United States. Moreover, it is not the 3 people who issued the bounty, but a total of 5. The local gangs in Tijuana were very generous. Of course, they didn't know why these people were rewarded. However, since only 3 people were rewarded, they only received $300,000, and the other 2 heads were given away for free, and they earnestly expressed the hope that there would be a chance to cooperate next time. After all, there are many people who flee from the United States to Mexico every year for various reasons. If they are also valuable, this is a big business. The gang leader who contacted Martin Dinham also said that he could deal with the people directly in Mexico. This is much less risky than bringing them back to North America. Just add a little money to make several people disappear completely. At that time, the unlucky guys who were tied up like goods were scared to wet their pants on the spot. Then, a rather dramatic scene appeared. In the noisy public opinion, 5 fraudsters suddenly appeared and took the initiative to walk into the local police station in San Francisco to surrender. With the identification of the victims and other evidence, the criminals appeared in front of them. Even if they didn't want to solve the case, the authorities could not continue to muddy the water, so the 5-member fraud gang was quickly formally arrested. However, things here are just the beginning. When the paper media from all sides had not yet reacted to the wind direction of accusing Egret, there was news that after interrogation, this fraud gang turned out to be a habitual criminal who had been on the run for a long time. Before committing fraud through the 58 List website, they also relied on classified information advertisements and traditional newspapers to commit many frauds, but they had never been caught. Until they fell into this emerging online fraud. Because the incident was a big deal, the photos of the 5 suspects were quietly circulated on the internet, as if to confirm the confessions of the 5 people. Victims in Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, and other places came forward to identify that they had been scammed by the 5 people, most of whom were deceived through classified information advertisements and traditional paper media. This suddenly became lively. Egret's crisis management team for this incident has been arguing a fact for some time. There are countless similar cases caused by the scams on 58 List through traditional paper media. Egret's portal also listed a series of fraud cases that are more serious than this incident. It's just that the traditional paper media that overwhelmingly attacked 58 List chose to ignore it. Everyone is talking about the matter at hand, don't talk about anything else. Now, let's talk about the facts. The criminal gang in this case carried out job scams in various parts of North America through traditional paper media. In just a few days, it has been confirmed that there are 7 cases with police records. For so many criminal incidents, the relevant newspapers did not give an explanation to the victims, and the police did not solve the relevant cases. Now, they have just started to commit crimes on 58 List, and the entire gang was arrested in less than half a month. So, which is more reliable, traditional paper media or online platforms? Which one is really condoning crime? Which one can better protect the interests of users? The eyes of the masses are sharp. During this period, Egret Portal has been very frank in introducing the details of this incident and the progress of the case to users in a prominent position on the website, and has also given official responses and solutions to various doubts in the newspapers. Therefore, although the traditional paper media almost one-sidedly condemned 58 List, the 58 List classified information service platform did not suffer much negative impact, but became more and more popular. With the detection of the San Francisco job scam and the unexpected reversal of the details of the case, The public opinion situation is even more one-sidedly inclined to the side of Ygritte portal. It is undeniable that although traditional paper media still have a strong ability to control public opinion, the same is true for the Ygritte portal, which almost monopolizes the internet entrance. There are more than 60 million internet users in North America, and the average number of users using the Ygritte portal every day has reached 20 million. Such an information dissemination platform covering the entire United States has far exceeded the influence of any federal newspaper. When things have developed to this extent, it is obviously the most correct choice to stop, but some people are obviously unwilling to give up. Then another inside story was revealed. In an interview with the San Francisco Chronicle, the 5 members of the fraud gang publicly stated that they had been illegally detained and threatened with death by Ygritte, and had to surrender to the police in order to save their lives. The 5 suspects then announced that they would sue Ygritte for serious infringement of civil rights. The media suddenly became lively again. Then there were tabloids that exposed more detailed inside stories. In order to catch this fraud gang, Ygritte actually issued a reward to the entire underground world of the United States and even Mexico, and Ygritte seemed to be involved with a Mexican gang. The media exposed these big news obviously in order to discredit Ygritte and even the entire Westeros system, but things did not develop in accordance with some people's minds. The spectators just felt that the excitement was getting bigger and bigger. Westerners do not actually have very distinct black and white values, which can be seen from the fact that villains are often whitewashed in many Hollywood blockbusters. In order to catch a group of fraudsters, Ygritte did not hesitate to issue a reward to the whole of North America, and even chased them across the border to Mexico to tie them up. This is completely a super Robin Hood-style chivalrous behavior. As for illegal detention and death threats, those people are villains. Shouldn't villains be treated like this? Of course, Ygritte firmly denied the media's revelations and the accusations of the fraud gang. Illegal detention, there is no such thing. Death threats? If you have the ability, you can ask the Mexican gang to come forward to testify for you. Of course, if someone continues to use the Ygritte network platform to commit crimes, Ygritte will ensure the rights and interests of users at all costs. Threat? Of course not, this is just a very kind reminder. Palo Alto, San Francisco. It was Friday, September 3rd. The matter was basically settled. In a reception room at the headquarters of Ygritte, 58 List CEO Michael Novarek was being interviewed by CNN regarding a series of events that had occurred in the past period of time, arranged by the company. In fact, regarding the allegations from various parts of the federal government that the 58 List platform violated regulations such as selling banned dog breeds, illegal prostitution, and human trafficking, our reviewers deleted and banned them within 30 minutes, and no substantial damage was caused to users. Therefore, such allegations are completely unfounded. In addition to the intelligent information filtering system that automatically identifies tens of thousands of illegal information every day, we are also continuously recruiting manual reviewers to ensure the compliance of platform information to the greatest extent. The female reporter who interviewed Michael Novarek was named Laura Spencer. She looked to be in her 20s, wearing a white OL suit. Her baby-faced appearance was a little immature, but she was not polite at all when she asked the question, "So, Mr. Novarek, how do you ensure that the fraud case that just happened some time ago will not happen again?" Michael Novarek said, "Unfortunately, we can't ensure this. I don't think any advertising platform can ensure this. However, we have given users enough reminders. If everyone is vigilant, similar incidents can be avoided to the greatest extent. Moreover, even if something that no one wants happens, just like this time, we will do everything we can to help users recover their losses." Laura Spencer nodded slightly, but her question was still sharp. Mr. Novarek, is it true that several suspects in the last fraud case accused Ygritte of illegal detention and death threats? Of course not. Then why did they take the initiative to return to San Francisco from Mexico to surrender to the police? Don't you think this is very unreasonable? It is indeed unreasonable, but I think everyone wants to see this result. Or, Laura, do you want them to be at large? I just want to know, why did they take the initiative to surrender to the police? Michael Novarek was not impatient with Laura Spencer's questioning. Instead, he showed a teasing smile. Laura, you just said it yourself, they took the initiative. Inside the reception room, Simon listened to the conversation between the two through the glass window, and also raised his lips. He said to Bezos beside him, "The next thing is up to you to handle. I plan to accompany Jenny on maternity leave, which will probably last until November. Jeff, don't be careless. In addition, although I have made some arrangements in Washington, you should set up a fixed lobbying office as soon as possible. If Congress really insists on holding hearings, try to cooperate with them. Those people in Congress may not be able to help us, but if you don't give them face, they can continue to harass you for several years. Chapter 570 Latest Wealth. With a 58-list job scam ending in a reversal that embarrassed traditional print media, the incident has basically come to an end. Simon handed over the handling of some subsequent events to the Agra team, and he began to accompany the two women on maternity leave. Both Jenny's due dates are in early November, and from September to November, it is about 2 months. Although it is impossible to completely ignore everything, Simon only plans to take 1 or 2 hours at home every day to ask about a company's affairs and no longer go to work every day. The only small trouble is that he needs to fly back and forth between Los Angeles and San Francisco. In fact, I really want to arrange the two women together, but as the pregnancy goes on, the female assistant disagrees more and more, always feeling weird and guilty in front of Janet. After the fraud incident was handled, I spent a weekend with the female assistant in San Francisco and set off for Los Angeles early on Monday morning. A similar case in Miami, where someone claimed to have been scammed while looking for a job on 58 list, also had a reversal yesterday. The woman who claimed to have been scammed just wanted to extort some compensation from the website. The 58 list team has already started to file a lawsuit for fraud and defamation. In Washington, the New York Times Group submitted a report to the Senate over the weekend, accusing 58 list of providing classified information services as a disguised form of low-price dumping, with the aim of destroying the physical classified information advertising industry and achieving a monopoly. Mr. Sclapp believes that actively promoting Congress to hold a hearing on the 58 list website is the best solution, which can avoid the Department of Justice or Congress from launching a formal investigation as much as possible. Oh, one more thing. Ms. Brill just fired the Weinstein brothers over the weekend. Back in the Boeing 767 in Los Angeles, Simon leaned leisurely on the sofa in the front cabin living room, flipping through a script while listening to Lady A report on some company matters. Hearing that Nancy Brill suddenly fired the Weinstein brothers, Simon finally looked up and looked at his side. What happened? Allison sat on the single sofa on the side, glanced at her boss, and said, Harvey Weinstein tried to violate an actress after finishing a movie audition in New York last Friday. The artist under WMA, Mr. Friedman, personally asked about it and suppressed it. However, Ms. Brill later found out and made this decision on Sunday. Simon didn't know what to say for a while. Originally thought that the Weinstein brothers were recruited by Nancy to Blockbuster Entertainment, and they might compete with Gay-Oman Pictures in the field of art films. This is actually what Simon wants to see. Only with competition can the Gay-Oman Pictures team ensure that they will not slack off. But I didn't expect that things haven't even started yet, and it would be like this. Harvey Weinstein's mess is really nothing in Hollywood. The Weinstein incident broke out because the Weinstein brothers lost power in Hollywood. They thought they had enough wings to break away from the Disney system. Without a big backer, they became competitors of other major Hollywood studios. They were not clean, so who would be unlucky if you didn't? But at that time, the whole Hollywood probably didn't expect that the incident would be so big. This time, Simon didn't need to ask too much in detail to understand what happened. Miramax went bankrupt in the first half of the year, and suddenly joined the Hollywood Deaneries Entertainment, which was in its heyday. Harvey Weinstein was bound to relapse. But Harvey probably overlooked one point, that his direct superior was a woman, and a woman with a strong personality, independence, and some feminist tendencies. So, just after joining Blockbuster Entertainment and not making any achievements, this kind of mess happened. If you don't leave, who will leave? If you don't cherish such a good opportunity to make a comeback, you can only accept your fate. Simon thought for a moment and said, You can ask Amy to tell other studios to make the Weinstein brothers disappear from Hollywood completely. The Weinstein brothers are definitely capable. Since his own company cannot use them, Simon will not give other film companies a chance. It would be troublesome if they develop into competitors. Allison agreed and lowered her head to write down this matter on the memo. However, she couldn't help thinking of Nancy Brill biting her boss's chin. Simon suddenly asked, do you think Nancy will fire me too? Allison looked up and looked at Simon, and shook her head seriously. You are the boss. Employees can also fire their bosses. Simon smiled and said, What about you? Allison paused, and understood what Simon was asking. She couldn't help but avoid her boss's gaze, lowered her eyes and said, "No. It seems that I can do whatever I want. I really want to look up and give him a blank look. I seem to be secretly saying something in my heart. So I didn't say anything." The pen tip drew a circle on the memo, drew another circle inside the circle, added 2 dots, filled in the eyes, and added ears. After a moment of silence, Allison was the first to react. She hurriedly continued to report some things, and finally flipped out a copy of Forbes magazine that was just published today, and said, "Boss, do you want to see it? Today is September 6th, Monday. Forbes announced half a month ago that it would announce the latest issue of the 400 richest Americans in today's issue." Simon actually knew the data of this issue in advance. Seeing the magazine handed over by Girl A, he still took it. The cover is a densely packed map of the Westeros system investment. Forbes actually wanted a photo of Simon, but it was not surprising that it was rejected. In recent years, although Simon's name has almost never been absent from the media, his photos are very rare, and there are not even a few blurry photos taken by paparazzi, and reports on his private life are becoming increasingly scarce. He has been publicized when he should be publicized. Keeping a low profile now can avoid giving many people a sense of oppression from Westeros everywhere. This actually reduces a lot of trouble. Right above the dense investment map, there is a very conspicuous black number, $120 billion. $120 billion. Compared with last year's $65 billion, it has almost doubled. Opening the magazine, the first few pages are a detailed list of the 400 richest people in the United States. The top 10 take up a whole page as usual. First place, Simon Westeros, $120 billion. Second place, Bill Gates, $10.5 billion. Third place, Warren Buffett, $8.3 billion. Fourth place, John Kruger, $5.9 billion. Fifth place, Helen Walton, $4.5 billion. Sixth place, Robinson Walton, $4.5 billion. Seventh place, Jim Walton, $4.5 billion. Eighth place, John Walton, $4.5 billion. Ninth place, Alice Walton, $4.5 billion. 10th place, Rupert Murdoch, $3.5 billion. Simon's outstanding performance and the Walton family's 5 members are still the 2 most prominent parts of this year's list. Damon became the second billionaire, which should have been a big deal. Unfortunately, the personal net worth of $10.5 billion is still less than a fraction of Simon's. Moreover, compared with 1993 in the original time and space, Damon's net worth has increased a lot in advance. As far as I can remember, Bill Gates should have ranked behind Warren Buffett with a personal net worth of $6.1 billion in 1993. In the past, affected by the economic environment, the demand for personal computers positioned as office products has been relatively sluggish in the early 1990s, which also restricted the development of Microsoft, the supplier of operating system software. This time, because of the early rise of the new technology wave and the popularization of the Internet, personal computers quickly got rid of the simple office use and began to enter thousands of households like TVs, video recorders and other products, which led to a continuous and substantial increase in PC sales in recent years. As one of the alliance partners of the Westeros system to promote the development of the Internet, Microsoft also benefited from this wave, which in turn promoted Damon to become the second billionaire in the history of the Federation. Of course, this time he will probably only be ranked second forever. Another person who surprised Simon on the top 10 list was Rupert Murdoch. Compared with last year's $2.6 billion, the Australian media tycoon's personal net worth increased by $900 million this year. Although he is only ranked 10th, and the gap with the other rich people who follow is not big, he has also entered the threshold of the top 10 list. Even Sam Redstone, who has always been on top of him, has been left behind this time. Simon also knows that the growth of Murdoch's wealth is mainly due to the global growth of News Corporation's television business. As for the newspaper business that has always been regarded as the foundation of Murdoch, now anyone with a discerning eye knows that the paper media industry has begun to decline under the impact of the Internet. Moreover, although he is over 60 years old, Rupert Murdoch does not have the conservative mentality of a traditional businessman. News Corporation has begun to invest in Internet technology companies. Murdoch has consulted Simon on related issues more than once. In Simon's opinion, Murdoch is much better than Redstone in this respect. Although both are business tycoons, Redstone has stagnated since completing Viacom's layout in the traditional media field, and has been on a downward trend since the new century. This time, it is impossible to complete the acquisition of Paramount as in the original time and space, and Viacom will certainly not be able to swallow CBS in the future. Sam Redstone is likely to gradually disappear from the top of the rich list like John Kruger, another media tycoon who is also unable to keep up with the times. After the list is a special article introducing the details of Simon's personal assets. In the past year, the fastest growing personal assets under Simon's name are undoubtedly new technology companies such as AOL, Cisco, Microsoft, and Intel. Among them, AOL and Cisco have a recent market value of $35.6 billion and $38.7 billion respectively. According to Simon's shareholding ratio in the two companies, the value of his assets alone exceeds $40 billion. Westeros Company holds a large number of listed technology companies such as Microsoft, Intel, Oracle, Sun, Silicon Graphics, etc., and Forbes magazine has contributed to Simon's personal wealth during the statistics process, reaching $13 billion. In addition, there is Nokia, which has just been listed recently. According to Forbes' calculation based on the average share price in the week after the listing on August 20th, the value of Simon's shares has reached about $60. The shares of these listed technology companies alone have brought Simon nearly $60 billion in wealth. Simon's non-listed assets are also huge. The four very special women in the Westeros system, Daenerys, Melisandre, Ygritte and Cersei, are all non-listed companies. Among them, Ygritte just raised $1 billion in financing at a valuation of $15 billion in the first half of the year, publicly confirming the huge potential value of this internet company. The valuation of $15 billion has increased by 3 times compared to last year's $5 billion. Daenerys Entertainment has also started the early IPO preparations, and the valuation has increased by $5 billion compared to last year, reaching $25 billion. Melisandre, whose territory in the luxury industry continues to expand, has also increased its valuation to $5 billion compared to last year. Cersei Capital, the valuation given by Forbes is equivalent to last year, at $10 billion. The four women together have contributed $55 billion to Simon's personal wealth. In addition to the four women, Westeros also has a very important non-listed company, Verizon Telecom, which was acquired and integrated with MCA. Compared with the valuation of $10 billion last year, Forbes estimated the value of this year to be $15 billion. Four women plus Verizon Telecom, this is another $70 billion. 2 integrations, this is already $130 billion. Moreover, all of these are still very easy to count or clear assets with listed stock price references in the Westeros system. As the industrial layout of the Westeros system becomes larger and larger, many of the smaller or less shareholding non-listed company assets and Simon Westeros's personal wealth such as cash, property, and real estate are difficult to count and estimate. For this part of wealth, Forbes gave a rough figure of $10 billion. Last year, Forbes calculated that the debt of the Westeros system was $16 billion, and this year's figure is about $20 billion. Many investments and expansions of the Westeros system in the past year, even including the construction of the Westeros building in Manhattan and the personal consumption of Simon and his wife, were actually carried out in the form of bank loans. If it were other wealthy people, their personal financial situation would be in jeopardy if they increased their debt by $4 billion in a year. However, compared with a huge scale of the entire Westeros system, the increase of $4 billion in debt in a year is actually not much at all. If necessary, Simon Westeros can easily repay all the $20 billion debts by selling some core assets. Therefore, after comprehensive statistics, the total assets of $140 billion, minus the debt of about $20 billion of the Westeros system, Simon Westeros' personal net worth reached $120 billion. $120 billion is more than twice the wealth of $50.7 billion of all other rich people in the top 10 of the Forbes rich list. Moreover, the combined wealth of the 400 richest people on this year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans is only $469.1 billion. This of course includes Simon's $120 billion. In other words, Simon's personal net worth of $120 billion alone is more than one-third of the $349.1 billion of the other 399 top American rich people. On a more macroeconomic level, Simon's personal net worth is equivalent to 1.8% of the U.S. GDP of $6.5 trillion in 1992, which has exceeded the 1.5% of the Rockefeller family at its peak. At the same time, if Simon's personal net worth of $120 billion is counted as an economy, it would be enough to surpass Russia, Portugal, Israel and other countries in the world GDP list in 1992, ranking 27th. He is truly rich enough to rival a country. Chapter 571 Timing of Reduction. Simon returned to Los Angeles, and Veronica Johnston and Anthony Johnston also arrived in the morning. Veronica was here to see the little one off, and Simon and his wife planned to take care of him in Melbourne for a while. Anthony Johnston was here for the bit acquisition. Perhaps because of the latest Forbes Rich list released today, reporters appeared outside the Cape du May Manor again. Simon's car entered the gate, and flashes of light lit up all around. Some reporters even tried to shoot at the car window, but they were blocked by the one-way glass and had no success. The car stopped in front of the Shell Villa. Simon got out of the car and hugged Anthony, who was waiting at the door. "Tony, how are you doing recently?" "Not bad," Anthony hugged Simon, and after letting go, he patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Also, congratulations, you are the world's first billionaire worth $100 billion. "Thank you." Simon smiled and entered the villa with Anthony, and asked, "Where are they?" "They are all inside." As the two talked, they came to a showroom on the east side of the villa hall under the guidance of the Indian girl who came to greet them. This is the room that Janet had specially opened up to store the various awards Simon had won over the years and other commemorative items between the two of them. As soon as I approached the showroom, I heard some scattered clang sounds coming from inside. After entering the door, I found a little kid lying on the table where the flaming guitar that Simon had used in Madonna's concert was placed. His little hands randomly plucked the strings and had a lot of fun. Of course, there was no flame spraying now. Janet and Veronica were standing by and found Simon coming in. Veronica picked up the reluctant kid from the table, hesitated for a moment, put him on the floor again, squatted down and gently pushed the child towards Simon, saying, "Mir, Daddy is back, call Daddy." Because of the frequent video calls, Melbourne's expression when looking at Simon did not show any unfamiliarity, but he was obviously not interested in the guy in front of him. He looked at him for a few times, turned around and got into Veronica's arms again, and pointed at the flaming guitar next to him again. The little guy came close to her, and Veronica almost instinctively hugged the child. Then she looked at Simon carefully, because she knew that Simon didn't like her always holding the child in her arms. But she couldn't bear to let go. Simon stepped forward and took the child from Veronica's hands. The father and son looked at each other for a moment, not moved by the little guy's pitiful, tearful expression. He quickly handed the child to the two maids, Isabel and Zoe, and said, "Take him out to play." Seeing that Isabel was about to pick up the little guy, she added, "Don't hold him, he can walk by himself." Because of his favorable living environment, and perhaps some genetic factors, Melbourne is much stronger than children of the same age, and walking is no longer a problem. Everyone watched as the little guy looked at Veronica for help with pitiful eyes while being pulled out by Isabel's hand. When the child left the showroom, Janet finally laughed, took Veronica's arm and said happily, "Mir is very smart. He knows who the big devil is here." Veronica looked at the door worriedly and whispered, "Mir is still young." "Not young anymore, he will be 2 years old in a few months," Janet said, and walked out with her aunt, saying, "Let's prepare lunch. Don't worry, Isa and Zoe are good at taking care of children. By the way, Simon, is A back? I still have something to ask her." Simon nodded, outside. After everyone else left, Simon and Anthony sat down on the sofa in the corner of the showroom. They waited for Alia to bring in coffee and leave. Anthony said, "Aunt does spoil Mel a little too much, and so does Dad. But you don't have to be too strict with him. The child is less than 2 years old." Simon asked with a smile, "What were you like when you were a child?" Anthony obviously recalled some bad memories when he heard this, and smiled bitterly. He certainly wouldn't remember when he was Mel's age. "But, haha, since I can remember, Dad was very strict with Norman and me. It was the same when Grandpa was still alive. Dad probably didn't care much about Jenny, starting with Jenny, David, and Pat. I actually envy these three younger siblings. Simon shook his head slightly and said honestly, I don't know how to teach children. This is mainly Jenny's business. However, I think they should know that the world will not grant them everything they ask for. They should know how to give and how to restrain themselves. For a family like ours, this is actually very important. Anthony said with a bit of a joke in his tone, I just thought that you might be a little envious of Mel. Simon was stunned for a moment, and without saying a word, he picked up the coffee next to him. Anthony also quickly realized that he had made some mistakes and changed the subject. Although Ygritte has the upper hands in the 58 list incident, it should be very troublesome in the future, right? Simon automatically forgot what happened just now and nodded. The relationship with the print media will be a little stiff in the future. Dad has also been paying attention to this matter recently. He asked me to tell you that Australia should not open similar websites. Simon agreed. No, Murdoch actually mentioned it to me. The situation in Australia is different from that in North America. In the entire Federation, there are more than 2,800 newspapers of all sizes at this stage. Although there are large print media giants such as Hearst Group, Condé Nast, Washington Post Group, and New York Times Company, their influence is relatively dispersed after all. Moreover, even the New York Times, which has the largest circulation at this stage, has a daily circulation of only about 1.2 million copies. Even if they feel more and more threatened by internet media, the number is too large, and the print media group will not be able to unite to fight against this trend. Moreover, the Ygritte portal has more than 20 million active users per day, which means that even if someone wants to siege, Simon has considerable ability to deal with it in terms of public opinion. In this 58 list incident, the print media was aggressive, but in terms of public opinion, under the guidance of the Ygritte portal, internet users basically stood on the side of 58 list. It was different in Australia. Simon has always maintained a diplomatic attitude towards the Australian media forces, and the cooperation between the two sides is also very close. Moreover, the two major media groups in Australia, News Corporation and Fairfax Group, basically monopolize the print media in Australia and New Zealand. Classified information advertising also accounts for a large proportion of the income of the Australian print media industry. If Ygritte's Australian branch also launches classified information advertising business there, News Corporation and Fairfax Group will definitely unite to besiege Ygritte, which is equivalent to the entire Australian print media at the same time. Even if Simon is not afraid of this confrontation, compared with a small plate of Australia, pushing the original ally into hostility is really not worth the loss. Speaking of which, even if Ygritte does not open a classified information website in Australia, with a reference in North America, someone there will definitely develop a similar project. But this has nothing to do with Ygritte. Anthony was relieved to hear that Simon had no such plan. The recent merger plan of Bitmain has been promoted. If the Australian media obstructs it through public opinion, the Johnston family will have great difficulties in completing the acquisition. Thinking of this, Anthony asked again, Deaneries Entertainment's film promotion work should also rely heavily on traditional paper media. How do you plan to deal with it? It will definitely have an impact, but the impact of paper media on film promotion is actually not large. Simon shook his head and said, moreover, this is the same as the exchanges between countries. Two countries, especially big countries, have always had conflicts and maintained cooperation. Although there are conflicts with Ygritte, paper media must maintain a certain friendly attitude if they want to earn advertising fees from Deaneries Entertainment. In addition, Ygritte portal not only has its own film section, but we have also invested in some film review websites in the past 2 years, which are enough to ensure the word-of-mouth publicity of the company's films. The main influence of paper media on movies is actually word of mouth. However, many previous cases have actually proved that word of mouth is not that important for the box office of a movie. The key is still popularity. Even if a movie is badly reviewed, if it is popular enough, the box office will not be too bad. At this stage, the main channel for promoting popularity in the film distribution process has turned to TV advertising. There is not much conflict of interest between the internet media and the TV industry, so there is no need to worry too much about this. Moreover, within a few years, Deaneries Entertainment will also complete its layout of the TV network. Knowing that Simon had his own considerations on these matters, Anthony stopped talking and said, before coming here, Dad asked me to tell you that the scale of the Westeros system is now too large. Some things should be let go. Many people just didn't react before. Now, they find that the interests involved in the internet industry are getting bigger and bigger, and they won't allow you to monopolize it. Anthony said, and laughed again, saying, in fact, Dad also sees that you have been trying to give up interests to avoid risks, but this is not enough. Just like the 10% of Ygritte shares transferred last time, it is difficult to satisfy the appetite of those old capitals. I know that too, Simon said, so, I don't plan to give in for a while. Huh? Since no matter how much I give out, there will definitely be people who are not satisfied, then I won't give it at all, Simon said. Things that are too easy to get are hard for people to cherish, and it will give people the illusion that I am easier to bully. So, my next plan is to let them take the initiative to grab them. Anthony was stunned for a moment, and after a moment he understood a little, and said, 58 list this time. Simon nodded. 2 years ago, someone in Ygritte proposed a classified information website. Everyone knows that the launch of this plan will impact the important business of traditional paper media, and I have been suppressing it. Now I don't plan to suppress it. In the next few years, I plan to let Ygritte and the entire Westeros system start to grow wildly. I will take over all the fields that can be involved. I will deal with future things and future troubles when I encounter them. In fact, the entire World Wide Web is actually an invention of Ygritte. The reason why Simon was able to complete the complete layout of the entire internet industry chain through Cisco, AOL and Ygritte lies in this point. No one thought it was wrong at the beginning. It is completely natural for the Westeros system to enjoy exclusive rights to the technology that it has invested heavily in. It is only because the scale of the internet industry is getting bigger and bigger that more and more people will no longer think it is so natural. Therefore, even if you have been trying to be as restrained as possible, you can always hear more and more news about the Westeros system suspected of monopolizing the internet industry. With personal assets exceeding 100 billion, the strength of the Westeros system is already strong enough, and Simon does not plan to continue to be restrained. 58 list is just the project that Ygritte has recently launched that has the greatest impact on traditional paper media. After receiving a $1.5 billion investment from Goldman Sachs and Morgan, Simon has recently invested in a large number of startup projects through Ygritte Capital, which specializes in venture capital. eBay, an online auction site, was selected from a large number of venture capital projects. Like 58 list, the name comes from Simon's personal preference. Broadcast, an online radio site, broadcasts live radio in an online mode, and the name also comes from Simon's memory. In the original time and space, Broadcast was a complete failure, but it was acquired by Yahoo for billions of dollars at the peak of the internet bubble. Yahoo acquired a bunch of worthless messes, but the founders and investors made a fortune. Simon's plan this time is also to cash out at the right opportunity. iPets, a pet food sales website, is similar to Amazon's e-commerce. IMDb, the Internet Movie Database, was created in 1990. It was recently acquired by Ygritte Capital. It continues to provide free movies to ordinary users while providing online movie data to Amazon and Blockbuster. AMIP, as the name suggests, is an online map website. And so on. All in all, in the past few months since Ygritte completed the 10% equity financing, Ygritte has invested in more than 20 startups in a row, not to mention the projects that were previously invested in are in the operation stage. Simon's goal is to take advantage of the crazy period when the internet industry is about to explode in all directions to promote the wild growth of Ygritte to the greatest extent. Driven by Ygritte, the venture capital that has been madly pouring into the internet industry in recent months has also reached billions of dollars. In Silicon Valley today, as long as you can come up with a barely acceptable business plan, you can easily attract millions or even tens of millions of dollars in investment. While letting Ygritte, Cisco, AOL and even the entire Westeros system grow wildly, Simon can only wait. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. He now has a net worth of over $100 billion. In terms of economic strength alone, he has surpassed the Rockefeller family at its peak. The assets controlled by the entire Westeros system are even larger. In addition, whether in terms of public opinion platforms or political connections, the Westeros system has already accumulated considerable wealth. Simon no longer needs to be as cautious as before. Next, if someone wants to get involved in the field controlled by the Westeros system, they must either show enough sincerity or demonstrate strong strength. Those who have neither sincerity nor strength can just go away. If possible, Simon certainly hopes that the Westeros system can continue to expand in a low-key and steady manner, and unknowingly become a giant that no one can shake. However, with the current scale of the Westeros system, it is simply impossible to keep a low profile. In this case, you must show your edge as much as possible. Anthony always felt that Simon had a maturity that was not commensurate with his age. This maturity was neither good nor bad. Now, after Simon's words just now, he finally realized the sharpness and publicity that his brother-in-law should have. In that case, you will definitely not get the funds for the acquisition of Bigelow by selling your shares. In the initial discussion, Simon mentioned that he might raise the funds for the acquisition of Bigelow by selling the shares of some technology companies held by the Westeros system. Since Simon's mentality has suddenly changed drastically, he will definitely not take the initiative to sell his shares in the near future. Simon nodded and said, "The Clinton administration is promoting capital gains tax reform and intends to return to the tiered tax system based on investment periods before the Reagan era. If a grant cashes out now, it will definitely affect the passage of this bill. Therefore, I plan to obtain all the funds needed in recent years through loans. The debt ratio of the Westeros system is still very low, and it will be no problem to borrow another 10 or 20 billion US dollars. After the Reagan tax reform that year, the capital gains tax rate was fixed at 28%. Simon paid high taxes at this rate for several consecutive operations in the capital market. He also used this as a bargaining chip in the acquisition of MCA and Atlantic Bell in exchange for the approval of the federal government. Now, the tech stocks held by a grant continue to rise. If the Westeros system announces a reduction in holdings, it will be very conspicuous and will definitely become an excuse for many people to obstruct the Clinton administration's reform of capital gains tax. According to news from Washington, the capital gains tax reform bill will be passed before the midterm elections at the end of next year at the latest. When the bill is passed, the capital gains tax will be divided into several levels based on the investment cycle, with the lowest being about 15% for an investment cycle of more than 18 months. At that time, the tech stocks that the Westeros system wants to reduce its holdings will basically meet the minimum capital gains tax level for the holding period. Chapter 572, Being Driven Out. On the East Coast, in a manor outside Greenwich in northern New York. After changing into another set of clothes, Sophia Fessy had to tie a silk scarf around her neck again to cover the marks. Back in the bedroom, the man was still shirtless, leaning against the bedside leisurely, flipping through a magazine. Sitting down on the bed, he felt a strong arm coming over habitually. He leaned forward and kissed the man on the face, then teased, "Aren't you at home accompanying Janet on maternity leave? Why are you in New York?" Simon flipped a page of the Time magazine in his hand and said casually, "Kicked out." Sophia immediately became interested. "Fight?" Simon smiled and glanced at the woman. "Do you want to quarrel with me, Jenny?" "Yes, then maybe I will have a chance," Sophia said without hiding it. "You know, women are very ambitious." Simon nodded seriously. "Wait until I finish reading this article, then we can talk about ambition." Sophia blushed and pushed away the man's hand that wanted to get into her professional suit, saying, "I have to go back and prepare dinner for the children. Also, Nancy is coming to dinner tonight. Do you want to come?" Simon also knew that Nancy Brill had been handling Blockbuster Entertainment in New York in recent days. The original headquarters of New Line and Miramax were both in New York. After recruiting Robert Shea and the Weinstein brothers, Nancy gave them considerable autonomy and agreed to their request to continue to set up the headquarters of Blockbuster Entertainment on the East Coast. However, unexpectedly, the Weinstein brothers were soon kicked out by Nancy again, and some things needed to be readjusted. Simon was not eager to develop Blockbuster's film business, so he let Nancy handle it on her own. It was just a little surprising that Nancy would go to Sophia's house for dinner. "Are you and Nancy on good terms?" "We've always been good." "Oh, I didn't know. I'm just your lover, so of course I don't need to tell you everything." "It sounds quite resentful, but if you want to cheat on other men, you still have to tell me." Sophia glanced at the man. "What if you don't tell me? I'll build a castle in Tasmania and lock you up forever. Wasn't it Exalta Tierra del Fuego?" "Well, you also know about this. Jenny and I have a good relationship. It seems that we urgently need to get to know each other better," Simon said, throwing the magazine aside, easily pulling the woman onto the bed, and pressing her down again. Sophia supported Simon's chest and begged for mercy. "No, it's 5 o'clock already. Can I come secretly to accompany you at night?" Simon did not respond. Seeing that Simon did not tear his clothes as usual, Sophia stopped resisting and gently hugged the little man's head, and her breathing inevitably became rapid. There was still some strange feeling in her heart. It was not the first time. I always feel that the little man in my arms is like a child. I am. Although I think so, Sophia never dared to expose it, fearing that he would be angry. After a long time of tenderness, Sophia pushed Simon and said, "It's really late." The little man didn't pester her this time and let her go again. She went to the bathroom to tidy up her clothes. When she came out again, the man was already dressed. Thinking of what happened just now, he said, "You almost got around. Why did Jenny drive him out?" Simon simply said, "Differences in the education of the offspring." Thinking that he was talking nonsense, Sophia didn't ask any more questions. She stepped forward and kissed the man again, saying, "Then I'll go back first. You can come over at 7 o'clock. Simon nodded and sent the woman away. He looked at the time. It was still more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Los Angeles. I don't know what Janet and the others are doing. Differences in the education of the offspring are of course nonsense. In fact, after Veronica sent the little guy over a few days ago, she took the initiative to express her hope to stay in North America. Since taking care of Melbourne, Veronica's personality has changed significantly. Although only Simon and Veronica know the reason, the little guy has become a kind of sustenance for Veronica, which everyone can see clearly. Therefore, no one is surprised that Veronica wants to stay in North America. Janet mentioned it half-jokingly a few days ago. The Westeros system has become increasingly large, and Simon and his wife both hope to have more trustworthy people to take care of some things. Veronica served as the chief financial officer at Johnston Holdings Group. What Simon needs most is a person responsible for supervising the financial status of various subsidiaries in the Westeros system. Janet may not feel deeply about this, but Simon has always been very vigilant. In the memory of the Enron incident in 2001, a supercorporate giant with an annual revenue of hundreds of billions collapsed in just a few weeks and fell into bankruptcy. The most direct reason was financial fraud. Enron is also a listed company that is subject to strong public market supervision. Now, a series of companies in the Westeros system, such as Cisco, AOL, Igret, Verizon, Nokia, etc., have the potential to develop into corporate giants. The most important point is that Simon holds a very large proportion of the interests in all these companies. This actually means that once these companies have financial fraud similar to the Enron incident, it will have a very big impact on the entire Westeros system. Simon gave a series of subsidiary executives in the Westeros system very generous remuneration packages, but he never thought that as long as he gave enough, he could naturally gain the loyalty of others. People's hearts are always difficult to satisfy. Simon offered generous remuneration and gave enough power, which may be a stupid act in the eyes of some people. You trust me so much and give me so much power. There are so many loopholes and defects in corporate management. If I don't cheat you, I will be sorry to God. Simon is certainly not a credulous person. Having lived 2 lives and having more than a dozen life experiences in his mind, he has always had a very clear understanding of the ugliness of human nature. In the past few years, Janet has been responsible for supervising the subsidiaries of the Westeros system. The formation of the Westeros family's private intelligence team was also due to Simon's precautionary mentality. However, with the birth of several children, Janet must put some of her experience on the children. Even without the ties of children, with the continued expansion of the Westeros business empire, other people are needed to share Janet's work. Taking all factors into consideration, Veronica seems to be the best choice. It's just because of some concerns that Janet doesn't want Simon and Veronica to get too close. So, when Veronica took the initiative to ask to stay in North America, Simon was directly driven from Los Angeles to New York by Janet. The legitimate reason was to accompany Anthony Johnston here to discuss the cooperation of acquiring Bigelow with some capital. After 2 consecutive busy days, Simon finally had some free time after sending Anthony on the plane back to Australia in the morning. It happened that Sophia was also in North America in the past 2 days. After staying in the manor on the outskirts of Greenwich until after 6 o'clock, Simon set off to Sophia's family's residence in the city center. Today is Friday, September 10th. He arrived 10 minutes early and was greeted by Sophia. The two of them greeted each other casually. Simon also greeted Sophia's parents, and then Nancy Brill, who arrived earlier than him, was the little female executive who was just helping Sophia's children with their homework. She looked very patient. 12-year-old Daniel Fessy was still shy in front of Simon. 10-year-old Gemma was very excited to see Simon. After the adults greeted him, she curiously pestered Simon to ask if he really had $120 billion. After getting a positive answer, she asked how much $120 billion was. Simon explained patiently until Sophia took the clinging girl away to continue her homework. Then he had time to ask Nancy, what's going on with Harvey and the others. Nancy took off her high heels as usual, curled up on the single sofa next to her, and said, "It happened last week, didn't you know?" Simon shrugged and said, "I just think it's a pity." Nancy said indifferently, "If I had known he was a jerk, I would never have contacted him. You know, Hollywood is like this. If you have moral cleanliness, blockbuster entertainment can't develop." "I know." Nancy changed to a more lazy posture on the sofa, and said, "Maybe I was in a bad mood a few days ago. It was like this at the beginning. I'm very worried about the prospects of blockbuster entertainment. It's been arranged there. Anyway, you shouldn't have too much expectations for blockbuster entertainment in the short term, right? Can't you give me as your boss a surprise? It's taken you 7 years from the beginning of your involvement in Hollywood to now. If I do better than you, I'll be Westeros." Simon raised his eyebrows. "Oh, so you still have such ambitions?" Nancy leaned on the armrest of the sofa, blinked a few times at Simon, and then rolled her eyes and said rudely, "You are also a jerk." Simon said helplessly, "I will deduct your salary." Nancy made a disdainful expression, but her eyes pointed to Sophia, who was shuttling between the kitchen and the dining room. "Sophie's Hermes scarf is really beautiful." "I think so too. I will come over and try it on later." "You will lose a good friend if you do this, Alice." Nancy suddenly sighed inexplicably and stopped talking. Simon did not speak again, and picked up a copy of Business Week on the coffee table and flipped through it. Nancy continued to look at the man next to her in the same posture for a moment, and admired her boss's instant concentration. This ability to quickly forget everything around him as long as he was serious was something she could not even achieve. Probably understood that it was mainly because he was from Westeros. Such a powerful little man did not need to care too much about everything around him. After a while, Nancy finally spoke first, saying, "What are you reading?" Simon didn't take his eyes off the magazine, and only said one word, "Compact." Nancy was a little dissatisfied, so she simply stood up and came over barefoot. Simon was sitting on a double sofa, and the short female executive didn't shy away from it. She squeezed in next to Simon and sat down, looking at the magazine in his hand. This was an article introducing Compact's recent personal computer online direct sales business model. The personal computer direct sales model was first proposed by Dell. Simply put, it means that companies sell products directly to customers, bypassing middlemen, so they can provide cheaper products. Early personal computers were very expensive. Dell used this direct sales model that eliminated middlemen and even directly reduced the price of PCs by half. Therefore, from its establishment in 1984 to last year in 1992, it took only 6 years for the company to enter the Fortune magazine's top 500 American companies. Because of the success of the direct sales model, except for giants like IBM, which are always slow to react, other companies have followed suit. Through several successful collaborations with Ingrid in online marketing and the rise of e-commerce, Compaq recently launched an online direct sales model. This business model is actually the B2C, business to consumer, in the field of e-commerce. As long as it is properly operated, it can even save costs more than Dell's offline direct sales. The Xiaomi mobile phone in memory is actually a kind of online direct sales, so it can provide users with cost-effective products. With the rise of the internet, the personal computer industry, which is far from saturation, has also expanded rapidly. The basic operating system and core component manufacturers have basically settled down, and Microsoft and Intel will become the overlords in these fields. For OEM manufacturers, controlling costs and improving efficiency and providing users with the most cost-effective products is the best way to survive. Nancy read the article with Simon and commented, "It's a very good business model, but the key lies in execution." Simon smelled the scent of Chanel No. 16 perfume that the petite woman beside him had changed back to, smiled and said, "It's always like this. The core principles of running a company are nothing more than controlling costs, improving efficiency, and putting customers first. Everyone understands the truth, but some people just shout slogans. Some people will really implement them seriously, and some people want to implement them, but find that the company is too big to be saved and it's hard to turn around. Nancy nodded and asked, "Do you think Compaq can succeed?" "I don't know, but the continuous popularization of PCs with continuously falling prices is a major trend. Compaq's direction is correct, but the key lies in execution. Of course, I will not invest in any OEM manufacturer. They don't have their own core technology, and they are capital-intensive industries. Their risk resistance is very low. If they are not careful, they will be eliminated. But I bought some Dell stocks with the money you lent me. If it's speculation, of course there's no problem. Affected by the rise of the internet industry, within 5 years, whether it's Dell, Compaq, HP or even IBM, their PC business will maintain an upward trend. You seem to have forgotten Apple." "Oh, an Apple." Nancy couldn't help but roll her eyes at Simon again. "Are you trying to mislead me? You were the one who asked first." "Boss, do you know that just some of your words have revealed too much?" Simon glanced at the delicate face of the woman next to him and smiled. "Do you think anyone can hear these words from me?" Nancy's eyes subconsciously dodged, and soon she went to meet him without giving in. She opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't say it after all. Fortunately, Sophia came over to remind them that dinner was ready, and Nancy got up and walked towards the restaurant as if she had been pardoned. Chapter 573 Hearing. Because there were old people and children present, they only talked about some very homely topics during dinner, such as the two children's homework, some recent interesting stories in Greenwich, and the fact that the president parked his special plane on the runway to get a haircut, blocking other people for more than an hour. At around 8 o'clock, after dinner, Sophia's parents took the two children away. Simon, Sophia and Nancy went to a living room in the villa to continue chatting, and the topic turned to more formal business affairs. In the week when Forbes announced the new annual list of the 400 richest Americans, Simon's life, which had been promoted to the world's first billionaire worth $100 billion, did not change much, but the media's discussion on this topic was very lively. In particular, the uproar caused by the launch of the 58 list website by the Egret portal has not completely dissipated, and most of the evaluations of Simon on traditional paper media platforms are not very positive. The layout of the Westeros system in the internet industry is simply more advanced than any previous monopoly alliance. You are involved in almost every aspect of this new technological revolution, and have a strong voice. In view of the fact that the relationship between the Westeros system and traditional paper media has begun to deteriorate, I think what you should worry about most is the emergence of another Ada Bettel. In the living room, two women snuggled on the sofa next to each other, talking about the series of disturbances caused by 58 list, and Nancy commented like this. Sophia is French and obviously doesn't pay much attention to the long-standing anti-monopoly history of the American oil industry. She asked curiously, "Who is Ida Better?" Nancy explained, "She is the author of A History of Standard Oil Company. She directly led to the breakup of Rockefeller's business empire through more than 10 consecutive heavyweight reports." Simon leaned on the single sofa next to him, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, and said, "I remember that there were many analyses later. A History of Standard Oil Company was full of non-factual bias. Moreover, after the Standard Oil Company was broken up, it did not benefit the public. Instead, oil prices rose sharply in the following 10 years. Even if this is true, who cares? Most of the public are stupid and easily instigated. They just need to see the so-called justice being done." Simon nodded. "I agree with this point. Therefore, I have been trying my best to let the public see what they want to see recently. In this 58 list website incident, the public opinion orientation that Egret focused on promoting was the large amount of free convenience provided by the 58 list website to the public." Nancy said, "But power is not really in the hands of the public. The Westeros system has spent much more on government lobbying this year than you think. Some time ago, I urged Jeff to set up a special lobbying office in Washington." Nancy looked at Simon and said, "Are you really only 25 years old this year? Many people have to learn from their mistakes. This guy seems to be able to arrange a lot of things in advance without any experience." Simon took a sip of coffee leisurely and said faintly, "Actually, I'm 280 years old." Nancy picked up a small pillow and threw it to Simon, but couldn't help saying to Sophia, "I think he might really be a 280-year-old vampire." Sophia smiled and asked, "What do you mean?" Nancy stretched out her little hand and tilted the scarf around Sophia's neck. "It's obvious evidence. Sophia's face suddenly turned slightly red and opened Nancy's little hand. Nancy just teased and didn't pursue it relentlessly. She turned to Simon and said, "In fact, there is one most crucial point, Mr. Westeros. Interests are the root of all disputes. If you are careful enough, many of my layouts in the past few years have been to alleviate potential conflicts of interest as much as possible. Unfortunately, this is far from enough. I understand that whether it is the new technology industry or Hollywood, I actually hope that the companies within the Westeros system will eventually become publicly held companies. Of course, control must be in my hands." Nancy said, "Then why do you still hold so many in your hands now?" Simon shrugged and said, "I can't give it all away at once. People are greedy. If I take the initiative, some people will think I'm too weak and ask for more." Nancy tilted her head, thought for a moment, and couldn't help shaking her head. "This is simply a dead end." "Yes," Simon smiled and said, "so, my next plan is to let them take the initiative to fight for it. The Westeros system is now equivalent to being in a capital jungle where the strong prey on the weak." Simon was too proactive in throwing his stored food to the surrounding beasts, which would only attract more predators. Although he didn't intend to confront everyone, before sharing the food, he would first smash some tiger heads and wolf legs, which would also make many predators who wanted to come forward to grab food weigh their own strength. Hearing this, Nancy said, "Aren't you worried that things can't be handled?" Simon glanced at Nancy. "Do you think a billionaire is easy to bully?" Nancy curled her lips. "You are already starting to be arrogant." "This is self-confidence," Simon said, raised his wrist to look at his watch, and said to a small woman leaning on Sophia without any courtesy, "Shouldn't you go back? Fortunately, I can send a driver to take you there." Nancy blinked and quickly took Sophia's arm. "I plan to stay here and sleep with Sophie tonight." Simon looked at the small woman wrapped around Sophia for a few times, and said, "I've been thinking about how to make things difficult for you. You try it, at worst I'll resign. Headhunters have been contacting me for the past 2 years. Or, let's give the decision to Sophie." "Okay," Nancy said, tightening her arm around Sophia's arm and looking at her bestie. "Sophie, do you choose me, or me?" Simon protested, "Isn't this too much of a cheat?" Nancy just snorted, and continued to look at Sophia with her bright eyes, revealing a somewhat pitiful expression. Sophia blushed and gave Simon a helpless look. "Okay." Knowing that there was no chance tonight, Simon put down the coffee cup in his hand, stood up and walked towards the two women. Nancy was stunned, and only felt that a man's tall figure pressed over, leaned over and lifted Sophia's chin and kissed her wantonly. The embarrassing slight sound made her subconsciously shrink back. She endured for a moment, and just when she almost couldn't help but run away, the man finally let go of Sophia and said, "Well, good night then." Sophia's voice was soft and sticky. "Well, good night." It was not until Simon left for a while that Nancy finally opened her mouth slightly and took a deep breath, and then looked at Sophia in condemnation. "You really let him go." As a woman, how could Sophia not see the potential sparks between Nancy and Simon? Her best friend was strong in a way that didn't match her appearance. She was often attracted by a stronger man, and the guy who just left was just that kind of person. There wasn't much space in that little man's heart, and Sophia didn't want anyone to come and share it with her. However, apart from going with the flow, she didn't make any deliberate plans, because she knew that this might backfire. The next day was September 11th, Saturday. Early in the morning, the New York Times announced that the U.S. Senate officially confirmed that it would hold a hearing on September 16th on the fraudulent information, endangerment to public safety, and disguised low price dumping on the 58 list website under IGRIT, in order to decide whether to conduct further investigations. IGRIT immediately gave a positive response on its own portal website, saying that it would try its best to cooperate with a hearing. In the original time and space, the laziness and arrogance shown by Damon at the congressional hearing on Microsoft's monopoly directly led to a large-scale Microsoft antitrust investigation that lasted for 2 years, and Microsoft was once infinitely close to being split. In the subsequent Facebook privacy leak incident, Zuckerberg learned the lesson of his classmate Damon and was very respectful and cooperative in the congressional hearing. A lot of congressmen were very satisfied with Zuckerberg's performance. The hearing that originally vowed to punish Facebook by trillions of dollars became a farce in the eyes of discerning people. Although there are many other influencing factors, it is definitely beneficial to appease a bunch of officials in Congress. After all, everyone wants to save face. The congressional hearing requires the head of the target company to attend. The CEO of 58 List is Michael Novarek. However, in order to show his importance to this hearing, Jeff Bezos, president of Egret, took the initiative to say on his Facebook page that he would attend the hearing and answer some questions that the congressman might have on the spot. Not only did Egret carefully prepare for the possible problems in advance, but it also invited a special public relations team and government consultants to design all the details of the hearing next week. However, regarding Senate Republican leader Bob Dole's invitation for Simon to attend the hearing in person, Egret politely declined on the grounds that his boss had to accompany his pregnant wife. Congressional hearings are not a very respectable thing after all. He has given the face he should give, but it is wrong to take advantage of him. Simon flew from New York to San Francisco over the weekend to spend the weekend with his female assistant and returned to Los Angeles on Monday. Janet has already discussed with Veronica about staying in North America. Veronica will be stationed in New York as a special financial advisor to Westeros, mainly responsible for supervising the financial status of 3 companies: America Online, Verizon Communications and Nokia. All 3 companies are in a state of rapid growth. Due to continuous expansion, capital flows are very active, and the senior management has a lot of autonomy. In this state, the long-term lack of strict supervision is actually very dangerous. If you are not careful, a replica of the Enron incident in Simon's memory may occur. After Veronica's appointment was issued, the heads of the 3 companies personally called Simon to express their objections to varying degrees, but Simon did not make any concessions. As long as the 3 companies are not going in the wrong direction, he will not interfere too much with the management of Steve Case and others, but this does not mean that he will completely trust several executives. On September 16, the congressional hearing on the 58 List website was held as scheduled in Washington. There are actually 3 parties in this hearing: senators, Egret executives, and delegations from several large American newspaper groups. In order to avoid being quoted out of context by traditional paper media to guide public opinion, Egret has turned this hearing into a live TV broadcast. The 2 major network platforms, NBC and CNN, will broadcast the expected 3-hour hearing live on TV. Fox and ABC, which were originally on good terms with the Westeros system, chose to refuse this time because of their own interests in the paper media field. Simon was not surprised by this. At the same time, the Egret portal will also broadcast this hearing in full text and audio. After more than half a year of technical upgrades, AOL has basically completed the ADSL transformation of its own network, which means that as of September, the basic internet speed of more than 26 million worldwide web users within AOL's coverage area has reached 256 kbps, which is directly doubled compared to the maximum speed of 128 kbps of the old dial-up internet. In fact, many users have opened a higher speed of 512 kbps, which is enough for web pages to play audio content in real time. As Simon began to allow the Westeros system to expand wildly, AOL, which has completed the ADSL layout, will also accelerate the industrial layout in other regions of the United States outside the East and West Coasts. Simon watched the 3-hour hearing in Cape Dumay manner. There were no special accidents throughout the hearing, and Egret's advantage was very obvious. Most of the old antiques in the Senate obviously didn't know what the internet meant, so Michael Novarek had to explain many problems in person. Novarek was very patient. These basic questions, such as what kind of services 58 List provides and how the website makes money, inevitably occupied most of the events in the hearing. Although there are many sharp questions about how 58 List will deal with fraud and false information, these questions were resolved one by Michael Novarek after careful preparation in advance. The climax of the hearing was probably the accusation by representatives of several newspaper groups that the 58 List website was suspected of low-price dumping. The paper media believes that the free model of 58 List is completely destroying the classified information advertising industry of traditional paper media worth tens of billions of dollars in a disguised low-price model. This behavior threatens the jobs of tens of thousands of newspaper practitioners. Moreover, once the classified information advertising business of traditional newspapers is destroyed, 58 List may charge consumers higher fees by taking advantage of its own market advantages. Egret did not give in. It said that the launch of the 58 List service actually saved the public a lot of unnecessary expenses. It may cost $30 for a user to publish a classified information advertisement in a newspaper. However, With this $30, users can not only enjoy free news information, email, social networks, online games and other services. 58 List is just one of them. Moreover, Ygritte portal has its own business model, and its main income comes from merchants' advertisements. This is also the basis for 58 List to provide free services. In addition, the website will not be able to charge high fees to users in the future, because once it does so, there will inevitably be other free websites of the same type, and the accusation of the newspaper group representative is not true at all. In the end, according to statistics, the senators basically played soy sauce in the 3-hour hearing, and the representatives of the newspaper group were completely defeated. More than 50 million users who followed the hearing in real time on the internet and television platforms were overwhelmingly inclined to the side of Ygritte. The newspaper group, which wanted to protect its own interests, became the villain of this hearing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Sorting Out. San Francisco at the end of September did not give people the feeling of autumn at all. It was still sunny and green. The mountain villa in Woodside. The time was Saturday, September 25th. These days, Simon basically spent weekdays in Los Angeles and 2 days in San Francisco with his female assistant on weekends. In fact, he was driven to San Francisco by Janet, because Veronica would fly from New York every weekend to see the children. Most of the time on vacation seemed very leisurely. Because it was maternity leave, it was inevitably monotonous. I played guitar with my female assistant for a while and read a few pages of books. The afternoon sun made people tired, so I curled up next to Simon and fell asleep. The outdoor environment is more or less not suitable for pregnant women to sleep. Simon carried the sleeping female assistant into the bedroom, and returned to the backyard under the eaves, sitting at a round table, drinking coffee and looking through some materials sorted out by Girl A today. No longer entangled in various detailed work every day, Simon can finally sort out the entire Westeros system carefully. Recently, I have been paying attention to the impact of the Westeros system on the distribution of Deanery's entertainment movies due to the opposition between the launch of the 58 List website and traditional paper media. Deanery's Entertainment's 3 labels have released a total of 4 films this September, including Kieslowski's Blue of the Red, Blue and White trilogy, which won the Venice Golden Lion Award this year and was released by Guillaume Films yesterday. Among them, the more important one is Brian De Palma's new film Dawn of the Dead, which was released on September 10th. This old-fashioned gangster film that Palma is good at, starring Al Pacino, cost $30 million to produce, and opened on 1,679 screens. The other 2 are The Golden Family, a Cold War drama starring Anthony Hopkins, which was released by New World Films. Another one is The Golden Family, released by Guillaume Films, which is a novel adaptation starring Meryl Streep, telling the ups and downs of a Chilean girl with the ability to predict the future. In fact, only one of the 4 films, Dawn of the Dead, was produced entirely by Deanery's Entertainment, and the other 3 were either bought out or distributed by agents. According to the word-of-mouth and box office data of the 4 films, the publicity and distribution department of Deanery's Entertainment judged that the obvious opposition between the Westeros system and the print media still had an impact on the company's film distribution. Taking Dawn of the Dead as an example, after the film was released on September 10th, the media's comprehensive score was 7.1 points, which was slightly better than the passing score and could not be considered outstanding. Many film critics gave the evaluation that Brian De Palma and Al Pacino repeated the previous Scarface, so the plot was old-fashioned and lacked breakthroughs. In comparison, the comprehensive statistical word-of-mouth of emerging internet platforms can reach about 8 points. The gap is very obvious. However, in terms of box office, Dawn of the Dead had a box office of $11.39 million in the first week, a drop of 26% in the second week, and another $8.36 million. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $19.75 million, and the total box office in North America is expected to be around $35 million. Such commercial performance basically met the expectations of Deanery's Entertainment. The project certainly cannot be considered a success, with a production cost of $30 million, a publicity and promotion expenditure of $10 million US, and a North American box office of $35 million US. However, it is not difficult to recover the cost and achieve a certain profit by relying on overseas distribution and subsequent channels. Simon had actually anticipated this result when he approved the project. Deanery's Entertainment cannot be successful forever, and occasionally it still needs such tepid projects to support its facade. After comprehensive evaluation, traditional paper media has obviously affected the reputation of the movie Dawn of the Owl, but it has not caused too obvious impact on the box office, which is actually not surprising. At present, the proportion of Hollywood movie publicity expenses used for traditional paper media is actually only about 25%. The more important platform is the TV channel, which accounts for 50%, and other channels such as theater posters, street advertisements, and radio advertisements account for the remaining 25%. The proportion of paper media in publicity and promotion expenses also means the weight of this publicity and promotion channel on the commercial performance of a movie 25%. It does not have a decisive influence. Of course, this ratio is actually for standard commercial films. For example, art films produced by Guillermin Films cannot afford too high publicity and promotion expenses. In many cases, they mainly need to rely on word of mouth from paper media for dissemination. The media reputation of Golden Rich Family, which was released on September 17, hit the bottom directly, with an overall score of only 2.6 points. The quality of the film is indeed unsatisfactory, but the Guillermin Films team also said that the mainstream paper media is obviously too harsh on this film. As a film with 513 screens, the box office in the first week was only $1.71 million US, and the total box office in North America is expected to be only about $5 million US at most. However, the budget of the film is as high as $25 million US. It is simply a loss. Fortunately, the producer of the film is not Deanery's Entertainment, and the budget mainly comes from Europe. For a project that is doomed to fail, the box office of $5 million US or $7 million US is actually not much. The change in the attitude of traditional paper media towards Deanery's Entertainment is visible to the naked eye. Deanery's Entertainment has been making friends with the film critics in recent years. Obviously, Simon has overestimated the independence of film critics. It is also easy to understand. Deanery's Entertainment can give film critics some small favors, but this group relies on the royalties of paper media platforms to make a living, and it is impossible for them to be completely independent. This is actually not a bad thing. Lack of independence actually means that it can be influenced by external forces. Simon thought for a moment, put down the information, opened the laptop on the round table in front of him, and began to write emails to several executives of Deanery's Entertainment. The key to Deanery's Entertainment's next film promotion is to ensure key projects, such as films in several important schedules. For other films, they only need to do their best. If some paper media are too excessive, they can kill the chicken to scare the monkey when necessary. In addition, it is necessary to strengthen the cooperation between Deanery's Entertainment and the Egret portal, and guide as many users as possible to log into the internet platform to view the reputation of the movie and participate in the discussion of the movie. As long as users can be introduced to the internet, this will be the main battlefield of the Westeros system. The number of internet users in North America has reached 1/3 of the total population, and they are all the best consumer users. As long as it is properly operated, relying on the home advantage of the Westeros system on the internet platform, it can offset the negative impact of traditional paper media on the promotion of Deanery's Entertainment's movies to the greatest extent. After writing an email, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Girl A appeared quietly, helped Simon sort out the scattered materials on the desk, and said, "Mr. Gates is here. Let him come here." Allison nodded and turned to leave. After a while, classmate Damon came over under the guidance of Girl A. Simon stood up and shook hands with the other party, and the two sat down at the round table together. After Girl A left again, classmate Damon, who pretended to take a sip of coffee, unnoticeably withdrew his attention from Allison's graceful figure wrapped in an oil suit. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Simon's behavior of not even showing up to greet him, Gates did not exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Simon, what's going on with Linux?" Just this Wednesday, Egret suddenly released a version of the Linux 1.0 operating system source code that is completely open source. This is the result of the work of the Egret Linux team for more than half a year. Compared with the rough kernel of the founder Linus Torvalds, this version of the operating system kernel has 200,000 lines of code. Although it is not perfect, it can basically realize practical applications. The mainstream operating system in the computer industry has never been able to achieve complete open source and free. Therefore, it is conceivable what kind of impact this completely free and open operating system will have on the industry. The public reason is that Ignorant released this product to further demonstrate the openness of the company. Of course, privately, this openness is actually for long-term planning considerations. For the computer industry, a software, whether it is a large-scale operating system application or a simple program that only implements one or two instructions, can only form an industry and even eventually achieve the purpose of monopoly if there are enough users. Ignorant's plan is not to directly conduct commercial operations for the Linux operating system, but to rely on the Linux platform to provide further application software and solutions and other services. The Red Hat company in my memory is this operating model. Later, in order to strengthen its layout in open-source applications, IBM acquired Red Hat for a huge sum of more than $30 billion, which is enough to prove the feasibility of this business model. However, the premise of all this is that the Linux system must be popular enough. Ignorant released the source code of the Linux operating system, which it invested a lot of money and manpower to develop, to promote this process in advance. Facing Damon's question, Simon simply said calmly, "Bill, you must have known that this is a public open-source operating system project. Moreover, Ignorant's goal is the server operating system field, which will not have much impact on Microsoft. I know what you are worried about, Bill. I can assure you that Ignorant will not further develop a desktop operating system based on Linux." Damon's expression did not ease because of this. Instead, he became a little excited and raised his voice unconsciously. "But you should also know, Simon, Microsoft has just launched Windows NT, you are disrupting the situation. Unix is already open enough, but there are still many people who have concerns about this product. Bill, do you think everyone can accept a completely closed-source server operating system? Why not, as long as we can provide more stable services? Without absolutely stable services, any operating system will inevitably encounter various problems. What everyone needs is that once a problem occurs, they can find the source of the problem very conveniently and quickly, and then solve it. A closed-source operating system is like a car with a completely welded hood. Even if you say that this operating system is reliable, users will still have concerns." Damon seemed to be losing patience. "How to sell welded cars is our business. Simon, you must stop the development of Linux. Don't forget that you are also a major shareholder of Microsoft, the second largest shareholder." "Sorry, Bill, I can't promise you." Damon stared at the young man opposite him fiercely. After a moment, he realized that he didn't seem to have much to do with him, which made him even more angry. "Okay, then, promise me that Ignorant will not continue to release the source code of Linux in the future. Although this 1.0 kernel is a great improvement over Linus Torvalds' initial version, it still needs to be continuously improved if it wants to be comparable to other widely used operating systems." Simon was very straightforward. "Okay, I can promise you this." Bill Gates was speechless for a moment. Simon did not explain to the other party that Ignorant has supported Linus Torvalds to establish the Linux Foundation to coordinate free software development volunteers around the world to continue to improve this operating system. Even if Ignorant no longer releases the latest Linux source code, the Linux Foundation will continue to launch operating system versions above 2.0. Of course, the Linux development team of Ignorant still participated in this, in order to guide the development of this operating system in the direction that Ignorant hoped. Bill Gates also knew that Simon had concealed something from him, but he could not continue to get to the bottom of it for a while, so he could only change the topic. "Regarding the pre-installation of IE browser, I think we can talk about it again." Simon smiled and said, "Bill, you can discuss this with Jeff and others." At the beginning, Simon wanted to pre-install IE browser directly in the Windows operating system, but was rejected by Damon. He had no choice but to settle for the second best and cooperate with OEM manufacturers such as Compaq, HP, and Dell. With the further popularization of the Internet, whether to pre-install IE browser software has also become one of the factors affecting consumers when purchasing personal computers. Therefore, even if each computer pre-installed with IE browser will increase the cost by $10, major mainstream OEM manufacturers have gradually started to cooperate with Ignorant. Even Apple is no exception. Since the mainstream OEM manufacturers have basically been dealt with, there is no need to cooperate directly with Microsoft. After all, doing so will bear greater monopoly risks. Simon also knows why Damon has suddenly changed so much. Microsoft's MSN portal was recently launched. Ygritte basically gave Microsoft all the conditions that it could give to AOL. Microsoft is also imitating AOL and cooperating with other internet service providers in North America to launch Microsoft's Newsbox to increase the traffic of the MSN portal. Similar to the Newsbox with pop-up ads later, Ygritte is a window opened by Ygritte for the two competitors. Compared with many other websites, AOL and Microsoft are lucky enough. But Damon is obviously not satisfied. If IE browser becomes pre-installed software in Windows operating system, Damon probably thinks that Microsoft should be able to use this as a condition to require the power of IE browser's homepage preset, thereby further increasing the traffic of Microsoft MSN portal. This is actually a considerable investment. Even if Ygritte can provide Microsoft with a certain price discount for pre-installation, according to the annual sales volume of Microsoft operating system, it will cost hundreds of millions of dollars every year. However, the internet wave has begun to surge, and even Microsoft can't help but worry about being left behind in this industrial transformation. Therefore, it believes that as long as it can win enough online traffic, this expenditure is completely worth it. If it were Simon, he would actually make the same decision. Therefore, it is even more impossible to agree to Damon's request at this time. Ygritte's dominance in the internet field cannot be challenged. Even though Simon knew that Microsoft would fail miserably in the internet industry, he did not intend to open this loophole for Microsoft. Who knows if history will have other variables. Chapter 575, Watching with Cold Eyes. Bill Gates felt that this meeting with Simon today was a complete mistake. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of this young man, he felt that he should be the richest man in the Federation now. Unfortunately, his wealth of $10.5 billion on the Forbes list this year is nothing compared to the $120 billion of the young man in front of him. The feeling when the two of them were getting along reminded Gates of his contact with Jobs in the early days of Microsoft's development. At that time, Jobs was already a business star with a net worth of over $100 million, and Microsoft was just an office software supplier for Apple. Because of various differences between Apple and Microsoft, he and Jobs had quarreled more than once. Or, to be more precise, he was completely scolded by Jobs at that time. Jobs now has long lost his former glory, and Microsoft's rise is unstoppable. However, Gates found that a guy who was more disgusting than Jobs appeared above his head unknowingly. This young man would not yell like Jobs did in the past, and he was even too lazy to show a trace of emotional waves when facing his anger. For Gates, this was a more serious contempt. It seemed that the other party was standing on another level, looking down at everyone. This may be true, but Bill Gates was unwilling to admit it anyway. This meeting ended in a bad mood. Regarding the two issues of Linux and IE, the conditions Simon gave were basically the plans that the other party had already made up their minds. This meeting did not give him any room for maneuver. Bill Gates had already made up his mind when he left. After all, IE will run on the Windows platform, and it is not difficult to control it. Simon did not care about what Damon thought. His current attitude was to watch from the sidelines. The specific game was operated by the executives of a number of companies under his control. This was actually like raising a goo. No matter which side wins in the end, the Westeros system will have a large share of the benefits. Moreover, Simon could probably imagine what tricks Gates would play, but if he was pushed to the limit, the Ygritte team might really launch a free Linux desktop operating system. The rise of Windows was advanced due to the rise of the internet wave, but there is still a certain gap from complete monopoly. Now launching a free Linux desktop operating system is not without the opportunity to redefine the operating system market pattern. Android used to catch up after Apple's iOS was launched. At this stage, Microsoft also does not have an absolute advantage in the key operating system software ecosystem. Ygritte just has the corresponding strength to coordinate various software manufacturers to develop software for Linux. Of course, doing so is definitely a lose-lose strategy. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the Ygritte team will not do so. Microsoft has been hit hard, and Simon, the second largest shareholder, will also suffer serious losses. Returning to Los Angeles on Monday, the most important news was that Canada's Seagram Group officially announced the acquisition of Paramount Communications. Prior to this, The two companies had been negotiating secretly for more than 3 months. In fact, it is not a secret matter. In recent months, rumors about Seagram Group's upcoming acquisition of Paramount Communications have been constantly reported in the newspapers. Paramount Communications' stock price has risen by more than 25% compared to the end of May, and its recent market value has reached $5.9 billion. Since the news has been made public, the two parties have basically reached an agreement. Seagram Group will acquire Paramount Communications at a price of $66 per share, with a total value of approximately $8 billion, all in cash. At the same time, Seagram Group will also assume Paramount Communications' $1.2 billion debt, and the total transaction amount will reach $9.2 billion. On the day the news was announced, Paramount's stock price rose again by 11%. In the next period of time, as long as no other bidders appear, the transaction will be officially completed after the Paramount Board of Directors votes and the approval of federal authorities. In the eyes of many people, the possibility of a bidder appearing is already very low. Compared with the initial negotiations, Seagram Group's offer of $66 per share is equivalent to a 70% premium. The most important point is that this transaction is still a full cash payment. Barry Diller's QVC or Sam Redstone's Viacom, even if they are interested in acquiring Paramount, cannot offer such a price. With the announcement of the news, the hot topic of federal media discussion once again focused on whether the media industry should be deregulated as soon as possible. Because of the ban on public television networks from merging with large content producers, the three major federal television networks that are strong enough to integrate with Hollywood's major film companies have been unable to participate in the acquisition of Hollywood studios in recent years, which has led to Columbia and MGM falling into the hands of foreign investors, and Universal Pictures was almost acquired by Panasonic. Now, another old Hollywood studio, Paramount Communications, will also become a subsidiary of Overseas Capital. The New York Times believes that similar acquisitions have threatened the cultural industry in the United States, and the federal government should prohibit Seagram from acquiring Paramount. Such calls are actually difficult to work. Since Sony was able to complete the acquisition of Columbia Pictures, and Australian capital has also swallowed up MGM, according to existing laws, the federal government has no reason to prevent Seagram Group from merging with Paramount Communications. Unless media control is immediately lifted and the three powerful public television network groups are allowed to join the acquisition. The lobbying of various media giants for lifting the ban on industry regulation has been ongoing, and this has become a consensus among federal officials. However, it will not be a matter of a day or two to repeal the original bill. At least this time, Seagram Group's acquisition of Paramount Communications is inevitable. Cape Dumay Manor. The time is Wednesday, September 29th. Simon was invited by Robert Rem, the president of Paramount Pictures, to attend a cocktail party held by him at his home in Beverly Hills tonight, and left early at around 9 o'clock in the evening. When he returned home, Janet had not yet rested and was discussing something with Miss A in a living room of the villa. Simon sat down next to Janet and asked the little guy. Janet said that the child had fallen asleep and Miss B was taking care of him personally, so he looked at the documents in the woman's hand curiously. Janet handed the folder directly to Simon and said, "Here is the list that I just sorted out. What do you think?" Simon took the folder, which contained a thick stack of resumes. He flipped through it casually. They were all college girls aged 18 to 22, from North America, Australia and Europe, and they were all students from the top prestigious universities in various places. The most handy ABCD around her gradually left her position, and Janet recently began to look for a new batch of personal maids. Simon originally thought that there was no need to look for a girl who was too smart. However, judging from the accidents that always happened to the girls brought out by the housekeeper Alice, smarter girls were more reliable. Smart people often knew what to do and what not to do. Flipping through the documents casually, Simon said, "I think we can pick younger ones and train them from the beginning. These ones are a little old." Janet moved her body and leaned against Simon to look at the resumes on the file together. "I also know that it is better to train them from a young age. However, how are you going to find a girl? You can't just buy her, right? It's easy to get into trouble." Simon raised his arm to hug Janet, letting her lean more comfortably. He flipped through the documents on his knees with one hand, thought for a while, and said, "This is easy. Choose from Latin America or Eastern Europe." Janet was still a little confused. "Huh?" Simon said, "You know, In Latin America and Eastern Europe, there are model scouts everywhere who select girls with outstanding conditions and provide them to major agencies. We just need to choose the ones we want from this channel. Janet rested her head on Simon's shoulder. Is that what you want? Simon smiled and said, yes, you can't use it. Janet pretended to be dissatisfied and hummed a few times, and said to Girl A, who had been sitting quietly next to her, well, let B do this. It's her last job before she leaves. Allison nodded, indicating that she would take note. Janet turned around again, pointed to the folder on Simon's lap, and said, what about these? Pick a few and try to train them. Simon continued to flip through a few pages, and suddenly a piece of information caught his eye. This is a girl who just entered the computer department of Stanford University this year, named Marissa Mayer. He looked at the photo in the upper right corner of the resume again. Yes, it was the Marissa Mayer in his memory. Since the information could be delivered to the Simons, the job intention had been agreed in advance. Simon did not expect that the famous Silicon Valley female executive in his memory would want to get this job. However, in this case, Simon did not hesitate to pull out Mayer's information and said, this is good. Simon did not hide his preference in front of Janet, and Janet did not care. She took the information curiously and looked at it for a few times, saying, she is only a freshman, but 2 years is enough for her. In fact, it doesn't matter whether she can get a Stanford degree or not. Simon nodded and continued to look through it. He did not find any other familiar names, so he discussed with Janet to select 7 from a total of more than 60 resumes. Including Marissa Mayer, they formed 2 groups of 4 again. After targeted training, half of them may be filtered out in the future, leaving 4. A, B, C, and D were selected in this way. In addition to A, B, C, D, who have been dispersed, the current maid team of Westeros family also includes Indian girl Alia and Zoe Parks and Isabel Dunn, brought out from the team of housekeeper Alice. These are the most intimate maids. In addition, the girls in North America and Europe, who are responsible for managing Simon's many properties, basically will not appear around Simon and his wife. According to the frequency of ABCD leaving, when these girls leave, Marissa Mayer and others will be able to take over the former's position. Later, it will probably be the girls selected from Latin America and Eastern Europe. In fact, Stanford also hides a little fairy, Simon's third Jenny, Jennifer Bray. However, the positioning of little Jenny is another female assistant of Simon, and it will take another 2 years. After discussing this matter, they sent Girl A to rest. The couple went to see the sleeping little guy together, and then went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Janet hugged him and didn't let him leave until after 8 o'clock. Instead, the little guy had woken up early and played in the manor accompanied by Girl B, looking very independent. The family of 3 had breakfast together, and Simon accompanied Janet to the Westeros Family Hospital for a routine pregnancy checkup, and accompanied her to finish a pregnancy class, and returned to Cape Dumay Manor for lunch at noon. The 2 Jennies' pregnancy schedules were actually so simple and boring. After all, it was not a real vacation. With babies in their bellies, there were many things they couldn't do. Female assistants were subject to even more restrictions and couldn't even appear in public. After lunch, Janet and the little guy took a nap, but Simon didn't feel sleepy. Taking advantage of the warm afternoon sun, they swam in the outdoor swimming pool near the sea. After leaving the pool, B handed over the towel. Simon wiped himself and sat down on the lounge chair by the pool. He picked up the juice on the table next to him, motioned B to come over, and asked, "How is your financial information platform prepared?" B sat down on the lounge chair on Simon's left, subconsciously looking at her boss's strong body with tough lines, and then she looked away without leaving a trace, saying, "The software development team has been formed. Goldman Sachs, Morgan and Cersei Capital have agreed to cooperate. Yahoo Finance has also agreed to provide us with news content. I am currently in contact with some traditional financial media to negotiate cooperation matters." Simon smiled and said, "Is this a problem?" B nodded. The 58 List website launched by Agrant has just offended traditional paper media. It must not be easy to reach an agreement with old financial media such as Thomson, Reuters, The Wall Street Journal, and Business Week. What's more, these companies themselves have their own partners and interests in financial information. Let's take it step by step, Simon continued. In fact, your idea of bad money drives out good money is very good. It doesn't mean that we want to provide inferior services, But it is important to understand the gap between ourselves and the old financial information platforms. Many people fail because they don't understand their own positioning. Girl B wants to create a financial information company similar to Bloomberg, which is a very promising idea. In the next 20 years, the financial industry in the United States will become more and more developed, and the demand for professional financial information will also increase significantly. Take Bloomberg for example. At present, the total global sales of Bloomberg terminals are actually only about 15,000 units, with an annual income of about $200 million. In Simon's memory, the annual sales of Bloomberg terminals of Bloomberg reached 300,000 units at its peak, which is 20 times the current market size. Michael Bloomberg has earned a fortune of more than $50 billion just by relying on Bloomberg alone. Therefore, it can be seen that there is a lot of room for professional financial information platforms. Relying on the resources of the Westeros system, even if Lady B's financial information platform cannot completely defeat Bloomberg, as long as it can gain a foothold in this industry and share a certain market share, the scale of the company in the future will definitely reach the level of tens of billions of dollars. Bloomberg was founded in 1981 and has accumulated for 10 years. It is definitely not something that Lady B's company can catch up with this company overnight. Therefore, Becky formulated a plan codenamed Bad Money Drives Out Good Money. Specifically, it is to create a primary financial information platform first, and the customer positioning is also aimed at a wider range of entry-level users. Then, step by step, it will catch up with and improve the Bloomberg terminal, while using the low price advantage to gradually encroach on the market share of Bloomberg terminals and other existing stock market equipment, and finally achieve a bad money drives out good money effect. Moreover, after continuous accumulation, the company itself will evolve from bad money to good money. The new technology wave will trigger a wave of comprehensive stock speculation in the next few years. At that time, not only professional users on Wall Street, but also many ordinary people will have a demand for financial information platforms, and the high price of Bloomberg terminals is not affordable for everyone, which gives the company created by Miss B the best development opportunity. Thinking of this, Simon asked, "By the way, have you chosen a name for the company?" Miss B nodded and said, "Alpha Beta." Simon was stunned. It seemed that he had heard this name somewhere. Google's parent company. Why did you choose such a name? This is a company between A and me. Ellie gave me a lot of suggestions during the project planning stage. Her $10 million vase fund is also going to be invested in it, and she will continue to help me with ideas privately. A, B, Alpha Beta? That's right. After thinking about it, Simon asked, "How do you spell it specifically?" Miss B spelled it quickly. Simon then realized that there is still a difference between the two names. The name of Google's parent company is Alphabet, with an A missing at the end, while the company of Miss A and Miss B is Alpha Beta, a very complete spelling. Confirming that this was just a small coincidence, Simon nodded and smiled. It's a very good name. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.